Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Remained Quirkless and Got Trained by Almight Gran Torino to be No.1 Part 1. Before we start, please go support Zivings for writing that awesome fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, he had nothing. One fateful day as he stood on top of his middle school looking down at the pavement below. Something happened that would change his life forever. Chapter 0. The wind blew Izuku's hair to the side as he stared down at the concrete below. Tears blurred his eyes and he did his best to keep them clear. Damn it, Kaken, you'll really win in the end. Izuku's hatred fueled him, but not enough. He clenched his fist and threw his backpack off of him and back onto the school's roof. Being quirkless truly is a curse, Izuku muttered to himself. He grit his teeth and closed his eyes before letting himself fall limp. He quickly opened his eyes. No, his thoughts started yelling at him as flashbacks of his mom clouded his mind. I can't leave her alone, I have to make her proud. His thoughts came to a halt. I guess it's too late. He closed his eyes again and prepared for the impact of the concrete to kill him. The impact never came as something crashed into him and back into the building, knocking him unconscious. Izuku woke up dazed. He looked around and was back on top of his school. A tall, skinny figure stood in front of him, hunched over. Who are you? Izuku blocks the sun with his arms, squinting to see the figure better. You alright, kid? The person asked in a husky voice before having a coughing fit. I'm fine, what are you doing up here? How did I get back up here too? Izuku shot questions at the man who just sighed. I saw All Might bring you up here. You jumped off. The man changes the subject back to Izuku. Izuku cringes at his words. Yeah, I did. Izuku clenches his fists. So All Might just left? Izuku stands up, wiping dust off of his school uniform. Yeah, you've heard about his shorter work times, haven't you? Age is probably getting to him. The man chuckles to himself. Izuku just nods as he stares at the sun starting to set. You need help, kid? The man says, walking up next to Izuku and patting his shoulder. I know, but I don't want to be a burden. Izuku's eyes dart to the man. Who are you anyways? Izuku shifts his shoulder out of the man's grip. The man sighs. Call me Toshinori, he says, backing away from Izuku a bit. May I ask, what's going on that would lead to this? Izuku twitches at the question. What's it matter to you? Izuku takes his hair out of his eyes. Toshinori hesitates. I'm a studying psychologist and will be dealing with these matters soon. So I want to know if I can help. Toshinori scratches his head while smiling. Izuku scowls at him. Well, I'm quirkless, so I'm bullied a lot. I want to be a hero really bad, but the reality is I'll never amount to more than the average Joe who doesn't want to be one. I'll be even less than them. Izuku chuckles to himself while looking down. I really am pathetic, aren't I? Izuku's smile disappears as anger returns. If it makes you feel any better, I have connections. I can get you training with a close friend of mine who used to be a pro hero. Quirk or not, you can become a hero. Maybe not one as famous as All Might, but one nonetheless. Toshinori offers a handout to Izuku. So how about it, kid? I'll get you into therapy and we can train you to be the best you can be. Toshinori's smile makes Izuku frown. Tears threaten to fall as he grabs Toshinori's hand. Toshinori brings Izuku in for a hug as Izuku finally lets his tears flow. I'm sorry. Izuku cries as he grips onto Toshinori's shirt. Let's get you home, kid. Toshinori pats Izuku's back. Yeah, let's do so. Izuku grabs his school bag and wipes his nose on his sleeve. Bleh. Izuku looks at his sleeve before shaking his head and walking to the door with Toshinori. Both Toshinori and Izuku leave the roof. A blonde boy walks out from behind the small room on the roof. Damn Deku, he growls while wiping his hands of sweat. You're lucky I saved you, the boy whispered to himself while walking down the stairs. Izuku and Toshinori walk to Izuku's house. I would like to meet your guardian to discuss the training I want to put you into, Toshinori says, making Izuku look back at him. Where would this training take place? Izuku raised his eyebrows. New York City, Toshinori casually said. What? Izuku yells in Toshinori's face. Listen, he trained M. Toshinori paused. He trained a hero in America, he can train you. Toshinori's tone was one of deliberate lies. I'm trusting a stranger to train me and bring me to America, this isn't smart. Izuku's mind started to race as the adrenaline finally wore off from jumping. Why should I trust you? Izuku said, turning and facing the man, stopping in his tracks. Toshinori clenches his fists. I have a certain reason you should. The skinny man hesitated before face palming. He looks back and forth, behind Izuku and himself before stretching a bit. He stood tall, countering his former hunched-over look. Suddenly smoke popped up, covering the man. Izuku covered his face as to not let the smoke get in his mouth or nose. It's because I'm All Might. Toshinori's type of speech returned to that of his All Might speech. Izuku opened his eyes and froze. Wait, what the F? Now, young man, do you trust me now? All Might cuts Izuku off with a small smile. How are you, but you were so skinny you're actually All Might. Izuku stutters to get his words out. All Might laughs to the small boy. The one and only. Chapter 1. We will be up at 4:30 in the morning, every morning. You will eat a healthy breakfast and then we will go to the gym. A short man said to Izuku, who nodded in response. How will we get to the gym? Izuku questioned, with the man in front of him smiling. We will run. Well, you will. The man smiles at Izuku and Izuku sighs. All right, he mutters. It had been a week since Izuku met All Might. In that time he and his mother had moved to a mansion in New York with financial help from All Might, and Izuku had met his new trainer, who he found out had trained All Might. Gran Torino. The retired hero might have been just that, but he still had a lot of fight in him. All right, kid, get to bed, and make sure your alarm wakes you. Torino pauses and turns to Izuku. Or I'll have to. The short man smiles as he walks into his room and shuts the door. A shiver goes down Izuku's spine as he takes out his phone and looks at the time. Only 9:30, but getting up at 4:30 is a big change for him. Izuku, sweetie? Izuku turns to the stairs to see his mom smiling and waving at him. Hey mom, Izuku whispers while walking over to her. Inko hugs Izuku and pats his head. I'm so happy for you, my baby is gonna be a hero. Inko starts to tear up. Izuku smiles and hugs his mom before backing up. I should get to sleep, I gotta be up at 4:30. Izuku chuckles a bit. Alright honey, I'll see you tomorrow after your first day at your new school. Inko nods and waltzes back downstairs. Izuku smiles as he turns and walks into his room. He was slightly nervous about his new school, but he knew decent English, which he had learned while watching old videos of All Might in his early days. He laid down in his bed and dozed off oddly quickly. The next morning came quick. He woke up to his alarm, which surprised him. He got up and was dressed and prepared by 4:45. He walked downstairs and saw Gran Torino making eggs. Good morning, kid, Gran Torino said without turning away from the stove. Morning, sir, Izuku said while walking to the table where he saw a glass of milk. Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes. Gran Torino walks over to the refrigerator and takes out yogurt. Izuku taps his feet on the floor. Nerves were kicking in for school. 2 minutes later, Izuku is served a plate of eggs, with a bowl of yogurt on the side. Don't worry, this isn't a daily thing. Once we get my cooks back, we will have other breakfasts, Gran Torino says casually. Izuku blinks a few times before eating his breakfast. I don't think I'll be able to be surprised more, Izuku thinks to himself while drinking his glass of milk. Izuku finishes his breakfast and puts on his school bag. So now I'll run to the gym, right? Izuku asks to confirm. Yup, I'll run with you today just so you know where it is, but after today you're on your own. Torino stretches a bit before looking at Izuku. Alright, let's go, kid. Torino walks out of the room. Izuku follows him and they go into the backyard. A good half a mile away there's a big building. What's that? Izuku questions Torino. The older man turns to him and smiles. That's the gym. Gran Torino grins and uses his quirk to fly to the gym. Izuku feels a buzz and looks down to his phone. You sprint here every morning as a warm-up, then back to push yourself. Leg day is gonna suck, Midoriya. The message reads. Izuku sighs and starts running. 2 long hours later. Izuku breathes heavily as he walks up to the middle school he now goes to. Come on, Izuku, you got this. Izuku's thoughts clouded his mind before he was interrupted by the first bell ringing. Oh no! Izuku sprinted into the school and to the main office. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm a transfer student from Japan. Izuku yelled with the lady at the desk staring at him. Oh yeah, I don't speak English. Izuku sighed and looked down. Izuku grabbed a piece of paper and a pen. He drew a rough sketch of America and then Japan, then a small plane with a huge arrow to where New York is. He pointed to himself, and then Japan on his small map. The lady nodded, then picked up the phone. A few seconds later the door opened behind him. Hello, Izuku Midoriya, is it? The girl behind him asks while tapping his shoulder. Yeah, hi. Izuku turns to see the girl. She's a bit shorter than him with a shoulder-length bob cut and brown hair. I'm Ochako Uraraka. I was born in America but moved to Japan when I was very young, so I grew up there. I'm in America again for a few weeks because of family, and this is the perfect time to help someone else out. The girl smiles at him. Thank you so much. Izuku bows and Uraraka giggles. Come on, I'll bring you to class. Uraraka grabs Izuku's wrist and walks out of the office. So you live in Japan? What part? Uraraka looks over at Izuku. I'm from Yuzurifu City. I have an apartment with my mom. Izuku tries to smile but ends up looking really uncomfortable. Oh, that's cool. I live in a small apartment not far from there. Uraraka puts her hands behind her back. What's your quirk? Uraraka turns to him as they start walking up a set of stairs. Izuku gets quiet. I'm quirkless. Izuku mutters with Uraraka's expression not changing. Same, sucks, don't it? Uraraka sighs a bit but smiles at Izuku after. I don't usually find anyone else who's quirkless. So in a way it's soothing that I have now. Izuku smiles while looking down. Don't sweat it though, kids here are more accepting of quirkless people, so you'll be okay. Uraraka continues to look at Izuku. That's a relief. Izuku's mind immediately went to Bakugo and his relentless bullying. Anyways, here we are. Uraraka stopped in front of the classroom door. I'm in your class so I can help you and translate what the teacher tells us to do. All can help with assignments until you get the hang of it. Uraraka grabs the handle to the door but Izuku quickly grabs her hand to stop her. Uraraka looks back at him confused. Izuku blushes. He grabbed her hand to tell her something but remembered he could have waited. I just wanted to say I can read some English. I just can't understand when it's said, so I should be able to complete papers as long as you explain what is taught by the teacher. He retracts his hand and Uraraka smiles. Alright, cool, let's go then. Uraraka opens the door and all eyes dart to them. Izuku's anxiety shoots through the roof. This is gonna be rough. Chapter 2. 10 months go by quickly and it's almost time to go back to Japan. The girl who taught him some English had left a few weeks after he started school, but Izuku was smart and picked up things relatively quickly. His training had been going well and he was well built compared to his former skinny self. He became well trained in several styles of fighting. Being quirkless, it was a necessity to know how to fight. Every once in a while Izuku would think of the girl who helped calm his anxiety when he came to America. He just couldn't remember her name though. His mentality was much better. He made a lot of friends in this new middle school and he honestly contemplated not leaving America. That was until All Might let Izuku know something big. All Might was going to recommend Izuku into UA. So he wouldn't take the entrance exams. He wouldn't even have to take the recommendation practical exams. It was Izuku's last day of being at middle school in America. School got out at 3 and it was 2:30. Man, we're gonna miss you, Izuku. Izuku's friend puts a hand on his shoulder. For real, bro, it's gonna be so weird having you gone. Another one of his friends adds with a laugh. Don't worry about it, guys, I'll keep in touch. Plus, I'll be back here during the summer. Izuku laughs to his friends. Man, you're going to UA? That's really sick. One of his friends leans back onto his desk. Yeah, same school as All Might. Izuku smiles, remembering All Might's recommending him. Man, I'd love to go to Udata, a girl says, walking up to the group. Same. Izuku smiles at the girl. Class, today a great classmate of ours will be leaving, so I say, you guys can have the rest of the day off to hang out with him before he leaves for Japan. Thank you, Izuku, for being a great student, their teacher suddenly said. School quickly came to an end, and after an emotional goodbye, Izuku jogged home. Mom, I'm home, Izuku yelled out. Welcome home, kid. All Might walked into view and scared Izuku. All Might? It's been a while. The green-haired boy walked over toward All Might with a smile. Inko walked over toward the two. Surprise, Izuku, I knew All Might would be here today but decided to let him surprise you. Izuku walks over to Inko as she speaks and hugs her. Izuku's mood overall improved since he started therapy. You ready to go back to Japan, kid? All Might asked with his signature smile. Izuku smiled back at the man before nodding. I'm ready to be a hero. The green-haired boy clenched his fists in excitement. The next day. Izuku, honey, wake up. Izuku jolted up and realized he was in the car. He looked out the window and saw his apartment. We're home. Izuku ran toward his apartment complex and up the stairs. As he ran up the stairs, he reached his floor. Deku! A voice growled at him. Izuku felt his heart drop. He slowly turned around and saw Katsuki Bakugo standing there. Kaken, Izuku muttered while trembling a bit. Where were you all this time and why do you look so different? Bakugo raises a brow. He spoke oddly quiet, contrast to his usual yelling self. I went to America, I'm back here for high school though, and I've been going to the gym. Izuku wouldn't let himself be intimidated by Katsuki anymore and stood his ground. What high school? Izuku was still very surprised how calm Katsuki sounded. U.A, I got recommended by All Might. Izuku calmly responded but braced himself for Katsuki's outburst. But that outburst never came. All Might? How do you have a connection to him? Katsuki was confused. Coincidence, it's a long story, but he knows I have the heart of a hero, so he said he'd get me in. Izuku lies. Katsuki just nods. Whatever, Deku, see you at UA. Katsuki walks down the stairs at the other side of the building. Izuku stood still for a while. He was perplexed at the actions of his former bully. Izuku, you forgot the keys. Izuku heard his mother yell from the bottom of the apartment complex. Izuku jumped, a bit startled, but then walked down and grabbed the keys from his mother. Sorry, Mom, I'll unlock the door, then come and get all of our stuff. Izuku unlocks the door before running back down to the car. After he finishes bringing all of their bags into the house, he lays in his bed. He feels buzzing in his pocket and takes out his phone. He answers. Hello, young Midoriya. All Might's voice comes through. Hey, All Might, what's up? Izuku smiles while sitting up in bed. I just was going to ask if you'd like to come with me to U.A to meet your teachers. Izuku jumped out of his bed. Sure, when though? Izuku asked while he put on socks. Now, of course. All Might retorts with a laugh. Oh, alright, Izuku puts his shoes on. I'm at your door, come open up. All Might hangs up and Izuku puts his phone in his pocket. Mom, I'm going to U.A with All Might, I'll be home later. Izuku opens the door, and All Might is standing there smiling. Bye-bye, Izuku. Inko yells back. Izuku and All Might arrive at U.A and go to Class 1A, the class Izuku will be in. He was going to be in 1B, but Niza decided that Izuku could learn better from Eraserhead because both rely heavily on combat skills instead of brute power. All Might opens the door and Eraserhead was sitting at the desk with papers in his hands. Ah, Eraserhead, All Might beams with a huge smile. Eraserhead just looks at him and sighs. Yes, All Might? The man begrudgingly answers. I brought one of your new students. All Might retorts while pushing Izuku in front of him. Eraserhead looks over to the green-haired boy. Name? He stands up. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku quickly answers. Quirk? Eraserhead starts to walk over to the pair. Don't have one. Izuku clenches his fist in anticipation of the reaction. Skills? Eraserhead looks the boy up and down. Karate, Muay Thai, Judo, wrestling, and other styles of fighting. Izuku shoots back, making Eraserhead smirk a very eerie smirk. Alright, there will be a Quirk apprehension test. Since you don't have one, I won't expel you for getting last. If you don't get last, then that'll be better for the both of us, Eraserhead says before walking back to his desk and sitting down. Izuku glances back at All Might, who just puts a thumbs up. Midoriya here will be at the entrance exams watching his fellow future students, All Might says. Alright, Eraserhead says before All Might nudges Izuku, and they both leave. After Izuku is introduced to all of his teachers, he goes home. A week later was the day of the entrance exams. Chapter 3. All Might and Izuku were in a room watching the entrance exams. Izuku was amazed at all of the quirks and the ways they were being utilized. He watched Bakugo destroy the robots with a big grin on his face. At least he would know one person in UA. He also spotted a girl who looked very familiar. She punched a robot, destroying it. Sparks flew around her, and she seemed to be radiating some sort of energy. Izuku's eyes lit up as he recognized where he had seen the girl before. He was also confused about one thing. I thought she said she was quirkless? Izuku thought to himself while continuing to watch her destroy robots. Anyone pique your interest? All Might walked up to Izuku, who was staring at the monitors. Yeah, the boy with the engines on his legs reminds me of the hero Ingenium. Also the girl with a bob cut and brown hair who seems to have a strength quirk. Kind of like you, All Might. Izuku looks back to his mentor with a grin. All Might smiles back. I noticed that as well. All Might quickly retorts. Izuku looks back to the screens and scans for more interesting quirks. All Might puts his hand to his forehead. They met when she was quirkless. I hope he isn't suspicious, All Might thought before looking back to the screens. Down on the battlefield, Ochako Uraraka was staying calm while destroying robots. One for all, 3%. She was silent but basically screaming in her head. The power coursed through her and she punched one of the robots through the chest, destroying it instantly. She had received one for all a month prior to the entrance exams. Although she had trained for it, the decision for her to inherit the quirk was last minute. All Might was originally going to pass down his quirk to someone else. Another quirkless person, but Ochako wasn't sure who. Apparently they had become skilled enough in other martial arts that her father didn't feel as if they needed one for all. Part of Ochako was bitter that she wasn't her father's first choice to pass on his power, but she was able to understand why he would be hesitant. All Might wasn't the biggest fan of his daughter wanting to become a hero in the first place. She was still his little girl in his eyes. After more and more bots fell to the hands of the exams entrees, the ground started to shake. Before the exams present, Mike had explained that there were 3 robots, one worth 1 point, another worth 2, and even a third worth 3. He also mentioned a 4th, but it wasn't worth any points. Suddenly a huge robot bursts out from underground and storms around, destroying everything in its path. Uraraka runs away from it, trying to find more robots she can date for points, but hears explosions. She turns and sees a blonde-haired boy flying at the robot. Die! The boy screams before blowing up the robot's back, causing it to fall forward. Uraraka looked at where it was going to land and saw other heroes in training about to get crushed. She subconsciously activated one for all and bounced from person to person, throwing them out of the way of the robot. All but one remained. It was a green-haired girl who was stuck under a piece of ruble. Uraraka felt one for all power up in her legs as she dashed to the girl, quickly throwing the ruble off of her, and then picking her up. She tried to jump out of the way, but the robot was too close. Uraraka dropped the girl and turned to the robot before punching it full power with one for all. The robot flew back over onto its face, rendering both safe. Uraraka's legs were both purple along with her arm. She seethed in pain as she fell to the ground. Oh no! The green-haired girl ran up to Uraraka as Uraraka faded from consciousness. What Izuku thought to himself while watching the monitor Uraraka was on. All Might was visibly uncomfortable. She just sacrificed her body for that girl, but why did her body get so hurt if it was from her quirk? Izuku thought out loud. Some quirks are like that young Midoriya. All Might patted Izuku on his shoulder. The exams ended and Izuku went home. It was weird being in his childhood room. Of course it had only been 10 months, but it had felt like a lifetime. 2 weeks went by and it was the night before Izuku started at UA. His mom knocked on the door. "You can come in." Izuku stood up and got out of bed. Inko walked in. "Hey mom, what's up?" Izuku walked over to her. Inko just smiled at Izuku. "I'm so proud of you, you know." Inko put her hand on Izuku's cheek as a tear went down her face. Izuku cupped her hand and smiled. "I plan to make you prouder, Mom, I promise." Izuku kissed his mom on the cheek before saying goodnight and going to bed. The next morning Izuku woke up faster than ever. He was nervous, yes, but he was also ecstatic about being in UA. He ran to the school and straight to Class 1A. Since he had been there beforehand with All Might, he knew where it was. Izuku walked into the door and immediately saw Bakugo, who just started blankly at him. He didn't have the normal flair he usually did, which sort of confused Izuku. The boy with engine legs walked up to me. "Hello there, I'm Tenya Ida." The boy puts out his hand for a handshake. I returned the gesture. "I'm Izuku Midoriya." Ida took his hand back and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Ida says before looking to the door. Izuku turns to look at the door as well and sees the girl with the brown bob cut. A thought comes to his mind. It's her. Chapter 4. Hello there, I'm Tenya Ida. Ida introduces himself to her while putting his hand out. "Hey, I'm Ochako Uraraka." Uraraka shakes Ida's hand. Uraraka looks over and sees Izuku. She recognizes him and walks over. "Hey, you're the boy I met in America, right?" Uraraka questions while holding out her hand and pointing to his unmistakable green hair. "Yeah, that's me." Izuku smiles. Wait, let me try and remember." Uraraka puts her hand to her chin. "Mito," Uraraka starts. Izuku points to his hair. "Midoriya," Uraraka finishes with Izuku chuckling after. "Yeah, Izuku Midoriya, and you're Ochako Uraraka, yeah?" Izuku says, acting as if he didn't just hear her introduce herself to Ida. "Yup, that's me." Uraraka smiles and claps her hands together. That's such a relief, someone here I know at least well enough to talk to," Uraraka says before the door opens. "If you're here to talk, you can leave now." Mr. Aizawa waltzes over to his podium. "Now for seats." After Aizawa makes the seating arrangement, he starts an announcement. "Usually you'd be going to orientation right now, but we don't need that here. Get in your gym uniforms and we will be going to the baseball field for a quirk apprehension test." Aizawa walks out of the room. All of the students walk to the fields after changing. "Now, Ochako Uraraka, you scored the highest points in the entrance exams. So please come here." Aizawa holds a baseball in his right hand. Uraraka walks up to him. "Yes, sir?" she questions. Aizawa holds out the ball. "Throw this as far as you can using your quirk." Aizawa hands her the ball and backs away. Uraraka blinks a few times before cranking back her arm and activating One for All at 3% before throwing the ball 100 meters. Since it was such a low percentage of her power, it didn't boost her that much. Izuku thought back to when they first met at the middle school in America. Wait, I thought she was quirkless? "We will be doing tests such as these to pinpoint where you are with your quirk. These results will most likely be used in the future," Aizawa announces as he grabs another baseball from a basket. One by one the tests were held. Izuku, being quirkless, struggled but held his own. Aizawa was impressed by him being so strong, getting second in the grip strength test only behind Shoji, who had the quirk advantage. Once the tests were over, Izuku had gotten 10th, blowing Aizawa's expectations out of the water. Uraraka got 4th only behind Bakugo, Todoroki, and Momo. "Alright, now we will go back to class, you will collect your syllabus and you will leave," Aizawa sternly says with the whole class nodding. Izuku did just what he was told, and as he left the school he saw Uraraka in front of him talking to a green-haired girl. The one she had saved during the entrance exams. "Thank you so much, Uraraka." The girl bowed down. "Please, don't thank me, it's what a hero would do, right?" Uraraka responded. The made Izuku freeze and his eyes slowly widen. She's like me. Uraraka looked over to him. Hey Midoriya, what's up? She said, waving him over. He jogged over and smiled. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, looking at the green-haired girl. Setsuna Tokage. The girl smiled back. So what's up, Midoriya? How do you get home? Uraraka adjusts her backpack. Oh, I take the train. What about you? Izuku shoots the question back at her. Same, the one to Mizudafu to be specific. Uraraka laughed a bit. Izuku smiled. I guess we're on the same train then. Setsuna looked at the two. Not me though, my parents drive me home. She awkwardly laughs. They have good chemistry. She thought to herself before backing away a bit. Well, Uraraka, thank you again, I'll see you guys around, she said before walking away. Setsuna was part of Class 1B and some of the girls from that class planned a little meetup so they could get to know each other, so she had to go quick. Well, wanna go to the train now? Uraraka turned to Izuku, who quickly nodded. The walk to the train was silent. Izuku was still kind of shy with new people. Uraraka, I had a question for you, Izuku asked as they got off the train and walked toward their homes. Yeah, what's up? She looked at him and tilted her head a bit. Well, I remember when we met in America you told me something. He started. What did I tell you? Uraraka was confused. You told me you were quirkless. Izuku finished her. Oh, Uraraka paused. I guess you awakened your quirk, huh? Izuku chuckles a bit. Yeah? Uraraka muttered out. She felt bad. She had gotten her quirk given to her. She had forgotten that Izuku was quirkless when she got one for all. It wouldn't have stopped her from taking it, but she still would have felt a little better if she could prepare to see him. I mean, hey, who knows if your quirk awakened this late? Maybe I'll get a chance to, although I'm not sure I need it, Izuku told her. Uraraka glanced at him surprised. Really? She asked him. He nodded. I mean, I think it would be great, don't get me wrong, but I'm confident in my martial arts ability. I truly do believe that I can become a hero. Maybe not one like All Might, but maybe someone like Mr. Aizawa. Izuku looks over to Uraraka, who is even more surprised. You're confident in your ability, even with your disadvantage. I respect that. Uraraka puts out a fist. I wouldn't call it a disadvantage, but thanks. Izuku smiles and bumps her fist with his. Anyways, where do you live? Izuku pulls his fist back to his side and continues walking. This apartment complex right here. Uraraka points to the complex about 100 feet away. Izuku is surprised as he's also looking at his apartment complex right across where Uraraka pointed. I guess we're neighbors, Izuku blankly states while still very surprised. Oh wow. Uraraka stares at the apartment complexes. Have you always lived here? Izuku looks over at Uraraka, who is still staring at the buildings. No, I moved here a few months ago. My dad wanted me to be at least a little close to you. Uraraka looks at Izuku with an odd smile. Guess we're neighbors, huh? She continues. Yep, Izuku says, starting to get awkward. Well, I'd better get going, my mom's probably gonna get worried if I'm not home soon. Izuku turns toward his apartment complex and starts to walk. Nice to see you again, Uraraka. I'll see you at school tomorrow. He walks into his apartment complex without waiting for an answer. Uraraka sighs and walks into her apartment complex. How awkward. Chapter 5. Izuku walked into his homeroom. Aizawa was standing at the podium, and the rest of the class was in their seats. Now that we're all here, Aizawa starts as Izuku sits down. Today we will be doing a training exercise. Now you should have gotten your prototype hero costumes that you designed over the summer. They are right here, he says while hidden doors open on the side of the room. Each costume is by your seat numbers, so find yourself and meet me at the training grounds. Aizawa walks out of the room. The students get up and find their hero costumes. Uraraka grabs hers. It's a full-body pink jumpsuit with a lot of padding all around, but especially on the joints. Izuku, on the other hand, had a black and slightly green costume that slightly resembled a ninja. He knew if he were to be a hero and Quirkless, he wouldn't be able to be too noticeable. More of a stealth hero, similar to Eraser. Everyone went to the training grounds and Eraser was there with All Might. "Hello, students." All Might's exaggerated voice made Uraraka cringe a bit. "Today we will be splitting you guys into teams of 2 each, and it will be 2 versus 2. 1 hero team and 1 villain team," Izuocha announces with the class becoming eager to train. Izuku started to space out. "I'm finally really here, this is crazy," he thought to himself before being cut off from his thoughts. Team D, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka vs Team A, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. All Might announces. Izuku's stomach drops. Bakugo. Team D will be the heroes and Team A the villains, Izuocha says to the 2 groups. All of them nod. "Well, villain team gets set up in the building, heroes will enter in a few minutes." Izuocha shoos Bakugo and Todoroki off. "So what's the plan?" Uraraka looks at Izuku, who quickly darts his eyes to hers. She can immediately tell he's nervous. "Are you okay?" She walks closer to him. Yeah, I'm okay." Izuku backs away from her. Izuku was petrified of going against Bakugo. Even if the last interaction they had wasn't so bad, he had bad memories. "It's just I have bad experiences with Bakugo, so it can be hard for me, you know," Izuku says, making Uraraka raise an eyebrow. "I'll have to ask more later," she thinks to herself before nodding to Izuku. "We'll be okay, just follow my lead, okay?" Uraraka pats Izuku on the shoulder, and he smiles and nods. "Yeah," he says with a shaky voice. "Hero team, you may enter," Izuocha tells the team whole, handing them earpieces for communication. They both nod and walk through the door while putting in the earpieces. "All right, Midoriya. Let's do this." Uraraka took a deep breath and waved at Izuku to follow her. They went up the stairs and heard an explosion blow open a wall next to them. "There you are," Bakugo growled while pointing his hands at the 2. Explosions popped at them and Uraraka and Izuku ducked immediately, barely dodging. They finished going up the stairs they were on and faced Bakugo. "Watch your back, Todoroki is still here." Uraraka looked around with no sign of Todoroki. Izuku stared at Bakugo. His heart was racing seeing the boy look at him with the clear objective of hurting him. But it wasn't the same look he used to get from Bakugo. Something changed. Bakugo ran at the duo and used his explosions to maneuver over Uraraka and right toward Izuku. Izuku braced himself and made an X in front of him to take the brunt of the punch Bakugo was throwing. Instead, Bakugo shot to the side and swung. Izuku quickly backed away from it, and Bakugo flew in front of him. Izuku elbowed him in the back, sending him straight to the floor, landing face first. Izuku pounced to put handcuffs on Bakugo, but Bakugo smacked his hand away and boosted himself off of the ground, head-butting Izuku in the chin, making back away. Izuku grit his teeth as he stared at Bakugo. Suddenly Uraraka threw a punch with 3% of 1 for all. Bakugo evaded the attack and sent an explosion back at her. She was hit and stumbled back. Bakugo looked back and forth between the 2. He smirked and jumped up. Izuku felt a shiver down his spine. "Uraraka jump," Izuku blurted out before ice surrounded the both of them. "That must be Todoroki," Izuku thought to himself as he landed back on the ice and started to slip. Uraraka also landed but kept herself balanced. She activated 1 for all and stomped down, breaking some of the ice. Todoroki walked down the flight of stairs above them. Izuku kept slipping and fell onto his back. "No, don't lose like this," Izuku thought to himself while slipping and trying to get up again. "Midoriya, calm down," Uraraka yells to him. Izuku closed his eyes. "Calm down, you're okay." Izuku opened his eyes again and jumped to a wall. He grabbed onto a rail. Bakugo jumped to him, but Izuku put out his leg and kicked him down onto the ice. Bakugo's head bounced off the ice and he grunted. "Damn it, Deku," Bakugo growled at Izuku. Uraraka jumped over at Todoroki and went to punch him, but Todoroki shot ice out of his hand toward Uraraka, who quickly smacked the ice with 1 for all, destroying it. Uraraka grabbed Todoroki's collar and kneed him in the gut, knocking him to the ground. She quickly chopped him on the neck, knocking him out, then quickly turned to Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku was clawing onto the wall as to not slip on the ice, and Bakugo had just gotten back up. Bakugo looked at Todoroki, who was unconscious, and sighed. He turned back to Izuku and pointed his gauntlet at him. "Your time to play is done," Bakugo calmly said while aiming at Izuku. He let off the gauntlet, and Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Ochako blitz to him and push him out of the way. The explosion hit her and broke the wall leading to the outside. She fell to the ground unconscious. Izuku looked over the edge of the building. "You bastard!" Izuku grit his teeth and turned back to Bakugo. Bakugo just stared at him, no expression on his face. "I guess it's you and me, Deku." Bakugo readied himself and ran at Izuku. Izuku felt himself tense up and he ran at Bakugo. He felt as time slowed as Bakugo threw a right hook. He dodged and sent a knee into Bakugo's stomach. Bakugo stumbled back a bit and grit his teeth. "You knew that was coming, didn't you, damn it?" Bakugo clenched his fists before calming down. He opened his palm and shot explosions at Izuku. Izuku couldn't dodge all of them and was knocked back toward the edge of the building. His head hung off the edge and Bakugo walked up and got on top of him with the handcuffs. "Give up, Deku, you're not gonna win." He grabs Izuku's arm and puts one handcuff on. Izuku looks to his right and sees Ochako on the ground below, still knocked out. Izuku grabs Bakugo's arm and lifts his legs up, kicking Bakugo over him and out of the building. He quickly gets up and runs to the staircase as he hears Bakugo fly back up with his explosions. "Nerd, come back here!" Bakugo enters the building and runs after Izuku. Izuku reaches the top floor and sees the bomb. "All I have to do is touch it," Izuku thinks to himself before getting knocked into the wall to his right by Bakugo. He coughs up blood and falls onto the ground. "Damn it," Izuku blurts out, frustrated. Bakugo grabs him and lifts him up by his collar. "Why won't you give up, Deku?" Bakugo looks in the emerald eyes of the boy. Izuku grabs Bakugo's wrist and squeezes. "Don't be stupid, Kaken," Izuku mutters as the life seems to leave his eyes. "You know me more than anyone, you know I'm gonna be a hero no matter what." Izuku's grip on Bakugo tightens and he puts his arm around Bakugo's neck, putting him in a guillotine hold. Bakugo starts to choke and claw at Izuku's back. "Damn it, Deku, let me go!" He uses explosions to hit Izuku in the back, but Izuku keeps his lock in. "Go to sleep," Izuku tells Bakugo while squeezing him harder. Bakugo starts fading and points his palm at Izuku's neck. "I said let me go." Bakugo sends an explosion straight into Izuku's neck, breaking the guillotine and sending Izuku toward the bomb he has to touch. Izuku takes the opportunity and jumps at the bomb. Bakugo tries to interfere, but Izuku touches the bomb. A loud buzzer goes off and the training is over. "I did it," Izuku thinks to himself before falling back onto the ground and breathing heavily. He feels the ground vibrate and looks over to Bakugo, who's walking up to him. "Deku," Bakugo stares at him as he's laying down on the ground. "I won," Izuku smiles as a few tears stream down his face. He sees Bakugo hold his hand out. "Come on, let's go back to the rest of the class after we get Todoroki and Uraraka," Bakugo calmly says. Izuku was confused. Bakugo was oddly nice. Chapter 6. Bakugo helped Izuku up and the two walked to Todoroki and woke him up. Bakugo held his arm over his shoulder and walked out of the building. Izuku quickly jumped down the rubble of the building where Bakugo had blown it up. There he picked up Ochako's head and shook her a bit. She woke up and looked at him. "What the hell happened?" Uraraka looked at Izuku, who just smiled. "We won." Izuku's smile stayed on his face while tears started to flow. Uraraka smiled back. She didn't know why Izuku and Bakugo had issues, but for now she was content with their victory. Question could be asked later. Uraraka stood up. "On my back," she thought while cracking her back. "You okay?" Izuku watched her rub her back. "Yeah, I'll be alright." She nodded. "Come on, Deku, let's go." Bakugo called for him while walking to the rest of the class. "Alright." Izuku held a hand out for Uraraka. She accepted and he wrapped her arm around his shoulder. He blushed a bit, not so used to that much female physical interaction even if he had a lot of friends in America. "You sure you're fine?" he asked one more time. Yes, I'm fine, Midoriya. Uraraka chuckles and they both walk to the classmates. Uraraka and Todoroki were both brought to the infirmary for Recovery Girl, and Bakugo and Midoriya rejoined the class to watch the rest of the training matches. Later in the day, both Todoroki and Uraraka were fully recovered. They both left school at the same time and Uraraka started to follow Todoroki. So Todoroki right? Uraraka asked the quiet boy. He nodded. So you're his son, right? Uraraka became serious. Todoroki's eyebrows lit up a bit, then became firm. He nodded. Then why didn't you use fire earlier? Uraraka looks over at Todoroki, who puts his right hand up to the sky. I refuse to use his power. I'll become a hero with only my mother's quirk. He clenches his fist and puts it down to his side. Uh-huh. Uraraka looks back toward the road. She sees a black limo start to pull up. This your ride? Uraraka looks at Todoroki, who just nods. Well, Todoroki, good fight today. She reaches her hand out for a handshake. He nods and shakes her hand. He gets in the car and leaves. What an odd boy. Uraraka turns and walks toward the train station. Once Uraraka was in her town, she started to walk home. She spotted Izuku walking toward his apartment with a bag in his hand. She saw burn marks from what she assumed was Bakugo in their fight earlier. She jogged up to him. Hey, Midoriya. Uraraka tapped Izuku on the shoulder, causing him to jolt. Oh, hey, Uraraka. Izuku quickly calmed down and smiled at Uraraka. How are you feeling? Izuku asked her while looking her up and down for injuries. Well, Recovery Girl had me covered, but her quirk makes you really tired, so I slept at the school for a little while. Besides that, I'm completely fine. Uraraka smiled and spun around. That's great. Izuku smiled. Yeah, anyways, how did you end up winning against Bakugo? Especially with such little injury? Uraraka asks while touching the burn marks on Izuku's neck. He blushes a bit. Well, honestly, I countered him as much as I could, and at one point he blew me toward the bomb and I managed to hit it before he got to me. Izuku nervously laughs while rubbing the back of his neck. Well, you won nonetheless, so good job. Uraraka pats Izuku on the shoulder. Thanks. Izuku laughs a bit before looking up to see the sun starting to set. Well, I'd better go. My mom's waiting for the groceries so she can make dinner. Izuku looks down at his feet. Ah, okay. I'll see you tomorrow then, Midoriya. Uraraka turns and starts to walk away toward her apartment complex. Hey, wait. Izuku says, grabbing Uraraka's bag. Huh? What's up? Uraraka looks back to him. Do you want to have dinner with us? I feel like I owe you for helping me back in America. Izuku lets go of her bag. Uraraka smiles. Yeah, sure. She walks up and stands next to him. Lead the way, Midoriya. She holds her book bag straps close and smiles. Izuku nods and starts walking up the stairs to his apartment. So who do you live with family-wise? Uraraka asks Izuku as they walk toward the door. Oh, it's just me and my mom, but she's very sweet so she won't mind a guest. Izuku goes to open the door. Wait. Uraraka stops Izuku from touching the door handle. Huh? What's up? Izuku asks, confused. Well, it just crossed my mind. You said you and Bakugo had a bad past, right? Would you care to elaborate, or is that too personal? Uraraka backs off a bit. Nah, it's fine, don't worry about it. I'll explain after dinner if that's alright. Izuku reassures Uraraka. The door opens and a short, skinny woman is there. Welcome back, Izuku. Inko pauses, looking at Uraraka. Oh my, who's this? She looks at Uraraka wide-eyed. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka bows down. No need to be so formal. Inko swipes her hand at Uraraka while smiling. I'm Inko Midoriya, but just call me Inko. Inko smiles at Uraraka. Then just call me Ochako. Ochako almost yelled. She blushed in embarrassment. Sorry for being so loud. She nervously itched the back of her neck. Don't worry about it, come on in. Inko moved out of the way and Ochako and Izuku entered the home. So Ochako, you're in Udate as well. What's your quirk if you don't mind me asking? Oh, it's a strength enhancement quirk. Ochako gets slightly nervous as she looks around at the apartment. That's great, I bet you're real strong then. Inko looks over to Izuku, who is spaced out. A girl in my house, the young man thinks. Well, I'm gonna make dinner. Izuku, why don't you find something to do while I cook? Don't want our guest to be bored. Inko taps Izuku on the shoulder, and he jolts back to reality. Oh, yeah, Uraraka, follow me. Izuku gets up and walks toward his room. Oh, okay. Ochako gets up and follows him. Izuku goes to open his door. Wait, a mental picture of his room filled with All Might posters and figures crosses his mind. I am a complete fanboy, he thinks while hesitating to open the door. So, Ochako stands next to him awkwardly. Before we go in, I'd just like to say I was a fanboy growing up. Izuku doesn't look at Ochako and opens his door. He walks in and sits on his bed, very clearly embarrassed. Ochako walks in and looks around. You weren't kidding. She giggles. Izuku covered his face with his arms. This is so embarrassing, he thought while Ochako stood in the middle of the room looking around. Izuku shook his head and got up, bringing the chair from his desk into the middle of the room. Here, sit down. He offers the chair to Ochako, who nods. She sits down and looks at Izuku, who sits on his bed. So, how are you liking Udata? Izuku awkwardly spits out. He had gotten accustomed to speaking to people in America, but he found Ochako very attractive, and that intimidated him. Also didn't help that he was in his all-might-infested room. Never mind that, Midoriya. Can we talk about Bakugo? She said, changing the subject. Oh yeah? Izuku let out a nervous laugh. He was hoping to wait until after they ate. Well, long story short, he was my childhood bully. Izuku fiddled with his hands. So I was right, I did kind of got that memo. Ochako frowns at Izuku. Yeah, he bullies me because I'm quirkless. He calls me Deku to signify my uselessness. Izuku tries to laugh it off but ends up frowning again. You shouldn't let his words to get to you, Midoriya. You should take the name Deku and make it your own. Ochako clenches her fists and smiles at him. Izuku looks at her surprised. Make the name Deku the name of a real hero. Ochako puts her fist on Izuku's chest. You may not have a quirk, but you're strong, and prove that to him. Izuku smiles and nods. Yeah, that sounds great. Izuku feels tears threaten to escape his eyes. So what else can we do? Ochako mutters after both of them were silent. You read manga? Izuku asked. The two just ended up talking for a while. After a good 20 minutes, Izuku hears a knock on the door. Kids, the food's ready. Inko yells from the other side. Well, be right there. Izuku yells back before standing up. Ochako stands up and Izuku returns the seat to his desk. The two walk into the dining room and sit down. Izuku, I made you favorite katsudon. Inko pats Izuku on the back. I hope that's okay with you, Ochako. Inko looks over to the girl, who nods. Of course it is. I'm grateful you even offered to have me for dinner. Ochako puts her hands up, making sure she isn't impolite. Of course it's great to meet one of Izuku's friends. Inko claps her hands together, very clearly excited. Izuku sighs. I would have in America, but the language barrier would have been a lot for you. Even I struggled some when I was there. Izuku shook his head. Oh, I know, baby, still, it's really nice now though. Inko giggled and pinched Izuku's cheek before sitting down at the head of the table. I guess. The trio all eat, and after Ochako is about to leave. So, it was great meeting you, Ochako. Inko smiles and gives the girl a hug. Nice to meet you too, Mrs. Midoriya. Ochako hugged her back and smiled. Izuku, walk her home, would you? Inko looked to Izuku, who was spacing out a bit. Oh, okay, sure. Izuku put his shoes on. The two left and walked down the stairs. Thanks for inviting me tonight. Ochako broke the silence that was between them. Of course, it was a thank you, you know. Izuku replied as they walked across the property line to Ochako's apartment building. Yeah. Ochako smiled. They walked up the stairs and to Ochako's front door. Well, thank you again. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku. Ochako held her hand out. Izuku stared at her. Why'd you call me Deku? He asked while still cringing a bit. Well, we established earlier that it's gonna be the name of a real hero, right? So why not? Plus you need to be called it in a positive connotation, otherwise you'll never get used to it. Ochako put a finger in the air while explaining. Izuku just smiled. Thank you, Uraraka. Izuku shook her hand. I'll see you in the morning. Izuku turned away and walked down the stairwell. Ochako smiled and turned to her door before opening it and going inside. Izuku arrived home a few minutes later and opened the door. He sat on the living room couch with a smile on his face. Inko walked over and sat next to him, turning on the TV. So, his mother started. Izuku looked over to her. Ochako's cute, don't you think? Inko smiled a devious smile at Izuku. Mom, Izuku complained. Inko laughed and the two ended the night watching Hero Highlights, Izuku's old favorite. Chapter 7. Class, we will be going to the unforeseen simulation joint tomorrow. Aizawa announces as the students are starting to pack up. We will be training with fake villains, so be prepared. Aizawa looks at Izuku, who has a determined look on his face. Yes, sir, the class all yell out. You are dismissed then. Izuku throws his bag over his shoulder and starts toward the door before being stopped by Ochako. Hey Deku, you want to walk to the station together? She grabs his shoulders with a smile. Yes, sure. Izuku gets a bit flustered but nods in agreement. It had been a week since Ochako had dinner at the Midoriya household. Ochako and Izuku were becoming good friends at this point. That didn't mean either of them were excluded from the rest of the class though. Ochako had made friends with all of the girls and Izuku also made friends with a lot of the girls. Not many of the guys though, as they surprisingly intimidated him even more than the girls did. The two walked out of the school and toward the station. So are you excited to train tomorrow? Ochako looked over to Izuku, who had a smile on his face. He nodded. Yeah, I wonder what the day has in store for us. He rubbed his nose a bit while still smiling. Hey guys, Mina and Shido ran up behind them and jumped on their shoulders. Whoa, both Izuku and Ochako yelled out. The three almost fell on each other. Mina, you can't just jump on us. Ochako scolds the pink girl while Mina just giggles in response. Hello you two. Momo walks up with Tsu and Jiro. Oh hey guys. Ochako perks up with a smile. Izuku just waves. Would you guys mind if we went to the station with you? We don't want to interrupt. Mina winks at Ochako, who just rolls her eyes. Yeah, sure, why not? Izuku shrugs. They all start to walk to the station, conversing on what they think the training will be like the next day. They got to the station and Momo stopped in the road. Momo, are you okay? Ochako turned and looked at the girl. Yeah, my ride's here though, see you guys tomorrow. Momo walks over to a black car and steps in. I forgot she's rich, Mina says while the group watches the car leave. Yeah, she just followed us so she could talk. Jiro turns back toward the train station. What an interesting girl. Izuku chuckles a bit. The others eyeball him. What? He blurts out, noticing the eyes all on him. Let's go, don't want to miss the train. Ochako starts jogging toward the station. They all ride the train and get off their respective spots. Izuku and Ochako walk toward their apartments. Well, Deku, it's been fun. Ochako starts as they near their apartment complexes. Izuku smiles. Bet it has Mrs. Uraraka. Izuku cups his chin. Ochako laughs a bit before shaking her head. You know what, are you free right now? Ochako tilts her head a bit and looks at Izuku. Yeah I am, what's up? Izuku puts his hands in his uniform pocket. Do you want to go hang out somewhere or something? Maybe we can do homework or something. Izuku smiles and nods. Yeah, that sounds fun. How about we change out of our uniforms then meet up here after? Izuku says with Ochako nodding with a huge grin. The two go into their apartments. Hey mom, Izuku throws his bag on his couch. Welcome home, sweetie. Inko walks out of her room and sees Izuku dashing toward his own room. What's got you in a rush? Inko says as Izuku slams his door. I'm changing, then I'm gonna go hang out with Uraraka and do homework. Izuku pulls up his casual pants and pulls off his shirt. Oh, is it a date? Inko yells through the door. Izuku freezes. And oh, he yells while putting on his shirt. He opens the door and Inko laughs. Alright, well, have fun, okay? Inko watches as he dashes to the couch picking up his backpack. He turns back to Inko with a huge smile on his face. I will. He runs out of the apartment. Inko smiles. I'm happy that you're happy, Izuku, she thinks to herself before walking back into her room. Izuku shows up to the spot they agreed to meet and sits down. He was very excited to hang out with a friend who had zero language barrier whatsoever. In America, he would hang out with friends, but sometimes he'd get confused on what was going on because of his underdeveloped understanding of English. One thing he did very much enjoy was English music. That's what mostly helped him learn some English. Hey, Deku. Ochako walked up and sat next to him. Hey, so what do you want to work on first? I know that present Mike gave us. Come on, Deku, let's just go walk around for a little while, then we can do homework. We did just get out of school, after all. I don't feel like going straight back to studies. Ochako interrupts while standing up. Izuku blinks a few times. Yeah, I guess you have a point. He shrugs and also stands up. Lead the way, Uraraka. He smiles. Ochako giggles and starts walking toward the more centralized parts of the city where there's more things to do. They walk past stores and Ochako spots a clothes shop she wants to go in. Hey, Deku, can we stop in here? Ochako points to the store's sign. That's a woman's store. I'll wait out here if you don't mind. Izuku awkwardly smiles. But who's gonna tell me if the clothes I try on look good or not? Ochako puffs her cheeks. One of the employees, Izuku mutters. Ochako stares daggers at him. Fine, I'll follow you. Izuku sighs. The two walk into the store and Ochako jogs over the dresses. Whoa, this one's so pretty. Ochako grabs a dress and looks at Izuku, whose face is slightly red. He nods his head vigorously. Damn, dude, you're that uncomfortable? Ochako frowns a bit and sighs. Wait outside, I'll come get you when I have all the things I'm gonna try on. She pats his shoulder, and he just nods. Yes, ma'am. He bolts out of the store. Ochako shakes her head and starts to shuffle through dresses. On the other hand, Izuku was outside with his hands on his face. Dude, what the hell? Can't even go into a woman's shop without being immature. He thinks back to all of the clothing. Stupid Izuku. He shakes his head. Okay, Deku, I'm ready. Ochako peeks her head out of the door. Alright. Izuku walks in with her, and to the back near the changing rooms. Ochako grabs the pile of clothes she's gonna try on and walks into the changing room. Izuku stands outside of it and stares at the ceiling. Please, no one show up that I know. He thinks to himself. Ochako peeks out of the curtain and pokes Izuku on the shoulder. He yelps a bit, making Ochako giggle. Hey, I'm in the first one, ready? Ochako has a huge grin on her face and Izuku nods. She jumps out and puts her hands on her sides in an all-might-like pose. What do you think, Deku? She spins around and looks Izuku right in the eyes. Whoa, he whispers to himself. I think that means you like it, right? Ochako giggles after hearing him whisper to himself. Izuku nods. You look great. He stares at her. You can stop staring now. She side-eyes him while walking back through the curtain. One by one, Ochako showed Izuku each outfit she picked out. And one by one, Izuku adored each of them. I love your sense of style. Izuku looked over to Ochako, who was carrying the bags filled with almost every piece of clothing she had tried on. Thanks, Deku. She smiled at him before feeling the bags leave her hands. I'll hold them. Izuku smiled at her, and she nodded. Thank you, what a gentleman. Ochako snickers, making Izuku blush a bit and roll his eyes. Where to next? Izuku asked as he adjusted his hands onto the bag's handles. Wanna go eat? I was busy during lunch today at school, so I didn't eat. Ochako pulls out her phone and starts looking online at restaurants. Yeah, let's do it. I'm hungry again anyways. Ochako finds a cafe close to them and they go. It's not too fancy, but it's also not cheap at all. This place is really nice. We should go somewhere a little cheaper. I don't have that much money with me. Izuku goes to turn around, but Ochako grabs his shoulder. No, we're going here and I'll pay for us. Ochako drags Izuku inside and they sit down. Izuku sighs. I really don't want you to pay for me, Uraraka. He protests. Ochako just glares at him. Fine, he mutters. The two order their food and eat. Ochako pays just as she said she would. The two leave the cafe. Ah, that was good, Ochako says, rubbing her stomach. Izuku laughs and nods. I agree, he says. We should go out to eat a lot. I want to try out more places around here since I only moved recently. Ochako stretches her arms back over her head. That sounds fun. Izuku smiles. It's getting late, we should go home. Ochako looks over at the sun as it's ready to set. Oh, hold on, follow me, she says as she grabs Izuku's hand and starts running. A good 10 minutes go by and the duo end up at a beach. Ochako takes off her shoes and walks up to the water, dipping her feet in. Izuku just watched. Ochako turned around and beckoned Izuku. Come on, Deku. She waves her hand over to him. Izuku puts the bags down in the sand and takes off his shoes before running up next to her. The water was very cold. It was barely spring, so it made sense. Ochako walked up closer to the water while watching the sunset and smiled. It's beautiful, isn't it? She pushes her hair out of her face. Yeah, it is, Izuku replies, spacing out watching the view. Izuku's heart was racing. He wasn't watching the sunset at all. He was watching her. Chapter 8. Izuku woke up and smacked his alarm off. He got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. He brushed his teeth and stared at himself in the mirror. Remembering back to last night, he blushed. The sun had finished setting and Izuku and Ochako were walking home. Oh, that was so fun, Ochako grinned from ear to ear as they neared the apartment complexes. It was, I had a great time. Izuku didn't look at Ochako at all. No way, why do I like her smile so much? He felt his heart still beating fast. We should do it again sometime soon, find more cafes maybe? Today's was really good, but I think we can find better. Ochako put her hand on her chin while thinking out loud. Wait a minute. Izuku stopped in his place, remembering something. What? Ochako also stops and turns to look at him. We forgot to do our homework. Izuku face palms. The two sit in silence. Well, I guess we both know what we're doing tonight then. Want to get on a phone call and do it together? Ochako asked, taking out her phone. Yes, sure, Izuku responded while digging through his pockets for his phone. The two exchanged numbers right then, and were up very late doing homework, even falling asleep on the phone. Ugh, I'm so tired, Izuku says in present while getting dressed for UA. Today was the day they'd take a trip to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Izuku tied his shoes and adjusted his backpack as he walked toward the front door. Have a good day, Mom, he yelled out before leaving the house. He walked to the station and got on the train. Usually he'd see Ochako, but he just assumed that she was already at school since she was usually earlier than him. I wonder if Uraraka and I could partner up in today's training exercise, Izuku thought while walking off the train and toward UA. He shows up in school and walks to class. As expected, Ochako is sitting in the classroom alone. She was always first. Hey Deku, Ochako waves at him. Good morning, Uraraka. Izuku smiles at her while walking to his seat and sitting down. Aren't you excited? Ochako walks over to his desk and leans on it. Like we get to go on a trip this early in the school year? She continues while staring at Izuku. Izuku smiles at her and nods. I think it's cool, but it is still training, so I'm prepared to work. He rubs his arm. Yeah, it'll be fun though, I love training. Very energetic this morning, I see. Aizawa stands up out of his sleeping bag. Ochako flinches a bit. I forgot you're here all the time. Ochako walked over and sat back down in her seat. Once the class is full, they all go to the bus and get transported to the USJ. Alright, so, today we will be doing villain training. There are robots similar to the entrance exams. Aizawa starts to explain. The difference is, these robots have much more combat prowess, the hero Midnight says with a grin. And they will also be smart enough to use teamwork, so don't think singling them out will work the whole time, the hero 13 says through their mask. Izuku looked over to Ochako, who seemed to be a bit worried. Hey Uraraka, are you okay? He asked her. She didn't answer. Where's Dad? Her thoughts clouded her mind, and she was spacing out. A loud crash could have heard across the USJ, and the teachers immediately became alert. What was that? Bakugo asked Aizawa. Those aren't part of the training. Aizawa gripped his scarf. Ochako snapped back to reality as purple portals opened up around the students, spreading them all out. She was on a boat with Tsuyu Azui and Minoru Mineta. These are real villains. Ochako watched the water around them and saw villains swimming around attempting to board the boat. What are we gonna do? We're gonna die! Mineta screamed while running in circles. Tsu smacked him with her tongue, shutting him up. Calm down, Tsu yelled at the small boy. I can use full cowl to jump out, but can I carry both of them? Ochako was thinking while trying her best not to panic. Tsu, your tongue is really strong, right? Ochako turns to the green-haired girl. Yes, it is, the girl responds. Okay, here's the plan. Izuku was transported to a field full of the training robots. They would have been fighting in the training exercise. He was alone, with Bakugo. They clearly didn't take into account where they teleported us, Bakugo says as the robots turn toward them and start to attack. The hell? Bakugo yells as he blows one of the robots up. Izuku dodges a punch from one of the robots, and it hits the ground, creating a small crater. Kaken, they're not acting right, be careful. Izuku jumped onto one of the robots and ripped out its wiring. Yeah, I got that much, Bakugo wisely replies while blowing up more robots. Bakugo takes out a few more robots, but as he destroys more, the other ones start to avoid the explosions more and more. They're learning from his patterns, Izuku thinks to himself. Kaken, give me one of your gauntlets. Izuku holds out his arms. Bakugo throws one of his gauntlets and Izuku catches it. Throw me up. Izuku jumps at Bakugo and lands on his hands. Bakugo catapults Izuku up. Die! Izuku screams, getting in character while pulling the pin, letting off a huge explosion. Go! Ochako yells as she jumps using full cowling. In one arm she has Tsu, and Tsu is carrying Mineta using her tongue. Ochako turns back to the water and flicks her finger using One for All. It creates a whirlpool, trapping all of the villains. Hold on! Ochako cradles Tsu and lands back first on the ground. It was such a high fall that it knocked the wind out of her. She was knocked unconscious immediately. Izuku was falling after letting off the gauntlet's explosion, but Bakugo flew into the air using his quirk and caught him. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku muttered while wiping dust off of his face. Don't mention it, let's go, we need to help the others. Bakugo started to walk away and Izuku followed. The two ran over and saw Ochako on the ground unconscious while Mineta and Tsu were breathing heavily. Is everyone okay? Bakugo looked around while Izuku ran to Ochako. She's just unconscious, she'll be alright, Tsu said, noticing Izuku's worried expression. Izuku nods and stares at her. Where's All Might? A man comes through another portal with a purple figure and a larger-than-life mutant-looking thing. He's not here, Bakugo yells at the villains. I guess his students will have to do until he gets here, the man says with a devilish grin as he points at the kids. Nomu, kill them! The creature now called Nomu bolts at Bakugo but is stopped in its place. To kill my students, I'd have to be dead, Aizawa says as he lands on the ground and stops the Nomu using his scarf. The Nomu turns around and Aizawa activates his quirk on it. Eraserhead, you're so cool, the man controlling Nomu says. Izuku feels sweat drip down his face. What's that guy's quirk? I can't go after him if I don't know, he thinks to himself while Bakugo grits his teeth. Damn you, Bakugo yells while shooting himself at the man. Shigaraki, would you like me to teleport you away? The purple figure next to the man says. No, Kurogyri, I can handle this. Shigaraki holds out his hand at Bakugo and smiles. Kaken, Izuku runs after Bakugo. Bakugo sees Shigaraki's hand and boosts himself to the right using his quirk. Shigaraki's grin disappears as he's shot with an explosion right to the face. He gets knocked over and grunts. Damn it, Shigaraki stands back up and looks at Izuku. I haven't seen you use a quirk, you must be the Quirkless one. Shigaraki looks at Kurogyri. Suddenly Shigaraki's hand is teleported right in front of Izuku's face. Without time to react, he closes his eyes. Texas Smash. All Might's voice echoed through the USJ. Ochako woke up to the sound and shot up off the ground. Are you guys okay? She looked at Tsu and Mineta, who both nodded. Ochako turned around and saw All Might starting to fight the Noma. What the hell is that? Ochako thought to herself as she started to run over. She saw Izuku on the ground bleeding and Bakugo holding down a purple figure. That must be the person who teleported us, Ochako thought to herself. Bakugo, what's the situation? She asked while running to Izuku. Aizawa made the big creature thing quirkless and now All Might needs to kill it, Bakugo yells. Alright, she responded while kneeling down to see Izuku with a hole where his right eye should be. Ochako's eyes widen. Deku, she yells while picking him up. I'm fine, Izuku mutters while trying to push Ochako off of him. Help All Might, Izuku says, finally getting himself released from Ochako's grip. Dad, Ochako looks over to All Might. She looks back to Izuku. She feels rage flow throughout her as she activates One for All and runs at the Noma. Dad doesn't have much time left, I need to help. Izuku laid in the ground. His head was pulsing from pain, and he knew he had lost an eye. Through the eye remaining, he felt tears flowing down his face. It hurt so bad, but he was alive. He stood up onto his feet and stumbled a bit before looking at All Might and Ochako, who were both pumping the Noma with punches. Izuku felt like he was gonna pass out, but he wouldn't let himself. He had a feeling if he let himself go unconscious, that he'd never wake up. He looked at Bakugo, who was staring back at him. Deku, is all Bakugo said. Izuku tried to smile, but tears continued to flow down his face. I need to protect them, he thought to himself. The vision of the night before returned to his mind, her smile on the beach. Suddenly he felt a ring in his ears. Everything around him seemed to become easier to see. His heartbeat started racing even faster as sweat drenched his whole body. What's happening to me? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly he heard popping similar to Bakugo's explosions and opened his eyes to see his own sweat exploding. He looked at Bakugo and Bakugo was absolutely baffled. Izuku smiled and looked at Shigaraki, who was standing up and running at Aizawa. Izuku held out his hands and felt something in his head click as explosions left his hands and even his feet. He flew at Shigaraki and pointed his hand in his face. Die! He screamed as an explosion went off, blowing Shigaraki away from the fight. Bakugo watched in awe as his childhood friend awakened a quirk, eerily similar to his. Izuku felt off. Yes, he had awakened a quirk, but he felt his personality changing with the quirk. He felt great, too good for the situation he was in, but as his explosion stopped he felt the arrogance and explosive personality leave. He looked back and saw All Might and Ochako still fighting the Nomu. Kaken, put that guy to sleep and let's go finish off Shigaraki. Izuku activated his explosions and flew toward Shigaraki, who had been thrown far away from the fight. Suddenly a huge crack could be heard and Izuku turned back to see Ochako with her arms snapped clean. He immediately blew himself back at the Nomu and All Might and Ochako. Right before the Nomu crushed Ochako, Izuku flew in and grabbed her. Deku, how? Ochako asked as Izuku flew with her. I have no clue, Izuku muttered back as the pain started to set back in. The two sat down behind a rock and Ochako bit her sleeve, trying not to scream in pain. Izuku, on the other hand, was about to pass out but kept slapping himself awake. Izuku peeked over the rock and saw the Nomu and All Might going back and forth with punches. One final smash led to the Nomu being flung out of the USJ, blasting through the ceiling. All Might stood tall. Izuku jumped out of hiding and ran toward Bakugo, who was now on the floor, knocked out by Kurogyri, catching him off guard. "Get us out of here, Kurogyri," Shigaraki said, and the both of them were teleported away. All Might sighed and fell to one knee. Ochako and Izuku had both left cover and stared at the damage. Aizawa was brutalized. All Might was barely holding on. Bakugo was knocked out. Mineta and Tsu had been knocked out as well. Izuku felt the adrenaline start to wear off and stumbled onto his back. Deku, Ochako kneeled down as Izuku breathed heavily. "I'll be okay," Izuku reassured her before closing his remaining eye. Sirens were heard in the background as Izuku finally faded from consciousness. Chapter 9. Izuku woke up surrounded by people in a hospital bed. He could barely breathe and the vision in his remaining eye was fading. He coughed a bit, and Ochako leaned over the hospital bed. "Deku, you're gonna be alright." She grabbed his hand and he squeezed to show he was awake. He couldn't speak, his throat was dry. There were IVs in his arm. He saw Ochako with a cast on her left arm, the one that had been snapped by the Nomu. Izuku stared at the ceiling. It felt like everything was going so well, then this. He felt his grip on Ochako tighten and a tear flow down his face. His breathing became faster and faster until everything went black. Doctors surrounded him and Ochako was kicked out of the room. There she stood with All Might, who was in his small form. Nobody recognized him. "Ochako, is he doing okay?" All Might said as Ochako walked up and hugged him. "Dad, I'm scared," Ochako mumbled into her father's chest. "I know," All Might rubbed her head. "You mind if I join the hug?" Inko asked as she walked up to the two after recognizing Ochako. "Oh Inko, I'm so sorry this is happening." Ochako hugs Inko and the two cried together. Ochako and All Might consoled Inko. Meanwhile, in the corner sat Bakugo with a hoodie on. He had a whole bunch of questions for Izuku when he woke up. "I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother." Inko wiped her tears while speaking with All Might. "Tashinori Yagi, I am Ochako's father. It's great to meet you and I'm so sorry about all of this." All Might bowed down. To Inko this was odd, but to Ochako it was seeing her father apologizing for not showing up to the USJ earlier. "I think it's time we go home, Ochako. It's getting late after all." All Might pat Ochako's shoulders and she nodded. Inko." Ochako hesitated to continue. "Yes, dear?" Inko asked her. "Can I have your number? If you wouldn't mind, I'd love updates on Izuku's condition while I'm at school." Ochako awkwardly smiled. Inko smiled and nodded. "Of course." Inko pulled out her phone and the two exchanged numbers. "It's so nice that Izuku has friends that care for him so much." Inko smiles at Ochako and Ochako just smiled back. "Alright, well, we better get going," All Might says as he turns to the door. Ochako nods and waves to Inko before the two leave. Inko sits down in a chair and looks over to the corner. "Katsuki, how long are you going to stay?" Inko asks, catching the boy off guard. Figures she knew. Bakugo smiles to himself. "I'm gonna head out soon. My mom's gonna come by and visit soon, so she'll be able to keep you company." He sits next to Inko and hugs her. "Thank you, Katsuki." Inko smiles. "Well, I'm gonna go now. I'll see you around, Auntie." Bakugo stands up and starts to walk away before glancing into Izuku's hospital room. There he lay, eyes closed with a lot of wires hooked up to him. Bakugo cringes at the sight before walking away. A week and some passed by quick. Class was finally back in UA. The only reason they didn't go on sooner was because of the backlash from the news. Recovery Girl had healed Ochako's arm back to normal, but nothing more could be done with Izuku. His eye hadn't returned, but he was more stable than previously. Still, he hadn't woken up. Ochako walked into the class and sat down. "Well, class, now that we're back in session, let's prepare for the sports festival," Aizawa announces with the class murmuring in response. "I'm surprised. I thought they'd cancel it because of what happened at the USJ," Ochako thought to herself. "The only reason we aren't canceling the sports festival is because we can't be showing weakness," Aizawa says with more mumbling from the class. Ochako just sighs. Please wake up, Deku, I don't like school without you. She thinks while classes start. The day goes by quickly and Ochako is walking back to the train station to go home. She recently got a gym membership near her so she could train. The gym also permits quirk usage, so it's very good for when she wants to train without her classmates. All except one. The only other classmate in that gym is Bakugo. Neither of the two talk to each other for obvious reasons. Ochako didn't know the extent that Bakugo had gone, but he knew that he would bully Izuku for being quirkless. Although now that Izuku had awakened his quirk and the fact that it was so similar to Bakugo's quirk, she didn't know how Bakugo would treat him. She walked into the gym and saw Bakugo. The two glanced at one another and went their respective ways. Midway through her workout, Bakugo walked over and asked how many more sets she had on the incline bench press. Only one more set of 12. Ochako didn't even look at him. The tension was thick. All right. Bakugo turned around and started to go to the weights. Ochako did her last set and stood up, wiping a towel on her forehead to get sweat off. It's all yours, she said to Bakugo while walking off a few feet away. The two's eyes finally met. Thanks, he quietly said before sitting down on the bench press. Yeah, no problem. Ochako turned away and went to her next machine. I should talk to him about Deku, Ochako thinks to herself while sitting down at the press flies machine. She looks over to Bakugo and sees him doing his sets. All better now than never. She gets up and walks over to Bakugo. Bakugo, can we talk? She says with Bakugo ignoring her. He finishes his set and sits up looking at her. About? He says, rubbing his hands together. Deku. He told me some things and I want to know more. So who better to come to than the source of the issues he had? Ochako's voice was slowly becoming angry. Bakugo looked down. How much did he tell you? Bakugo asked without looking up at Ochako. All he told me was that you bullied him, and that you call him Deku to make him feel useless. Ochako clenches her fists. And how much do you want to know? Bakugo looks up to her with a blank look. I want to know everything, what you did to him and the full story. Ochako didn't stop staring at Bakugo. Bakugo sighed. Are you sure he'd want you to know that? After all, there's probably a reason he refrained from telling you everything. Bakugo stands up and grabs his water bottle. Ochako hesitated. He doesn't have to know that you told me. She hesitates even more. Bakugo sighs again. I know you would regret saying that if I told you everything, because some things I don't have the right to tell you. Bakugo thinks about when he saved Izuku from certain death. But I will tell you that I did hurt him a lot. I bullied him all the time, but not for being quirkless. That was just a catalyst, an excuse for my behavior. Bakugo starts to walk away. You didn't finish your set, Ochako says with Bakugo chuckling a bit. I'm done for now. But remember, you can hate me for what I did to Deku. I know you're making the name Deku a better thing, otherwise you wouldn't call him it. If you can reverse the damage I did to him. Bakugo pauses. I'd be forever grateful. And with that he left. What is his deal? Ochako thought to herself before shaking her head and going back to the flies machine. If he was done bullying him, why wouldn't he apologize to him, himself? Why can't he try and right his wrongs and not leave it to me to do it? Her thoughts were loud. The gym closes in 10 minutes. I repeat, the gym closes in 10 minutes. Someone comes over the loudspeakers. Ugh, I guess I'll have to cut this short. Ochako stops after her final set and grabs all of her things. She makes her way home and goes inside. I'm home, she calls out. Welcome home, Ochako. Her mother walks out of the bedroom. Hey Mom, is Dad sleeping here tonight or over in the other house? Ochako asked while putting her bag onto the couch and walking toward the bathroom. The other house, he needed to do some paperwork regarding the USJ, Ochako's mother said while putting down her cup of tea on the kitchen counter. All right. Ochako walked into the bathroom. I'm gonna shower, she yelled through the door. And that she did. Time felt so slow for her ever since Izuku went into his coma. She had even distanced herself from her other friends. part of her felt like it was her fault Izuku got hurt. That if she'd been there to help he would have been okay. She walked out of the bathroom in her pajamas and walked into the living room to see her mother sitting on the couch. She walked over and sat next to her, snuggling up close. "Is everything okay, Ochako?" her mother asked her while patting her head. Ochako said nothing and just snuggled closer. "I'll be okay," Ochako mumbled. After a few minutes Ochako's mom felt Ochako fully lean on her. She looked down and saw Ochako fast asleep. She smiled at Ochako and held her closer. The last week of training would be intense, but Ochako was ready. As ready as she could be, at least. Chapter 10. Where am I? Izuku was standing in a white landscape. Nothing was in sight. He looked down and saw his hands covered in what seemed to be clouds. "Izuku Midoriya," a loud voice said, and Izuku looked around. His eye was back, he could see clearly. "Hello?" Izuku said out loud. "I thought you were a failure, but now prove me wrong." The voice boomed before Izuku's eyes shot open. He was back in the hospital, his breath was steady. "Izuku," Inko's voice boomed. Izuku's eyes shot over to her, and he was breathing heavily. "Mom," he muttered. "Oh, Izuku, my baby." Inko basically jumps onto Izuku. "Mom," Izuku starts to cry as he realizes his eye is still gone. I'm sorry I wasn't stronger." Izuku bawls his eye out. "It's okay, you don't have to be sorry for anything, my sweet boy." Inko hugs her son while doctors surround the two. Ochako stood up on top of her home. She had traveled back to her mansion the night before and would be leaving that night so she could be in time for the sports festival, which was the next day. "Ochako, how are you feeling?" Almight walked up behind his daughter and put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm fine, Dad, just thinking." Ochako stared off into the skyline. The sun was rising. "A new day, are we gonna spar?" Almight asks while backing up. Ochako nods. "Yeah, sometime later." She leans off of the railing. "It's beautiful out." Almight feels the breeze around them. It was almost May, the cool breeze in the mornings wouldn't leave until the summer. Yeah, Ochako pushed her hair behind her ear. "You miss him, don't you?" Almight blurts out. Ochako chuckles a bit. "I guess it was just having someone who could kind of relate to me. I mean, I know since you gave me one for all I haven't been quirkless, but when me and him met in America it was nice to have that familiarity. Two quirkless kids, you know?" Ochako frowns a bit. "Now either of you are quirkless," Almight says, reminding Ochako of Izuku's quirk awakening. "I don't get that. Was he really a late bloomer? I don't think he'd lie about having a quirk." Ochako questions while putting her chin on her hand. "No, he wouldn't lie. I know that boy well enough to know that." Almight stood next to Ochako. "What do you mean?" Ochako asks her father while looking over to him. "Before you, Ochako, I was going to give one for all to Midoriya," Almight says, making Ochako's eyes widen. So he was the one, Ochako thought to herself before looking back to the rising sun. "I was wondering who it was. I'm honestly not sure how I feel about it though," Ochako muttered. "What do you mean?" Almight is a bit taken back. "I mean, maybe if you had given Deku one for all, none of this would have happened." Ochako's voice broke a bit. Almight frowns and puts an arm over Ochako, pulling her into a hug. "Ochako, what happened at the USJ was no one's fault. Izuku is gonna wake up and things are going to go back to normal." Almight tries to tell Ochako. "No, Dad, he lost an eye, he'll never get that back, and if I was stronger maybe I could have helped him, but no, I was useless, I couldn't even help you beat the Nomu." Ochako broke down crying. Almight was silent and just hugged her. "I'm sorry, Ochako," he quietly says. Ochako cried into her father's arms as the sun fully came over the horizon. Once she calmed down, she went back inside. "I will never let him get hurt like that again. I'll get stronger, and I'll protect Deku," she thought to herself while activating full cowl. "It needs to become second nature to me, and if I keep it active it should do it." Izuku slowly got out of the hospital bed and blinked a few times. "We can get a prosthetic eye soon, but for now we can't do much," a doctor said to him. He nodded. Thank you for your help. He bowed down and thanked all of the doctors. He and his mother were permitted to leave the hospital right then and there. Once he arrived home, Izuku sat down on his couch with Inko. Izuku, I'm not sure I want you to go back to UA. Inko put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I understand that. Izuku mumbled while putting a finger on his eyelid where the eye is missing. But I still want to be a hero, Mom, I really do. Izuku feels tears threaten to leave his eye. Please let me go back. I'll never let anything like this happen again, I swear. Inko just stared at her son. One more shot. If anything happens like this again, I'm going to pull you out of UA. Inko stands up. I never want to see you this hurt again, you hear me? Inko tells Izuku. Izuku nods and smiles. Izuku turns on his phone and is met with hundreds of texts. Family, friends, her. He opens his messages with Ochako and sees apologies from her. He frowns. Ochako was drying her hair after taking a shower. She finished drying off and got dressed before walking to her room. Suddenly she hears her phone ring. She sighs and takes it off of her desk before seeing the person calling. She quickly picks up. Deku, she yells through the phone. Hey Uraraka. Deku, you're awake? Oh my god, when did you wake up? Ochako urgently asks. A few hours ago. I'm home now though. Are you busy? Izuku asked. Ochako took the towel off of her hair. Not at all, I just got out of the shower. But wait, why do you ask? Ochako questions while playing with her hair. Well, do you want to meet up? I kind of want a rundown of what's going on in school before I come back. I have missed quite a bit. Izuku chuckles a bit. Ochako frowns. Well, I'm not in town right now, but I can be in like an hour or two if you still want to meet up. Ochako puts Izuku on speaker while going to messages with All Might. It's fine if you can't. No, I want to. Ochako interrupts Izuku and quickly blushes. I can get driven down there now. You want to meet at the apartments? Ochako stutters a bit. If that's fine with you, then yes, sure. Izuku smiles while sitting down on his bed. Alright, I'll be down soon. Meet me there in like an hour, okay? Ochako starts to run into the living room where her dad is. Yeah, alright, see you then. Izuku says before taking the phone back to his ear. See ya, Ochako says before hanging up. Izuku put his phone back in his pocket. Well, I guess you'll be going out in a little while. Inko says from behind the boy, making him jump. Yeah, I am. Izuku laughs a bit. Ochako was very worried about you. She even had me give her my number so I could update her. Inko laughed. Really? Izuku was surprised. Yeah, when you first went into your coma. I was horrified and she was as well. You found a good friend, Izuku. Don't let anything happen to her. Inko insists. Izuku smiles and nods. I'll get stronger and I won't let anything happen. Izuku clenches his fists before accidentally letting off a small explosion in his hand. The two stare at each other. I guess I should learn to control my quirk more. Izuku mutters a bit embarrassed. Inko just laughs. Yeah, probably need to work on that. Izuku awkwardly laughs. I honestly forgot I awakened a quirk. I'm also questioning why Hey Dad's quirk was fire-breathing, right? Izuku begins to look at his hands. It was. Your explosions don't have much of a relation to either of our quirks. Izuku side-eyes his mom. And I am you and Dad's kid, right? Izuku asks, making Inko burst out laughing. Yes, Izuku, you are. I'm not sure why your quirk is such like Katsuki's, but I can promise you two aren't brothers, that's for sure. Inko shakes her head while laughing. That's good at least. Izuku laughs. Well, I'm gonna go shower, see you later, Ma. Izuku walks away. That boy's gonna go far, Inko smiles to herself while walking to the couch and turning on the TV. Izuku showers and gets ready. He walks out to between the apartments about 20 minutes earlier than they had planned. He sees someone he didn't expect. Deku? Bakugo stares at the boy. Hey Kaken, Izuku stands his ground as Bakugo walks toward him. Izuku squinted his eyes shut as he expected Bakugo to hit him, but instead was met with a hug. Izuku opened his eye and stared at Bakugo. I'm glad you're awake, nerd. For a while I thought you wouldn't wake up. Bakugo didn't let go of the hug. Izuku slowly hugged back. Kaken, what's up with you? Ever since I left for America, you've been different. Izuku slowly backed away from Bakugo. Bakugo smiled and it made Izuku uncomfortable. Nah, that's a story for a different time, Deku. For now, I need an explanation on that quirk of yours. Bakugo grabbed Izuku into a small headlock and ruffled his hair like an older brother would. Izuku pushed himself out of the headlock. I don't know what's with the quirk. I asked my mom and she doesn't have any idea either. We aren't brothers, so it doesn't make sense to me why my quirk is basically a carbon copy of yours. Izuku says, popping explosions in his hand. Bakugo mimics him. I mean, my explosions are from my sweat. Are we sure yours are the same? He says, popping explosions as well. Yup, from what I've gathered at least. I will be going to a quirk doctor though just to get the full details. Izuku suddenly made an explosion on his foot, boosting himself off the ground. I can't do that. Bakugo laughs. Well, I guess I can. Izuku boosts himself up more using both feet this time. Bakugo face palms. Illegal quirk use. He points out, making Izuku flustered. Well, Izuku freezes. Bakugo laughs. Damn nerd, I'm messing with you. He punches Izuku's shoulder. Izuku gets embarrassed. When are you gonna tell me what changed your attitude? Izuku changes the subject. Whenever I feel like it, Deku. Time's not right, and like I said, it's a story for a different time. Bakugo rolls his eyes. A car drives up to the apartment buildings and Ochako hops out. Deku, Ochako yells as she sprints at the two. Uraraka? Bakugo steps away from Deku. Uraraka, hey! Izuku says before getting tackled into a hug. I'm so happy you're okay. She snuggles up to his chest and he smiles. He looks over to Bakugo and Bakugo smirks before turning around and walking away. Izuku pats Ochako's back and she backs away from him. It's so good to see you awake. Ochako puts a hand on his face and cups his cheek. Izuku blushes a bit and smiles. Yeah, it was scary at the USJ, I'm just happy you're okay too. Izuku puts his hand on Ochako's hand that's on his face. Ochako hugs Izuku again. So what's the plan for school? Izuku chuckles a bit while fully hugging Ochako back this time. Well, you missed a lot of work, but I can help you with that, and also the sports festival is tomorrow. Ochako says before Izuku quickly pulls away from the hug. Tomorrow? Izuku yells, startling Ochako. Ochako laughs and nods. I doubt Aizawa will let you participate, to be honest. I mean, you've been in a coma for over 2 weeks. Ochako continues laughing. Oh, how wrong she was. Chapter 11. Izuku stood at the starting line of the sports festival's first event. It was a race into the stadium, but with obstacles in the way. He had little experience with his quirk, but during the USJ he used to it fly, so he planned to do the same here. Go! President Mike yelled, using his quirk, officially starting the race. Izuku sprinted over the start line and around the corner where 0 pointers from the entrance exams automatically locked on to all of the students. Izuku ran through under them and then used his explosions to propel himself up on top of one of them. He blows up the wiring, sending the robot to the floor. The way he knocked it over blocked anyone who couldn't jump high or fly. Ochako wasn't one of those people. She jumped over the robot Izuku knocked over using One for All. She was able to use 10% of One for All after her training since the USJ. All of the students end up at a canyon-looking field. Small ropes in the middle are the only way across if you don't use your quirk. This quirk really was well-timed, Izuku thinks while flying over the abyss. Ochako used One for All to jump from rock to rock. The final obstacle was a minefield and a long stretch run into the stadium. The students were all walking slowly, trying not to activate any of the mines. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku were all fighting for first place, but Ochako, on the other hand, used One for All to propel herself into the air, so unbeknownst to the three fighting for the lead, they were all behind Ochako, not by much though. I am not gonna lose this! Bakugo screamed at Todoroki and Izuku while turning his hand to the both of them. Todoroki stayed silent, but Izuku smirked. I am not either! He screamed back at Bakugo while pointing his hand at him as well. Todoroki, being in between the two, put ice up to his side, stopping the impending explosions. Izuku caught something in the corner of his eye. He looked over and saw Ochako in front of them. Damn it, he thought to himself while using his explosions to go even faster, attempting to catch up to the one-for-all user. "Oh you don't." Bakugo jumps up to Izuku's blind spot and grabs his collar, choking him. "Damn you!" Izuku turns over and puts his hand on Bakugo's face. "Die!" Izuku yells while blowing Bakugo back into Todoroki. The two fall onto the mines, causing a massive explosion. It catapults Izuku forward and he crashes into Ochako, making them both fall onto the ground. More mines get activated and the whole field of them starts to explode. Holy sure! Izuku get interrupted by Bakugo flying through all of the explosions with Todoroki right behind him. Bakugo punches Izuku in the face and Izuku growls to himself. He gets up and looks at Ochako, who is already running after Bakugo and Todoroki. He wipes sweat off of his face and starts to use his explosions to fly after them. It was really the final stretch now. A couple 100 feet away from the finish line, the four were almost neck and neck. He's fast, Ochako jinx while pumping one for all up to 12%. Her joints become achy, but her speed became even faster. She sped past Bakugo and Todoroki and was firmly in the lead. Izuku didn't like this as his winning spirit skyrocketed while using his quirk. The personality changes were very obvious. He started to push his explosions further, leaving craters in the ground as he boomed past everyone and straight through the finish line. Izuku Midoriya wins with a huge display of skill using his newly awakened quirk. President Mike screams out with the stadium's inhabitants going crazy. Ochako placed second and Bakugo third with Todoroki a close fourth. Izuku deactivates his quirk and falls to the ground, breathing heavily. "I'm so tired," he thinks to himself while trying to catch his breath. Ochako walks up to him and puts a hand out. "Congrats, Deku, you won the race." Izuku smiles and grabs her hand. "Thanks, it was really close though," Izuku says as Ochako hoists him up off the ground. Next was the cavalry battle. Izuku's team of himself, Ochako, Tokoyami and a girl named Hatsum ended up winning because Izuku was able to fly using his explosions, with the only person even getting close to him being Bakugo. The tournament was decided and Izuku's first match was against Momo. Uraraka's first match was against someone named Shinso from General Studies. The whole tournament first round in order. Izuku vs Momo. Bakugo vs Tokoyami. Kirishima vs Tesutetsu. Ashido vs Aoyama. Uraraka vs Shinso. Todoroki vs Siro. Kaminari vs Shiosaki. Hatsum vs Ida. Izuku's match was the first of the whole tournament. First from Class 1A, the winner of the race earlier today, Izuku Midoriya. President Mike introduces Izuku, and he walks out onto the battlefield. He looks around the crowd and feels a small pit in his stomach. He smacks himself in the face to pump himself up. And also from Class 1A, the girl who can create anything, she knows how the components of Momo Yayorozu. President Mike yells while Momo also walks out to the battlefield. Momo was visibly nervous. Match start. Midnight, the referee waves a flag down. Both Izuku and Momo stood still staring at one another. Momo started to make something and Izuku pounced at her using his explosions to knock her over. He didn't want to hurt her, but he also felt like she wouldn't like if he went easy on her. She finished making something and fell on the ground. It was a staff, but Izuku had no clue what it was made out of. Izuku used explosions from his feet, immediately blowing off his shoes. He flew at Momo and threw a punch, but Momo blocked it with her staff. Izuku felt his knuckles almost crack and he retracted his hand while blowing himself away with his explosions. What the hell is that made of? Izuku thought to himself while holding his hand to his chest and hissing in pain. Izuku's mind was racing, strategizing on how to beat Momo. He had forgotten that she also got in on recommendation. Except she participated in the recommendation exams unlike himself. She was experienced and she was good. He shook his hand to try and ignore the pain. He dashed at Momo and grabbed the staff in her hand. They started to play a game of tug-of-war, but Momo threw herself at Izuku. The staff bounced off Izuku's nose and he ignored the pain as he pulled her even closer. The two were face to face as Izuku started to fly up using his explosions. While a few feet in the air, Izuku let go of the staff and pointed his foot back toward the crowd before full blasting an explosion out of it, propelling him into a backflip-like motion. His foot crashed into Momo's chin, making her fly up. Once Izuku realigned himself back to a normal position, he looked up at Momo, who was falling down toward him. Momo had the staff in her hands and was aiming for Izuku, who before he could dodge was smacked in the face with the staff. Momo landed on him, and the two began to fall to the ground. Izuku grabbed her shoulder and twisted her around so that she was on the receiving end of the ground's imminent damage. He then put a hand to the sky. "I am not gonna lose!" he screamed, surprising Momo before he made a huge explosion, sending the two into the ground. Momo passed out and Izuku was on the ground next to her, breathing heavily. "Izuku Midoriya wins in very controversial ways, but he won," President Mike announces as the crowd is almost silent with few cheers. Izuku stayed on the ground for a few seconds before looking over at Momo. He immediately felt guilty seeing her completely unconscious. He stumbled to his feet and looked at her as she slowly came back to consciousness. She groaned in pain while opening her eyes to see Izuku with his hand out. She took it, and he helped her stand up. "Good fight, you really surprised me." Izuku tried to compliment her but was nervous. "Your quirk really does affect your personality heavily, doesn't it?" Momo laughs a bit while putting her hands back to her sides. "It was a good fight though," Momo added on while the two were pushed off the battlefield. Izuku was back in the boys' locker room. "I see you aren't pulling your punches, huh?" Bakugo said from behind Izuku, who quickly turned to him. "I'm not going to underestimate anyone," Izuku shyly responded. Bakugo smirked. "Good. Then don't underestimate me either," Bakugo said before walking out of the locker room. It was Bakugo's match up next, and he was facing Tokoyami. To say it was a one-sided match would be an understatement, as Tokoyami's weakness was light, so Bakugo's explosions were very easily taking him out. Next was Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu, and it was almost a draw, but Kirishima barely won. Ashido quickly made a fool of Oyama, making his pants fall down mid-match, and him just forfeiting afterward. Then was Ochako's match against Shinso. Ochako walked out of the girls' locker room and saw Ojiro standing there. Hi! Ochako was confused. "Hey Uraraka, I know we don't talk, but that Shinso kid you're going against. His quirk is brainwashing and he only needs you to answer a question of his for it to be activated, so just don't answer him, okay?" Ojiro insists. Ochako just nods. "Thanks," she says before walking out to the battlefield. First from Class 1A, the runner-up of the race earlier today, the brunette badass Ochako Uraraka. President Mike yells with the crowd going crazy. Ochako blushed at the comment and looked up to the glass windows where teachers were watching and saw All Might giving her thumbs up. Of course he'd give President Mike the go-ahead for something like that, she thought to herself, while Shinso was introduced. Match start, Midnight yells at the two. Shinso smirks. "So you're another blessed person with a great quirk, right?" Shinso says, making Ochako slightly confused. Ochako activates One for All at 10% and runs at the boy. "Same with that damned Midoriya." Shinso braces himself for a punch, but it never connects. He opens his eyes and sees Ochako frozen in front of her. She was angry. "Did I hit a soft spot?" Shinso smiles and punches Ochako in the gut. Ochako coughs a bit and falls to the ground. She quickly rolls backward and up back to her feet. "That loser awakened his quirk while half dead and he still couldn't save himself." Shinso yells at her, going completely past boundaries. Ochako instinctively activates One for All. 20%. The pain that would usually come with that percentage wasn't there. "Shut up," she punched him back, but then her mind went blank as she froze. Shinso smiled and got back up. "Walk out," Shinso ordered. Ochako felt her body moving. "No, I can't lose like this, damn it," she thought to herself as she walked toward the edge of the battlefield. She looked at the entrance to the battlefield and saw blank faces. Who are they, she thought to herself before she felt One for All activate in two of fingers. It was 100%, so it broke the fingers, but it also broke the control that Shinso had on her. Dust filled the battlefield and Ochako breathed heavily while looking around. She felt a ring in her ears and suddenly something shot out of her wrists. A black-looking substance with pink outlines. It flies around her and blows the dust away. What the hell, Ochako thinks to herself as Shinso watches her surprised. How the hell are you doing that? Shinso yells at Ochako before realizing the fear in her eyes. Help me, Ochako says. Shinso immediately activates his quirk and Ochako's face goes blank again. This time Ochako appeared in a black landscape. She opened her eyes and was met with a tall man. Ochako tries to speak and realizes she doesn't have a mouth. She looks down and sees her abs but no legs. Where the hell am I, she thinks to herself while the man in front of her sighs. Come on, kid, you can't panic like that, the man says while face palming. Listen, that black stuff, it's my quirk, it's called Black Whip, the man says as the black whip releases from his wrist. His version has green outlines. I know mine is greener, but it's still the same quirk. You've had one for all for a while now, and it's getting closer and closer to the core of the quirk, finally bursting out with power, the man tells her. I'm Daigoro Banjo, the 5th user of One for All. He smiles at her. This is finally the time for One for All to flourish, Ochako Uraraka, daughter of the 8th user. Banjo puts a hand on her blanked-out shoulder. Control your emotions, do not let them take hold of you, use them to your advantage, Banjo says before Ochako's vision goes back to the sports festival. Once again she had broken out of the trance, and she locked eyes with Shinso. She points her wrists at Shinso but nothing comes out. Control your emotions, she thinks to herself. Barely any black whip comes out, but some does, and the crowd goes silent. Embarrassing, Ochako thinks to herself before charging Shinso using for One for All at 10%. Ochako grabs Shinso and pushes him toward the edge of the battlefield. What the hell are you? Shinso punches Ochako in the face, but she continues to drag him out of the battlefield. She finally gets him out of the battlefield. The winner, Ochako Uraraka, who seems to have had a quirk awakening. President Mike yells with the crowd going wild. Ochako looks at her wrists, and then up at All Might in the teacher's window. All Might stared back at her. What just happened, Ochako thought while helping Shinso up off of the ground. What the hell was that about? Shinso growled at Ochako. I don't even know. Ochako looked down. Shinso rolled his eyes and walked to the back. Ochako followed him and was met with Izuku at the door. Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku grabs her shoulders and shakes her a bit. Ochako awkwardly laughs. I'm fine, I guess I awakened a new quirk though. Ochako looked at her hands. I need to go talk to someone. Ochako shakes her head and walks past Izuku. She immediately walks toward the teacher's lounge and pulls out her phone, calling her dad. Ochako, where are you? All Might answers through the phone. I'm on my way. Wait outside the lounge, she says before hanging up. Her mind was racing because of the quirk awakening. Was there gonna be more quirks? Would people find out about One for All? She could barely keep it together. The next match was Todoroki versus Zero. Todoroki absolutely washed Zero away. He didn't even have a chance to move before Todoroki froze him to the ground. Ochako arrived at the teacher's lounge and saw All Might in his small form now. She immediately hugged him. Dad, why didn't you tell me this would happen? Ochako says, almost crying. I didn't know it would. I thought you awakened your own quirk? Does it have to do with your quirk? All Might asks while hugging his daughter. Listen, I'll explain it later, I just need a hug right now. Ochako buries her face in his chest and he pats her back. You'll be okay, Ochako. You made it through to round 2, now you gotta focus up. We can focus on the quirk afterward. All Might says as Ochako backs up and nods. I'll win, Dad, I'm confident I will. Ochako puts her fist out and All Might fist bumps her. She turns around and walks back to the students. Uraraka, where'd you go? Izuku says, running up to her. I had to use the bathroom, sorry. Ochako awkwardly rubs the back of her neck. The bathrooms are the other way, Izuku thought to himself while watching Ochako walk over toward the students sitting down. The next 2 matches of the tournament were Shiozaki and Kaminari, which resulted in Shiozaki winning, and then Hatsum vs. Ida, which Hatsum treated more like an advertisement for her own inventions, eventually leaving the battlefield, making Ida win. Round 2 of the tournament was set up in this order: Izuku vs. Ishido, Bakugo vs. Kirishima, Todoroki vs. Shiozaki, Ochako vs. Ida. "I'm up first," Izuku says to Ochako as the two stand near the entrance to the battlefield. "Good luck, Deku. I know you'll do great." Ochako smiles at him. Izuku smiles and nods. "Yeah." And from Class 1A returning to the battlefield after his hard-fought victory in the first round, Izuku Midoriya, present, Mike yells. Izuku takes one last glance at Ochako, who smiles at him and waves. He turns away and smirks to himself. He goes onto the battlefield and Midnight starts the match. "Midoriya, let's have a good fight," Mina yells to him. Izuku smiles and nods. "Let's do it," he says, using his explosions to boost at Mina. Mina used her quirk to create a path toward Izuku. She was able to slide on her own acid because she was resistant, which Izuku was surprised about. That type of ingenuity with her quirk is what got her into U.A in the first place. Even if she couldn't use it to fight because it would skin people alive, she could use it for rescue missions. Even with that, she still managed to use it for fighting, even if not directly. She slid to Izuku and threw a punch, but Izuku used his explosions in his right hand to shoot himself out of the way and pointed an explosion at Mina's torso. She jumped up, avoiding it, but was met with Izuku's hand punching her in the stomach, pushing her straight into the ground. Mina immediately backed off and started thinking. Izuku smirked at her. "Come on, Ishido, let's show them a real fight." Izuku's quirk was making his personality more and more similar to Bakugo every time he used it, but it was only while he used it. Mina looked at Izuku's eye. The other eye socket was closed, and Mina decided to take advantage of Izuku's lack of an eye. She shot to his blind spot and threw a hook, punching him straight in the nose. "Maybe you didn't know," Mina started while covering the floor around Izuku with acid. "But I can control that acidity of my acid," Mina says while also covering Izuku's torso with acid. Izuku winces in pain. "This is just enough to hurt, not enough to kill you though." Mina slides around Izuku on her acid and slowly makes it more acidic. Izuku tries to track Mina, but his blind spot prevents him from doing so. He closes his eye. The crowd was confused. Mina took this opportunity to swing at Izuku, but Izuku put his hand up, catching her fist. He squeezed her fist, and she cringed. "Don't underestimate me." Izuku grabs Mina's wrist and punches her in the face, almost immediately creating a bruise. Mina uses her free hand to shoot acid at Izuku's chest. She burns off his shirt, and the acid starts to burn his chest. Izuku feels his eye twitch as he puts his hand on Mina's face. "Get off me!" He screams at her before using his explosions to blow her back and almost out of the battlefield. Mina coughs and opens her eyes, breathing heavily as the explosion burned her face. She blinks a few times before stumbling to her feet. Mina laughs a bit. "You're really strong, Midoriya," she says while starting to walk toward him. Izuku smiles. "I have gotten better with this quirk of mine." Izuku walked toward her as well. Mina stumbled and her head landed on Izuku's chest. She was still breathing heavily. Izuku put his hand to her stomach, preparing an explosion. "This was a good fight, Ishido, you're very tough." Izuku laughs a bit before Mina punches him in the stomach. He tightens his abs and backs up a bit, wincing in pain. "Who said it was over?" Mina smiles at Izuku and Izuku smiles back. "I did." Izuku punches Mina in the stomach and keeps his hand at her stomach. He makes an explosion that blows her all the way back to the wall of the stadium, knocking her out cold. "Izuku Midoriya wins," President Mike announces while the crowd goes berserk. Izuku falls to one knee and breathes heavily. "Damn, just what I'd expect from U.A students," Izuku thinks to himself while laying down. Izuku passed out from exhaustion, and Midnight picked him and Mina up, bringing them to the back and into the infirmary. Whilst Kirishima and Bakugo were fighting, Ochako went to the infirmary to check on Izuku. "Deku, are you awake?" Ochako walked into the infirmary and looked around. "Yeah, I'm up." Izuku yawned while looking at Ochako. Good, are you feeling alright? Ochako asks while sitting down next to him. Yeah, I was just really tired. Ashido put up a really good fight. Izuku looked over at Mina, who was sleeping. Recovery Girl healed her, and it drained her stamina. Yeah, she's really strong, but that's all of us really, there's a reason we're in UA. Ochako laughed a bit, and Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm excited to find out who I'll be facing in the semi-finals, although I have a feeling I know who. Izuku thought while looking over to the TV showing the battle between Kirishima and Bakugo. Bakugo overwhelmed Kirishima and used his explosions to send Kirishima all the way out the arena, almost into the crowd. Wow, Ochako said while hearing the crowd go crazy on the TV and even throughout the stadium itself. That's kakin for you. Izuku smiled and shook his head. He was very surprised from the night before when Bakugo hugged him. He wasn't sure if their relationship could be repaired, but Bakugo seemed to be trying to. They both watched as Todoroki and Shiozaki went out to the battlefield. Todoroki once again completely swept the floor. He completely covered Shiozaki in ice, rendering her unable to battle. Well, that was quick, Ochako mumbled. Izuku laughed. Guess it's your turn, good luck Uraraka. Izuku smiled brightly, making Ochako smile at him. I've got this. Ochako clenches her fist while marching out of the room. You guys are cute together, Mina says, making Izuku jump. You're awake? Izuku turns his head to Mina, and she was sitting there smiling. Yeah, I woke up a few minutes ago. I'm really happy you woke up, Midoriya. Ochako was worried sick. Mina closes her eyes while still smiling. Izuku smiled to himself. Great fight, by the way. I'm really happy with how I performed. If I had fought you before training for the sports festival, I wouldn't have stood a chance. Mina opens her eyes and rolls her legs off of the infirmary bed, letting them dangle in the air. Yeah, it was a great fight. You exceeded my expectations. I never knew you could control the acidity of your acid. That's so cool. Izuku slightly fanboys at her quirk. Mina giggles. Before this week I didn't know I could. Only I could handle the acid because of my natural resistance. Now I can use it to fight though, which is great. Mina exclaims while throwing her hands up in the air. Izuku laughs and looks over to the monitor showing the stadium. First from Class 1A after her triumph against Shinso from General Studies is back on the field, Ochako Uraraka. President Mike introduces Ochako again, and she walks onto the pitch. And also from Class 1A, the personal advertisement of Mei Hatsum, Tenya Ida. President Mike introduces Ida, who walks out to the battlefield with a glare in his eyes. Fight, Midnight yells but is cut off. I forfeit, Ida says, backing up and stepping out of the battlefield. Ochako is stunned. Ida turns away and walks to the back with boos from the whole crowd. What the? Ochako thought to herself. Ochako Uraraka wins, President Mike yells after the awkward silence mixed with boos from the crowd. Ochako watched as Ida enters the back and starts to jog to the back to meet him. Ida, why'd you do that? Ochako raised her voice while following the boy. I have personal matter I must attend to. Please do not take this as disrespect, but mind your own business. Ida snaps back at her before turning back again and walking away. Ochako clenches her fist. How can I not take that as disrespect, she thinks to herself before Izuku walks up past Ida and to her. Well, that was anticlimactic, Izuku says while watching Ida walk away. Ochako also watches. I'll interrogate him later, she thinks to herself before Izuku turns to her. Well, I'm all good now and my match is up next, Izuku says before hearing an explosion behind him. Remember what I told you, Deku, don't underestimate me, Bakugo interjects while walking toward the two. He walks past the two and bumps into Izuku's shoulders. I might be changing my attitude toward you, but when we're in a fight, don't expect me to be nice, Bakugo says before walking to the entrance to the arena. First from Class 1A after a dominant performance in both of his previous matches, the explosive Katsuki Bakugo. President Mike announces Bakugo, but before he walks out he turns to Deku. May the best man win, he says before walking out. Well, Deku, you've got a fight on your hands, Ochako says while watching Bakugo leave. Yeah. And second also from Class 1A, after two tough bouts with two tough individuals, the also explosive, Izuku Midoriya. President Mike announces Izuku, and he walks to the entrance, and looks back at Ochako. Kaken and I have had a rough past, but last night he seemed to have some sort of respect for me, but now, I'll make him respect me. Ochako smiles at him, and nods while putting a thumbs up. Izuku walks out, and goes to the battlefield. Fight, Midnight yells, starting the match. The two don't move. They stare at each other. The crowd slowly subsides from loud screaming to murmurs. Izuku smirks. Kaken, finally, a one-on-one. You must be excited, right? Izuku laughs a bit. Bakugo also smirks. I finally get to beat you. Bakugo starts to dash at Izuku. Izuku starts to run at Bakugo, and the two clash fists. They both ignore the pain and immediately throws their hands up using explosions simultaneously blowing one another back. You might have a quirk similar to mine, but you'll never have the experience I do. Bakugo shoots himself at Izuku, and blows his explosions so that he is to the right of Izuku. Izuku throws a punch, but Bakugo evades, pushing himself above Izuku, and then using his explosions to shoot Izuku into the ground. Izuku quickly gets back up and shoots himself back toward the edge of the battlefield. Damn it, he's not wrong, and I hate that he thinks to himself before running at Bakugo and throwing a right hook. Bakugo dodges, but Izuku takes advantage of his explosions and uses it to boost his elbow back into Bakugo's chin. Bakugo stumbles but uses his explosions to shoot at Izuku in an attempt to keep him at bay. Izuku dodges them and jumps up in the air using his explosions on his feet to fly up. Bakugo boosts himself back trying to dodge, but Izuku flings himself at Bakugo. He grabs his hands and clutches them closed. Our explosions are similar, yes, but I can use them without my hands. Izuku uses his explosions, but from his stomach this time. It hits Bakugo's stomach and he coughs out blood. Die! Izuku screams, head-butting the boy and then gripping onto his face, and using an explosion to send him straight into the ground. Izuku goes down with him landing on top of Bakugo. Smoke clears and Bakugo is smiling. That's my line. He whispers to himself before swinging and smacking Izuku in the face, quickly turning his slap into a full-powered blast, sending Izuku off of him. He gets off of the floor and walks to Izuku, who is holding his face, clearly in pain. Didn't I say not to underestimate me? Bakugo laughs a bit before punching Izuku in the nose. Izuku felt the bone crack and his eye widened. They'll always be stronger than you, Bakugo says with a twisted face as he cranked back both of his arms. He activated his explosions, making his hand shoot down toward Izuku, and before they could hit him he made them fists. Izuku took the hit right to the mouth. He felt blood fill his mouth and quickly spit it out. He stared at Bakugo as he stood up. The two were bloodied and battered, yet both had the fighting spirit to keep going. You might have been stronger than me when we were kids, Kaken. Hell, I'd even say until I awaken my quirk. Izuku smirks at the boy while closing his eye. He opens it back up. But now I can beat you, he yells, shooting himself at Bakugo. Bakugo growls and shoots himself at Izuku. The two bash each other's heads together and fall back. They both wobble and throw punches. A right hook, left jab, it was almost even. But Izuku had the advantage. He grabbed Bakugo's head and uppercut him once. Before the second uppercut he used an explosion in his elbow to make it go faster. The punch drew blood on Bakugo's chin, and he fell onto his back. Bakugo coughed up blood and rolled to his side. It was a grudge match. More willpower than strength would win. Both of their ears rung from the explosions. Izuku coughed up blood and fell down onto his knees. He saw Bakugo on his side, blood dripping out of his mouth. He started to crawl over to him and attempted to grab him, but Bakugo put his hand out and shot an explosion at Izuku, knocking him back. Bakugo used sheer willpower to get back up and limp over to Izuku. I told you, Deku, I won't lose. He put both of his hands out at Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, only staring at the boy. Die, damn it, Bakugo screamed before using both of his hands to put point-blank explosions at Izuku's head. Smoke filled the battlefield. The crowd became dead silent. Once the smoke cleared, Bakugo stood tall in front of Izuku, who was knocked out. Bakugo breathed heavily and wiped blood off of his face and nose. Quickly the adrenaline wore off and he fell onto the floor passing out. Katsuki Bakugo wins in our most even battle yet. Present Mike yells while Midnight goes to pick up both of the boys. Ochako watched as the two were brought into the infirmary while standing in the entrance to the battlefield. She was going to go check on Izuku, but her match was next. For our last semi-finals match, introducing first from Class 1A after a questionable win in the second round, Ochako Uraraka. Present Mike announces Ochako, and she hesitantly walks out to the battlefield. And her opponent, the Ice King himself, who has easily advanced to this stage in the tournament. Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki walked out of the entrance and to the battlefield. Fight, Midnight told the two. Todoroki instantly shot a huge wall of ice at Ochako, trying to trap her in it, but she flicked 15% of one for all at it, completely destroying it. Todoroki seemed annoyed at this, but the crowd went wild. Don't think I'll go down as easy as the others, Todoroki. Ochako smiled at the boy, but he didn't respond nor reciprocate a smile. Todoroki starts to spam ice attacks, all of them being countered by Ochako's one-for-all flicks. I need to get in close, Ochako thinks while running toward the outskirts of the field. There she spots the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Todoroki's dad. Her mind immediately flashes back to the conversation they had the first day of training. He would only use his mother's quirk, and not his fire side. Ochako saw as Endeavor watched Shoto with a flare in his eyes. Shoto, destroy her! Endeavor yelled. Ochako looked to Todoroki, who grimaced and stopped using his quirk. She ran up to him and punched him in the face, without one for all. Todoroki barely flinched but was sent back a few steps. Todoroki, don't think I can't beat you, fight me for real. Ochako smacks him in the face. I refuse to use his quirk. Todoroki finally speaks while shooting ice at Ochako, who jumps over it using one for all. Show me your real power. Ochako charged one for all to 5% and punches Todoroki in the stomach, making him fly toward the edge of the battlefield, but he stops himself with his ice. I won't use his quirk, Todoroki yells, getting angry at Ochako and shooting a huge ice wall towering the whole stadium. Ochako was encapsulated inside of the ice she was surrounded. She punched using 10% of one for all, but nothing breaks. This isn't how it's gonna end, Ochako thinks to herself before charging 100% of one for all and punching. All of the ice breaks and falls down. Todoroki stares at Ochako with a surprised expression. Todoroki's confidence dwindled as he saw her still standing even with a shattered arm. I can't use his quirk, Todoroki thinks to himself while looking at his hand and breathing heavily. You can't do much more with your ice, can you? Ochako says with a stern look on her face. You need to thaw out or you'll slow down, then you'll be an easy fight. Ochako continues while Todoroki breathes even heavier. This isn't a handicap, Todoroki, use your fire. Ochako orders while shooting a 20% smash at him, spraining her other arm. I can't use his quirk, I refuse. It's your quirk, not his. Ochako screams at Todoroki. This literally and figuratively lit a fire in Todoroki as his right side exploded into flames. Ochako smiled at him and he smiled back, but it seemed to be a crazed smile. Uraraka, you know you can't win now, Todoroki states while he thaws out. I wouldn't speak too soon. Ochako fires up one for all full calling, at 30%, completely shattering her previous limits. At the same time she puts her hands out at Todoroki. Control your emotions, Ochako thinks to herself before Black Whip shoots out at Todoroki. She pulls him close as he shoots a huge blast of fire and ice at her. She charges a 100% punch in her sprained arm and punches him in the gut as she gets hit by the ice and fire. Steam fills the arena and a huge crash is heard. Ochako laid on the ground, barely conscious, Todoroki the same. But there was one difference. Todoroki was out of bounds. Ochako Uraraka wins in an amazing battle, Present Mike yells. Ochako smiles to herself as she breathes heavily. She stumbles onto her feet, and the crowd cheers. Ochako looks up to her dad in the teacher's lounge and smiles. She walks over to Todoroki and holds out her hand. Todoroki, you did it, you used your quirk. Ochako winces in pain but keeps smiling, even though her arms were completely purple and broken. Todoroki grabbed her, and then let her help him up. Uraraka, he said, her name gaining her attention. Yes? Ochako asks while the two walk toward the entrance. Todoroki smiled and looked down at the ground, thinking of his mother. Thank you? Ochako smiled at him. Of course, she responded. Your finals are decided, President Mike yells. The final match and grand final of this year's sports festival will be Ochako Uraraka vs Katsuki Bakugo. He continues with the crowd going crazy. Ochako and Todoroki were placed in the infirmary and healed by Recovery Girl. Bakugo and Izuku looked at the two. I told you I'd win, Deku, Bakugo said as he turned away and walked out of the room. Izuku followed him. It was close, but you beat me this time, Izuku admitted defeat. I didn't underestimate you, Deku, and honestly if I did… Bakugo paused. I would have lost, he shyly admits. Izuku laughs. Well, good thing you didn't then, he continues laughing. Bakugo just shakes his head. I am very impressed though. Being able to use your explosions anywhere in your body seems like it would backfire, but you utilized it great, Bakugo tells Izuku, who is very surprised at the compliment. Thanks, Izuku awkwardly responds. I gotta go get ready for the finals. Bakugo walks away but stops before he's completely gone. Don't worry, I won't go easy on your little girlfriend. Bakugo smirks and walks out. Izuku rolls his eyes with a small blush and walks back into the infirmary. He walks in and sees Ochako and a Todoroki. Hey guys, that was a great match, Izuku tells the two. Todoroki smiles and nods. Thank Deku, Ochako replies with a huge smile. They had both been healed and Ochako was now standing up, warming up for the final fight. Well, now Uraraka, it's your time to shine, right? Izuku smiled at her as they left the room, waving at Todoroki. Yeah, I've been looking forward to the sports festival for a while now. So it's great that I've done so good. Not going to lie though, I was hoping to face you in the finals. Ochako giggles while the two walk toward the entrance to the battlefield. It's time for our finals. President Mike's voice echoes throughout the stadium and Ochako looks over to Izuku. Well, here goes nothing. Ochako smiles and walks to Izuku, hugging him. Uraraka? Izuku questions as Ochako lets up and walks to the entrance. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. She laughs a bit, but she's obviously anxious. You've got it, Uraraka, you'll win, Izuku says to her. Introducing first after her close bout with the son of Endeavor, ultimately coming out on top, the one and only Ochako Uraraka. President Mike yells with the crowd starting to cheer again. Well, see you afterward. Ochako looks away from Izuku. Go get him, Uraraka. Izuku smiles at her and watches her leave. Like I said before, I won't be going easy on her. Bakugo walks up behind Izuku and to his side. Yeah, I know, but I'm confident in her ability, just as much I am yours. Put on a show, Kaken. Izuku looks at him and smiles. Bakugo scoffs with a little smile on his face. And now, after a huge display of skill in the semi-finals, the more explosive of the two explosive quirks, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo starts to walk out and looks at Ochako, who doesn't break eye contact. Ochako thought back to when she saw him in the gym and asked him about Izuku. Fight Midnight started the match. Bakugo ran toward Ochako and Ochako activated One for All at 15%. Bakugo punched Ochako in the face, but Ochako firms the hit and punches Bakugo right back. Bakugo falls back onto his backside and scoffs. Ochako starts on the offensive. She runs at Bakugo and punches him again, knocking him back. He rolls and gets himself back onto his feet. He wipes a bit of blood off of his mouth and dashes at Ochako. She throws a punch at him, but he shoots himself to the right and punches her in the gut. She turns over and grabs his arm. He shoots explosions in her face, but she starts to spin around, keeping him in the air. Let me go, Bakugo yells as she continues to spin. She boosts One for All up to 20% subconsciously and tries to throw Bakugo out of the arena. Before he hits the ground, he flies back in. He grins at her. Not gonna happen, he says while shooting himself into the air. Ochako puts her hands out. Black whip. The black tendrils shoot out of her wrists and toward Bakugo. Bakugo quickly reacts and shoots himself back down toward the ground to avoid them. You and the damn nerd awakening quirks, what the hell is up with that? Bakugo starts building up explosions while watching Ochako struggle to keep Black Whip out. Damn it, Ochako thinks to herself, while Black Whip retracts itself. I'm gonna win this fight right now. Bakugo jumps into the air and starts to spin. Hundreds of explosions went off around him and smoke surrounded him almost completely. Damn it, Ochako stands there clueless. She tries again for Black Whip. She wanted to get closer so he couldn't finish his attack. She shoots out Black Whip again and grabs the ground. She pulls back and catapults herself toward Bakugo. Bakugo smiles. Howitzer impact, he screams while attacking Ochako. Smoke fills the arena for like the 5th time that day. It clears and Ochako and Bakugo are both still standing. Ochako's gym uniform was burned but still intact. Bakugo's was partially destroyed, the top half completely gone. Bakugo's eyes widen seeing Ochako still standing. She had used Black Whip to cover herself from the explosions, but some got through. How? Bakugo didn't stop looking at her. Ochako breathed heavily while Black Whip completely retracted. She looked down at the ground. What the hell? Bakugo thought to himself while watching Ochako. She lifted her hand and beckoned Bakugo to attack. Come at me with all you've got, Bakugo. She smiled and looked up to him with a glare. A shiver went down Bakugo's spine, but he quickly became enraged. Damn you! Bakugo ran at her, and she quickly grabbed him with Black Whip. She raised him up in the air and slammed him back into the ground. She leapt up into the air and stomped him even farther into the ground, creating a small crater in the battlefield. Bakugo spat up blood as he laid in the small crater with Ochako on top of him. Go to sleep, Bakugo. I don't want to hurt you even more. Ochako punches Bakugo in the cheek, making his face bash into the ground. He coughs more and more blood pours out of his mouth. He raises a hand to Ochako, and she stares at it. Bakugo starts. I won't give up that easily. Bakugo quickly grabs Ochako's face and uses an explosion to send her flying off of him. He sits up and coughs out more blood. He slowly stands up as Ochako blinks at the sky. Those explosions aren't a joke, she thought to herself while feeling the tender burns on her face. She attempted to wipe off the dust that had accumulated on her face, leaving a gray hue, but to no avail. She sat up and saw Bakugo standing. He was slightly wobbly but still up on his feet. Ochako tried to do the same but stumbled onto one knee. Her vision had started to become blurry, but unbeknownst to her, Bakugo's had almost completely faded. He was on adrenaline and started to walk toward her. Ochako noticed him start to walk and finally got herself onto her feet. You've got more resilience than I knew about, Ochako tells the boy, but no response is given. Bakugo speeds up a bit and throws a hook at her. It was slower than all of his other attacks, and he left himself wide open to a counter. She uppercuts him in the chin using a 10% smash, and he barely stays a foot. He looks at her, and she notices the lack of thought. He's running off of instinct. Bakugo threw another punch and Ochako easily dodged. She frowned at him. She swept his legs out from under him, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Ochako was about to look at Midnight but felt a tug on her pants. Don't you dare underestimate me! Bakugo used his explosions to shoot himself up, bashing his head into Ochako's chin. She screamed in pain. Damn! Ochako looked at him, and he was once again barely conscious. Even the crowd started to be uncomfortable. I can't knock him out, I have to get him out of the arena, Ochako thinks while Bakugo swings unnaturally slow. He swings once more and Ochako charges up a 100% smash and punches him in the gut. He gets flung out of the arena and into the crowd, but before he can land on the ground he uses his explosions to fly. Ochako was baffled. Bakugo started to fly back toward the arena, but before he could arrive the adrenaline wore off and he fell to the ground. The crowd was silent. Not even Present Mike spoke. Izuku Uraraka wins, Present Mike announces. No reaction from the crowd as Midnight walked over to Bakugo and picked him up. Can you walk? Midnight asked Ochako while still holding Bakugo. Ochako nodded weakly. I won, but it doesn't feel like I did, she thought to herself while limping back to the entrance. Before she made it, the crowd started to clap. Cheers roared throughout the stadium. All Might showed up in the entranceway and looked at his daughter receive the applause and cheers that he still did to this day. Ochako turned to the entrance and saw him. She let out a soft smile and walked toward him. Get yourself patched up, then you'll come back out to the podium, All Might told her with her just nodding and walking past him. Izuku stood watching Ochako. She didn't notice him since he was behind All Might. He would be receiving the third place reward. She's amazing, Izuku mumbled with All Might laughing. That's quite a compliment, young Midoriya. But I have to agree. All Might continues to laugh a bit. Once Ochako and Bakugo got patched up, they both walked toward the entrance. A silence was between the two as Ochako walked a few feet in front of Bakugo. Uraraka. Bakugo broke the silence and stopped. Ochako turned to him, also stopping. Yeah? She questioned why he would stop so suddenly. You might be stronger than me now. Bakugo starts while starting to walk toward her. Ochako was nervous of what he'd say next. But someday. Bakugo stopped a good 3 feet in front of her. Someday I'll be stronger than you and I'll become the #1 hero. He puts out a fist and Ochako looks at him surprised. She smiles and fist bumps him. You'll be looking forward to it, Bakugo, she says before the two continue to walk to the entrance. There Izuku and All Might stood waiting for the two as production staff put up a podium in the arena. Ready, you three? All Might asked the trio, and they all nodded. They all walked out and got onto the podium. In third place, the explosive Izuku Midoriya. President Mike screamed with the crowd cheering for Izuku as All Might walked up and put a medal around his neck. Good job, young Midoriya. You showed a display of skill that will get you far in this hero's society. All Might smiles at Izuku, who smiles back, trying not to cry at the comments from his idol. In second place, the unrelenting master of explosions, Katsuki Bakugo. President Mike says with cheers following. Young Bakugo, you've impressed me. With that quirk, and that amount of skill, you truly can become the #1 hero someday. All Might puts a medal around Bakugo's neck. You better believe that I'll become #1, I'll be even better than you ever were. Bakugo smirks at All Might, who just laughs. And in first place, the conqueror of explosions, the icebreaker and fire extinguisher, the best of them all, Ochako Uraraka. President Mike passionately announces while dancing around the announcer's room. The crowd completely erupts into cheers, even louder than ever before. Ochako smiles at her father, who walks up to her. You had a quirk awakening, and I understand that must have been scary for you, young Uraraka. All Might starts while putting the medal around her neck. Besides that, you have surpassed my expectations, and I'm very proud of you. He smiles at his daughter, and Ochako smiles back with tears in her eyes. Ochako looks to Izuku, who is just smiling at her. Then over to Bakugo, who is reluctantly doing the same. She threw her hands up in celebration and jumped up and down. She ran around the battlefield giving high fives to people. I did it! She yelled while running back to Izuku, who was in the entrance to the area, and jumping onto his back. Deku, I did it! She peeked over his shoulder and yelled in his face. Izuku laughed and nodded. Ochako fell off his back and turned him toward her before hugging him. I'm so happy, Deku! She continued to hug him. All Might watched awkwardly as Izuku patted Ochako on the back. Izuku nervously smiled at All Might. He didn't know how his teacher would feel about him and a girl, since to his knowledge All Might never got married or had a child. I'm happy for your Uraraka, you did great. He looks back at Ochako, who smiles in response. Ochako dashes to the stairs and runs toward the other students. I guess you two get along, All Might said to Izuku as the two watched her leave. She's a really good friend of mine. I actually met her back in America. She was the first to teach me some English so that I could be better off in an American school. Izuku laughs a bit while All Might smiles at the boy. I raised my daughter right, that's for sure, especially if young Midoriya is the type of friend she attracts. All Might thinks proud of his and his wife's parenting. I'm happy to hear you're making friends well here, Midoriya. All Might smiles at the boy before patting his head. Let's go, gotta get out of here. All Might calls for him as he walks to the stairs. The sports festival was finally over. It was eventful to say the least, but Ochako had won it all and Izuku came in third, which was better than he expected. It was an overall successful day for the two of them. But the day wasn't over. Chapter 12. Later the night of the sports festival, Izuku walked outside. He had seen his mom and she cried her eyes out for a good hour. Seeing her baby so hurt made her horrified, but knowing he was protected in the end is what didn't make her immediately pull him out of UA. Deku. Izuku turned around and saw Ochako taking out the garbage. Hey Uraraka. Izuku waved at her and smiled. She jogged over to him. What are you doing out here this late? Ochako asks while standing a few feet away from him. Just came out here to clear my mind. Lots been going on lately, wouldn't you agree? Izuku started to walk over to a bench. Ochako followed close behind. Yeah, it has been a lot. Ochako thinks to her unlocking Black Whip and everything with the ESJ. I can't believe I have a quirk, it's really insane to think about. I was quirkless my whole life and suddenly it just happened. Izuku looked up to the starry sky and reminisced on his quirkless past. You would know as well, since you also awakened a quirk in the past few months, right? Izuku looks over to Ochako, who was staring at him. She quickly looks away. Yeah, I get you. Ochako felt guilty for lying about her quirk, but she couldn't tell anyone about one for all right. Today was great, Uraraka, I'm so happy you won, you really deserve it. Izuku smiles at the girl. She felt her heart flutter. Deku, don't flatter me. She blushes and covers her face. Izuku blinks a few times. Sorry? He awkwardly apologizes and Ochako giggles. No need to apologize, I'm just being weird. Ochako holds her face to hide her blush. Izuku nods. There's an awkward silence between the two. It's so pretty out at this time of night, especially with all of the stars. Ochako looks up to the sky. Yeah, I agree, Izuku says, looking up as well. Hey, I wanted to ask about something that happened earlier, is that okay? Izuku asks Ochako. Yeah, what's up? She looks at the boy. You told me you went to the bathroom, but you were obviously lying. Is there a reason you lied? Izuku doesn't look at her and keeps staring at the stars. Ochako's mouth opens but no words come out. I can trust him, she thinks to herself before standing up and bowing. I'm very sorry for lying to you, Deku, she says, disappointed in herself. Izuku looks down at her surprised. He didn't expect anything but an apology was something he expected not to happen. Listen, it's a long story, but my quirk. It isn't mine. Ochako stays bowed down. Izuku squints his eye a bit. What do you mean? Izuku questions while standing up off of the bench. It's my dad's quirk, he passed it on to me, Ochako admits. Passed on? Izuku said, obviously confused. My dad, he's All Might. Ochako looks up to see Izuku freeze in place. Wait, Izuku backs up away from her. I'm sorry for lying, Deku, but if things go out I could get into trouble. There's a villain called All for One and he's after my power, and if he finds me before I can control it fully then I'm as good as dead. Not even Dad could beat him. Ochako tears up seeing Izuku's reaction. So All Might's your dad? I'm sorry, Uraraka, but I need time to think. This is even more weight if you got your dad's quirk and your dad is All Might than what was with those black tendrils earlier. Izuku switched subjects quickly. That's the fifth user of the quirk's original quirk. It's a lot of stuff I'm just figuring out as well, so please bear with me. Ochako starts to cry a bit and Izuku frowns. I'm sorry, Deku, I really hope it doesn't make you think any different of me. I'm still the same girl you've come to know. Ochako fully starts crying and Izuku walks up to her and wraps her in a hug. I don't like that you lied to me, but I see why you did it. I'll keep your secret between us, okay? Ochako nodded and hugged him back, sniffling a bit and wiping tears off her face. I'll try my best not to lie to you anymore, okay? Ochako tells him. Yes, still this really is a lot, especially since All Might is the person who saved me and him being your dad makes me kind of conflicted. Did he tell you what happened to me? Izuku doesn't let go of Ochako, and her face becomes one of concern. Dad saved you? What do you mean? Ochako questions. I fell off a building and he saved me. Then I told him I was quirkless and he said he could get me training in America, so that's why I was in America in the first place. Izuku half lies. He doesn't want to straight up tell her that he attempted suicide. Ochako pulled away from the hug and saw Izuku look very ashamed in himself. Listen, I can tell you're lying a bit, but for a good reason. If you're ever ready to tell me what happened, I'm all is okay. Ochako grabbed his cheek and squeezed it a bit, making him chuckle. He nodded and looked down. Just a bit hard to bring up for me, Izuku admits while rubbing his arm. Ochako thought back to her talk with Bakugo, where he told her that it wasn't his place to tell her what did he mean. Don't tell me, Ochako thought to herself before grabbing Izuku's arms and checking for marks. Nothing was found but a few scars from burns. What are you doing? Izuku questions, ripping his arm back to his side. I thought I saw explosion marks and got curious sore. No, I didn't cut myself. Izuku cuts her off, making her face go white as a ghost. Ochako muttered while Izuku turned away. Listen, Uraraka, like I said, it's hard for me to talk about, so please just give me time, he tells her before starting to walk away and back toward his apartment. Ochako holds her clenched fist as Izuku walks to his apartment. Did I make the right decision? Izuku pulls out his phone while walking and texts Ochako. I tried to jump off my school and your dad saved me. He has typed out. He hesitates. She wouldn't judge me, right? He thinks to himself before looking over the railing on the stairs of the apartment building. He sees Ochako sitting there on the brink of tears. Izuku frowns. He sends the text message and he sees Ochako immediately open her phone before her eyes widen and she starts to silently cry. Izuku feels tears in his eye as well as he turns around and runs to the stairs, going down as quick as he can. Ochako looks over to the staircase as she hears the metal clanking over and over. After a few seconds, she sees Izuku jump down the last set of stairs and run toward her. Deku? She starts to cry harder as Izuku tackles her into a hug. The two embrace and cry in each other's arms. Ochako apologizes over and over again. After a good cry, the two finally calm down. Deku, I'm just so sorry, I didn't mean to push you. She wipes the rest of her tears off of her face. It's fine, I promise. I've just never told anyone before, so it's hard to talk about, but I trust you just like you trusted me to keep your secret. Izuku grabs her hands and squeezes down a bit. Then how does Bakugo know? Ochako thinks to herself while nodding at Izuku. Ochako feels her chest get fuzzy and as Izuku's hands cover hers. Hey Deku, Ochako starts. Ochako had always been very direct. Of course, when she lied well because of her reputation of being direct. Even if no one told her, they all knew she was blatant. Yeah? Izuku goes to let go of her hand, but she doesn't let him. Ochako thinks back to the day she met him. She has always thought he was attractive, but when she got to know him even more, that feeling had intensified. From teaching him English, to meeting him again in UA, to watching his fearless fight against the Shigaraki, to sacrificing himself for others' safety. Everything about him attracted her to him. Even as he was now, she knew how she felt. She finally recognized it. I like you? Izuku blinks a few times. The atmosphere becomes slightly awkward. I'm very surprised to hear that, Izuku says while Ochako bursts into a blush. I'm sorry though, right now I can't return those feelings, Uraraka. I'm still on a journey to love myself, and honestly I don't think I can do that and show affection towards you as well. I'm sorry. Izuku backs up and bows. Ochako stares at him and smiles. Deku, you're so sweet. Don't worry about it. I didn't expect anything, but I'm happy you're honest with me. I'm also happy that you're self-aware enough to know that you couldn't do that for me. So I thank you for not lying to me. Ochako continues to smile. Izuku blushes. If it makes you feel any better, I do think I do have some feelings for you, but until I can recognize them I can't act, you know what I mean? Izuku awkwardly spits out with Ochako giggling in response. I guess? She keeps giggling before Izuku pulls her into a hug. Until I decide my feelings, I want to be closer to you. he whispers in her ear, making her blush. He backs up and puts his hands behind his back. Good night, Uraraka, I'll see you in the morning. He jogs back to the stairs and waves at her. Ochako stands there with a blush before turning around and walking away. This is the first time I've had feelings for someone. I wonder if he's as surprised as I was when I told him, she thinks to herself as she enters her apartment building with a huge blush across her face. His voice in her ear, so close, maybe to close? She couldn't tell, but she wanted him to do it again nonetheless. She walked into her apartment and was met with her dad at the door. Dad, I'm back. What took you so long? Her father smirks at her. You heard everything, didn't you? Ochako glares at her father. Maybe I overheard some stuff, mainly your little confession. He chuckles. Ochako blushes and puffs her cheeks. You picked a good kid, Ochako, and don't feel down. He did say he thinks he feels something, and if I know anything about that, which I do since that's exactly how I was with your mother, then you'll be alright. Almight laughs as he goes into his buff form. Ochako shakes her head. Yeah, whatever. Ochako walks past Almight and toward her room. Good night, Dad, she yells before closing her door. She slides down the door and sits down while hugging her knees. How you and Mom were. Ochako thinks of herself and Deku in the future with a child and blushes. She turns around and bumps her head into the door. Keep those thoughts away, I need to focus on being a hero first. She thinks to herself before going to lay down. Izuku, on the other hand, had already been in bed. Uraraka has feelings for me, that's insane to me. He thinks to himself while tapping his hands together. He felt himself blush a bit. I know I like her, but I'm not gonna act on it yet, just like I told her. Once I come to love myself, then I'll show her that I can love her. He was now beet red. He rolled over onto his side and decided he would go to sleep. The next morning, Izuku walked into homeroom class and saw everyone sitting down already. He sat down at his seat and looked at the blackboard. There were names and numbers next to them. Aizawa stands up from the floor and looks at the class. Now that we're all here, let's go over the offers for the internships from heroes who saw the sports festival. Chapter 13. Ochako Uraraka 6987. Izuku Midoriya 4519. Katsuki Bakugo 3687. Shoto Todoroki 3578. Izuku saw his name in the top 2 and was slightly surprised since he wasn't even the runner-up in the sports festival. Deku, Ochako walked up to him and playfully punched his shoulder. Good job, you got top 2 also. Can you come with me during lunch? Ochako asks him. He nods immediately. Sure, is there something you wanted to talk about? Izuku questions her. They usually ate lunch together anyways, so her asking specifically was out of the ordinary. Let's save it for when the time comes. Ochako smiles at him and walks back to her seat. Izuku stands there confused before Bakugo walks up to him. Damn, Deku, how'd you get more offers than me when I beat you? Bakugo glared at the boy before rolling his eyes. Next time you won't get more offers than me. He walks away high and mighty. Izuku just laughs quietly. Now, hero agencies that offer to you will be listed in an email. Check at your own leisure, but you must choose one before this Friday. Aizawa announces to all of them as he goes to lay back down. Who to pick? Izuku pulls out his phone and goes to his email, checking the list of people. Lunch quickly arrives and Izuku walks up to Ochako. So what did you need me for? If you wanted to eat together, there was no need to ask. I mean, we already eat every day. Izuku chuckles. Ochako stares at him with a nervous look on her face. Come with me. She stands up and grabs his hand before dragging him out of the room. Uraraka, where are you taking me? She ran through the halls and he had to sprint to not fall over. She was fast. Suddenly she took a hard right into a closet. What the hell are you doing? Izuku asked her as she closed the door and sighed. She turned on the light and in the corner was All Might. Ochako clasped her hands over Izuku's mouth. Listen, we need to talk. Ochako told him before letting up his hands. You know you could text me instead of basically kidnapping me. Izuku whispers with All Might holding in a laugh. That's besides the point. Dad, you had something to talk to us about? Ochako looks over to All Might and he nods. Yes, you too, Midoriya. As you know, when I was both of your ages I was trained by my master, but after her passing her closest friend trained me. That friend being Gran Torino. All Might starts. Oh, Gran Torino, how is he? Izuku interjects with All Might smiling. He's doing just fine. He watched both of your performances at the sports festival and he's actually very interested to take you guys in for an internship. All Might continues with Ochako's eyes widening. I'll finally get to meet the man who trained you. Ochako smiled and got giddy. Yes, that is if you choose to go. All Might ended his talk and both Izuku and Ochako looked at one another. Of course we'll go, the two said in unison with All Might smiling in response. Alrighty then, I'll let him know. All Might leaves the room, leaving Ochako and Izuku alone. Well, we should wait a bit. If anyone sees us leave the closet together, they might get suspicious. Ochako looks at Izuku, who nods in agreement. That wouldn't be a good look, not right now. He laughs a bit. After a few minutes, Izuku walks out. He walks to the bathroom so he doesn't return at the same time that Ochako does. Ochako also walked out but went straight to the lunchroom. There she sat alone at the only remaining table. Soon after, Izuku joined her. It had been like that since school started. Of course they were friends with others, but the others also all had different friends they sat with. Luckily, no one asked any questions, and the day went by smoothly. Izuku and Ochako got off the train to walk to their homes, and this time All Might accompanied them. So, you guys can pack and we will be traveling to Hosa City tomorrow, All Might tells the two. Wait, I thought we had until Friday to decide. That's what Aizawa said. Izuku questions All Might. Well, you two get special passes because of yours truly. All Might points to himself with a grin on his face. Ochako giggles and Izuku face palms. Well, I don't mind, I get to see Gran Torino sooner. Izuku shakes his head and smiles. You guys got along pretty well, didn't you? All Might asks Izuku with Izuku nodding. I never really got a proper goodbye because he came back to Japan a few weeks before I left America. So it'll be nice to see him. All Might smiles at the boy. I'll be happy to finally meet him, Ochako says to Izuku's dismay. I still can't believe you never met Gran Torino, especially if at one point you were in America when he was as well. Izuku looks at Ochako, who just shrugs. Guess we just never crossed paths. All Might looks at his daughter. You know we have talked about you a lot though. He also held you when you were a baby. So you've met, just not any times you'd remember. All Might laughs and Ochako just stares at him. Well, here's where we part ways. Izuku looks over to his apartment building. Yep, well, we're leaving first thing in the morning. We won't even be going to school, so just come out here packed at the normal time you'd leave for school. I'll have a car here to pick us up. All Might tells the two, mostly directing toward Izuku. Yes, sir, they both say, and Ochako giggles. See you tomorrow, Deku. Ochako turns to Izuku and hesitates but hugs him. He smiles but then nervously looks at All Might. Now that he knows he's her dad, it feels a bit weirder, but still he half-hugged back, patting her back in the process. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow, Izuku says before Ochako lets go of him, and he waves at the both of them while walking to his apartment complex. You really have it bad for that boy, Ochako. All Might teases, making her blush in the process. It's not that bad, Ochako insists, with All Might laughing as they both walk to their apartment complex. Chapter 14. Izuku walked out of his apartment building with his normal backpack filled with clothes for the next few days, along with a string bag around his arm filled with the essentials such as a toothbrush and things like that. He saw a black car in front of his building and the back window rolled down. Come on, Deku, get in, Ochako called out to him. Izuku smiled and walked over to the car, opening the back down and sitting inside. Good morning, Deku. Ochako was giddy with excitement. Calm down, Ochako, you don't want to use all of your energy. Izuku felt his heart sink as he looked in front of him and saw a woman with brunette hair the same as Ochako's. Her MOM? He thought to himself while looking at All Might. Morning, young Midoriya. All Might snickered as he started to drive. Good morning, All Might. Izuku was now very nervous. So Midoriya, I've heard a lot about you, Ochako's mom says with Izuku looking over to Ochako, who awkwardly smiles. Is that right? Izuku stares at Ochako. It is. I've heard about your quirk awakening, your training, bunch of stuff like that. Ochako's mom laughed a bit. Yeah, it's been an eventful year to say the least. Izuku laughed as well. And it's only just the start. Ochako groaned while leaning against the window. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I've wanted to go to Udade since I was really little. Izuku shrugged. Why do you want to go to Udada specifically? Ochako's mom asked, making Ochako giggle because she knew why. Izuku blushed a bit. Because All Might went there, Izuku shyly admitted before covering his face. Ochako's mom giggled a bit. Hear that, Toshi? You really are inspiring the next generation of heroes. Ochako's mom lightly taps All Might's arm and he chuckles. I guess so. All Might looks in the rear-view mirror and sees Izuku with a faint blush on his face looking out of the window. After about an hour or two they all arrived at a small apartment. Well, here it is. All Might pointed at a small apartment building. Good luck, you guys. Ochako's mom waved at the two. Wait, you aren't coming with us? Ochako questioned her parents. Nope, we're going to the estate. We'll come pick you up in a few days. Bye-bye, All Might said before flooring the gas and driving away. Ochako and Izuku watched as the car disappeared. Well, I guess we go in. Izuku turned to Ochako, who was clearly mad. Yikes, he thought to himself. She turns to the door and walks to it before quickly knocking. Uraraka, we'll be okay, it's just a few days. Izuku tries to reassure her, but she turns to him and glares. Deku, do you notice something different about us right now? Choose your words wisely. Ochako growls at him. Izuku stays silent. Look at your hands. Izuku looks down and sees his luggage. His eye widens. Oh, I get it, Izuku says, looking down. The door opens in front of them and Gran Torino is stood there. Midoriya and Uraraka, get in here, he tells the two while moving out of the way. Ochako looked at Izuku. Is this him? She whispers, clearly surprised about the man's short stature. Izuku nods with a chuckle. They both walk in and it's an abnormally normal home for a hero. So this is where you live, Torino? Izuku looks around and nods a bit. It's homey to say the least. Ochako also looks around. Yeah, my place in New York is much more fascinating. Torino laughs while sipping on coffee. So Midoriya, I heard you awakened a quirk. Torino puts his coffee down and walks up to the boy. I did, it's Explo. You're not allowed to use it here. Torino cuts him off. Why? Ochako and Izuku ask him at the same time. Well, I don't want you to rely on that quirk of yours. Just like I don't want you relying on Black Whip. Torino looks over at Ochako, who just nods slowly. Need to up your senses, especially after you lost your eye, Midoriya. Also, Uraraka, you need to, just in case your quirk decides to go out of control again, but during a real battle. Torino picks back up his coffee. So I shouldn't use one for all at all? She says, making Torino almost spit out the coffee he had just taken a sip of. He knows. The short man asks Ochako, who nods in response. It's a long story. Both Izuku and Ochako blush a little, remembering that eventful night. Torino notices this but ignores it. Well then, yes, I would like if you didn't use one for all at this time. I've seen you use it and you seem efficient with it, but you're clearly not strong enough to use 100% without breaking your bones. So along with your senses being heightened here, I'll have you do weight training to try and become physically stronger so that you can up your max percentage. Torino puts down his coffee again. Midoriya, you'll be solely focusing on your senses because you don't need to get stronger physically, Torino says to the dismay of Izuku. But I want to work on my strength. I like weight training, it's what got me to where I am in the first place. Izuku insisted on weight training. Plus I can teach Uraraka the ropes, you know? Torino rolls his eyes. The whole point is I'm supposed to teach you guys, but if you insist, I know you well enough to know you won't give up on it anyways. He mumbles the end and Izuku celebrates quietly. Alright. Let's do this, Torino says, smirking at the two. After a long day of work, they finally finished. It was later in the night, and Torino had gone to bed. So, I guess we're sleeping out here, Izuku said as the lights went off. Ochako nervously replied to the boy. Izuku laid out his futon and lay down. Today was a good day, I'd say. Izuku put his hands behind his head. I agree, although I didn't expect it to be so challenging. I see how he ended up training Dad. Ochako sighs as she lays out her futon. They were at the opposite sides of the room. I'm lucky that I'm used to his level of training by now. Just to think I went through this daily for months. Izuku laughs a bit while looking over at Ochako. I don't know how you do it. Ochako shook her head. A small silence fell between the two. It was awkward sleeping in the same room, even if it was a large space. What are you gonna do about clothes? Since your parents drove off with them, Izuku said, making Ochako sigh. I can't really do anything but go out and shop, but I don't even know if I have my debit card with me. Ochako frowns and buries her head in her pillow. I have some extra clothes if you want to, borrow them. Izuku nervously offers to the girl. Ochako doesn't respond for a few seconds with her head still in her pillow. It's fine if you don't wanna, I completely understand. I will, I guess. She pops her head up and looks at Izuku. Izuku blushes and nods. Alright then, want me to put some out for you for the morning? Izuku asks while standing up. Ochako nods and Izuku goes to his bag. He grabs a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. Hopefully this is fine. He shows her the clothes he was gonna leave for her, and she nods. That'll be fine. I'll probably go out tomorrow to buy clothes. If I explain to Torino, then it should be fine. Ochako lays back down and looks at the ceiling. Hey Deku, I'm kinda nervous. Ochako continues to stare at the ceiling. Why's that? Izuku asks while rolling onto his futon and looking at her. Just everything. It's scary, Being the inheritor of one for all, my fated battle with all for one, it's just scary. Ochako frowns. The USJ really took a toll on her, seeing Izuku half dead, along with her dad barely beating the Noma. She was horrified, but it only really came to her mind during the night. I couldn't imagine that. Izuku looks away from her. What did that mean? Izuku thinks back to when he woke up in the white mind space. That booming voice, telling him he would prove it wrong. What did it mean? I wish there was a TV to watch or something. Get my mind off of it. Ochako complains while picking her phone up off the floor. I mean, can't you watch a show on your phone? Izuku asks with Ochako nodding. I don't know, I don't want to disrupt your sleep, Ochako says while turning off the phone. I mean, maybe I can watch with you then? Izuku nervously asks. Ochako gets up out of her futon and walks to the couch. Sure, come on. She pats the couch next to her and smiles. Izuku gets up and walks over, sitting down next to her. Neither of them knew what they were gonna watch, they were just happy to be close. Izuku fully recognized his feelings by this point, but he still didn't want to start anything. They picked a movie to watch and sat there in silence. Torino watched from the other room and smiled. Nana, the ninth, has people with her who will assure her victory. Torino turns back around to his room and goes to bed. Izuku and Ochako watched her phone, eventually both nodded off and ended up falling asleep on the couch. In the morning, Ochako woke up and looked to her right to see Izuku's chest. She looked up at him and saw him fast asleep. She smiled and snuggled up to him. I guess I can get a few extra minutes of sleep. Ochako closes her eyes again and dozed off. Wake up, Ochako's eyes dart open and she looks over to see Torino staring at the two of them. Izuku groans. Morning, Torino. He replies as if this was normal to him, which it was. Izuku opened his eye and looked down at Ochako. Morning. Izuku awkwardly spit out while standing up, leaving Ochako on the couch. Let's get started. Izuku yells to the two while dashing to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Ochako sighs and shakes her head, grabbing the clothes Izuku put out for her. Chapter 15. The next 4 days were pure hell, for Ochako that is. Torino didn't hold back at all on either of them, but Izuku was used to how hard Torino made it for him. Ochako had started lifting weights with Izuku and quickly got the hang of it. She couldn't do too much compared to Izuku, but that was a given because of his experience. The two had also been tasked with fighting with their eyes closed. This had made them more aware of their surrounding, and their senses were heightened. Not relying on one for all took a little while to get used to for Ochako, but for Izuku, not using his quirk was basically second nature. After all, he did still have way more experience without his quirk. Izuku training his senses really did help with his lack of an eye. He now wore an eye patch so his eye socket wouldn't be vulnerable. Izuku and Ochako sat on the couch. "Man, I'm beat," Ochako groans while throwing her hands in the air. "Well, don't get used to sitting down, we're going on patrol tonight," Torino tells the two. "Really?" Izuku and Ochako said in unison, Izuku in excitement and Ochako in annoyance. "Yup, get ready and put on your hero costumes. Tonight's the real deal." Torino walks into his room to change into his hero costume. "I guess this is happening." Ochako sighs and grabs her hero costume. "Good thing you came here, and the hero costume would have sucked if your parents took that too." Izuku chuckles a bit. "Yeah, for real, that would have been bad." Ochako walks toward the bathroom. "I'm gonna get changed, be right back." Ochako closes the bathroom door and Izuku stands there, already in his hero costume because he likes wearing it. He thinks it looks good and makes him look cool. Torino walks out of his room with his hero costume on. "Alright, once she's out we'll be heading to the train station. I want to get closer to the middle of the city, more crimes around there. Remember, stay close to me and don't fight anyone you don't have a hero's license yet, you're just there to watch," Torino insists to the boy, who just nods in response. "Got it." Ochako bursts out of the bathroom with a huge grin on her face. "Check me out, I got some upgrades while you were in your coma." Ochako shows off her new small gauntlets on her wrists. "These help me aim with my Air Force. Before I would have to wing it, but now I can really aim when I flick." Ochako makes a flicking motion. "That's a great idea, who made them?" Izuku walks up to her and grabs her wrist, moving it around so he can see the whole thing. "May Hatsum, the girl from the support course," Ochako tells him. "Oh, the girl who made Ida an advert?" Izuku asks, remembering the pink-haired girl from the sports festival. She's really good at these things, although it did take a few tries." Ochako laughed a bit. "I'll have to ask her about making me an eye," Izuku thought to himself as he backed off from Ochako. Izuku had wanted to see if he could get an eye implanted that took in information. It would be cybernetic, and he would have a chip installed so he could see what the eye saw. He had no idea if this was possible, but it sounded so with the technology available. "Alright, you two, let's go," Torino tells the two while walking to the door. "Deku and Ochako, your first patrols." Torino called them by their hero names. They had decided them a few days prior and sent them in through email to Aizawa. They all walked to the train station and hopped on. On the other side of the city stood Shigaraki on top of a water tower. "So you won't work with us?" Shigaraki growls at the man in front of him. "No, you kill for no reason, I kill for justice." The hero killer turns away from him. "I should kill you right here, but I won't." The hero killer jumps away. Shigaraki itches his neck. "Damn it!" Shigaraki complains. Kurojairi. Shigaraki whips his head over to the monster-like person. "Yes, master?" Kurojairi replies with Shigaraki smiling at him. "Send in the Noma," Shigaraki orders with a manic smile on his face. "Yes, master." Portals open up around the two and multiple Noma appear, some flying, some similar to the USJ. Shigaraki smiles at them. "Cause mayhem," Shigaraki orders the Noma. The Noma disperse into the city. "This should get rid of my itch." Shigaraki giggles like the crazy person he is and watches as the Noma start to tear the city down. Ida walked next to his internship's leader. "Ingenium, pay attention," the hero told him as fire started to spread around the city. Ida snapped back to reality. He was thinking about his brother. He had recently been hospitalized after an encounter with the hero killer Stain. It left him paralyzed. Ida was a righteous man, but if he wanted anything, it was to get revenge on Stain. But now he was in a different predicament, as Nomus scattered the streets attacking civilians. Ingenium, this is an emergency, I need you to fight with me, his internship leader tells him. Ida nods and runs to his side. Izuku and Ochako were both half asleep on the train as the sun fully set. Oh, how it is to be young, Torino says before laughing a bit. Ochako suddenly wakes up and holds her head. Be prepared, a voice says in her head. Torino's something happening. She's cut off by a huge explosion in the train car. There Nomu stands roaring at the top of its lungs. Izuku jolts awake and looks around. Torino immediately looks over to the car next to them and sees a Nomu tearing through it. Kids, this isn't a drill, forget what I said earlier, you're fighting for real. Torino busts down the train door between the two cars and jumps into the one with the Nomu. Izuku and Ochako both stand up and run after him. Gran Torino kicks the Nomu into the wall, and it screams at him. Get this thing out of here! Gran Torino turned to Izuku and Ochako, who nodded. The two of them ran toward the Nomu. Ochako activated 20% of One for All with no strains anywhere. She also activated Black Whip and restrained the Nomu's wings. Die! Izuku yelled while pumping explosions into the Nomu's brain. The Nomu screamed in pain and punched Izuku back into the train car. Izuku winced in pain but got back up. The Nomu broke out of Ochako's Black Whip and started to fly away. Oh no, you don't! Ochako yelled while attaching Black Whip to its back and jumping out of the train. Uraraka! Izuku looked at Ochako as her and the Nomu flew away. It'll be fine, Deku, protect the civilians! She yelled back at him while climbing onto the Nomu's back. You heard her, Deku, protect the civilians! Torino started to jump into another car as the train lost control and was about to fall off of the tracks. Izuku bursted at people one by one. I can't do anything, Izuku thought as multiple people held onto him. I'm gonna stop the train. Izuku jumps onto the top but is met with another Nomu. Damn it, he thinks to himself as the Nomu charges at him. He dodges as it's smashing down onto the train's roof. Get out of here! Izuku screams as he lets off a huge explosion out of his arms and hands. The Nomu is knocked back a bit but brushes off the explosions. It's no use, I'll just have to use him as an advantage. Izuku jumps into the air and starts to use his explosions to get closer to the front. Before he can reach it, he's grabbed by the leg and thrown back onto the roof of the train. He feels blood trickle down the back of his head and blinks a few times. God, I wish metal was soft, Izuku says to himself as he sits up. He uses explosions out of his legs to propel himself back up before looking at the Nomu. Hey idiot, follow me! He runs toward the front of the train. The Nomu claws at him, but each time it does, he uses his explosions to maneuver out of the way. He gets to the front of the train and looks down at the tracks. While we're moving fast, he thinks to himself before turning to the Nomu and avoiding a huge punch. HY, he screams at the Nomu while using an explosion to blind it. Do me a favor, Izuku yells as he jumps forward. A few hundred feet in front of them was a small station. If they kept going, they'd crash right into another train. Izuku climbed into the front car where the train's conductor was and threw him into the back of the first car. The Nomu clawed at the car and Izuku smirked. He jumped out and latched onto the Nomu's back. Stop this for me! Izuku screamed, using his whole body as an explosive, sending the Nomu straight forward. He blasted himself after the Nomu, and then blew it back toward the train. The conductor's car was completely stopped in its place and destroyed by the Nomu. The cars behind it halted, creating a huge clap. Izuku breathed heavily and coughed up a bit of blood. He looks down to his hand and sees the blood he spat up. Getting crashed into a train doesn't help much, does it? He says to himself before making explosions and going to the back cars. Their Gran Torino was evacuating the civilians in the cars. Miraculously, there were minimal injuries. Izuku sighed and looked over the rest of the city. Oh no, the city was covered in flames and infested with Nomu. Ida ran through the city, supported his internship leader. That was until he saw a familiar red and black costume. The hero killer, the boy thought to himself as he saw the hero killer about to murder a hero. He ran down the alley, leaving his internship leader alone. Hero killer, Ida yelled, making the man turn to Ida. Another fake, Stain said out loud, making Ida angry. You paralyzed my brother, you'll pay. Ida screams as he pumps up his engines and speeds at Stain. Foolish. Down boy, Ochako told the Noma she was on as she clobbered it with 25% of One for All and put Black Whip over its eyes. She quickly crashed it into a building. It had been knocked unconscious. Few now what Ochako started running around the city. She ran past an alleyway, and in that alleyway was Ida. He was face down on the ground with tears in his eyes. On top of him was Stain with a blade to his neck. Ochako immediately felt her heart sink. She activated One for All at 20% and dashed at Stain, knocking him back. Stain was surprised. He wipes blood off of his mouth and laughs. You're strong, he mutters while running at Ochako, who evades the slash from Stain and punches him in the gut before using Black Whip to try and grab his blade. Stain growls and punches Ochako in the face before slashing her face a bit with his blade. Ochako backs up and looks at Ida. What is his quirk? Ochako asks Ida. It doesn't matter, get away, this isn't your fight, Ida insists. Ochako scoffs. Guess I'll figure it out on my own accord, she thinks to herself while backing up. She pulls out her phone and sends out a signal of her location to the rest of the class. But I can't do it alone. Ochako looks at Ida and then at the other hero. You're not very talkative, not like the others. Stain licks his blade and Ochako immediately feels herself fall to the ground. What the hell, she thinks to herself while trying to move. Suddenly she sees Ida start to move. Ida sneakily stands up while Stain walks over to Ochako. I told you, you'll pay, Ida screams as he throws a punch at Stain. Stain reacts and slices his hand. Blood gushes out as Ida screams in pain. Suddenly ice shoots through between Stain and Ida. I got your message, Ochako. Todoroki refers to Ochako as her hero name. Shoto, Ochako yells in relief. Shoto shoots fire at Stain, making him dodge and scale a building. This world, it's ridden with fake heroes like you, Stain yells, still focused on Ida. Stain jumps down and points his blade at Ida's spine. They'll leave you just like I did your brother, he screams, making Ochako and Shoto confused. Shoto jumps to action, flinging a wall of ice at Stain. Stain stabs into it and growls. Fine, I'll just kill you too. Stain turns to Shoto and jumps at him. Shoto activates his fire and Stain is forced to stay back. It was a stalemate. Ochako felt her fingers move a bit. Whatever his quirk is, it's losing its effect faster on me than it did, Ida Ochako thinks to herself as she stands up. She shoots Black Whip at Stain and grabs his blade. Stain glares at her, making her freeze up. Stain grabs his blade and turns at her. He sprints over and before she can react has his blade slashing toward her neck. Ochako. Ochako was pushed out of the way and she heard a slash as she fell to the ground. Stain's blade went deep, and he twisted it to make sure the damage was done. I don't know who you are, but maybe you're a real hero. Stain laughs a bit as he rips the blade out. Ochako watched in horror. Izuku stood there, with blood gushing out of his stomach. Chapter 16. Deku, Ochako yelled, watching Izuku fall back onto his back, gargling blood as if filled his mouth. Your friend sacrificed himself for you, you fake. Maybe if you had been a real hero he wouldn't have died. Stain yells at Ochako. Ochako keeps staring at Izuku. No, Ochako thinks to herself while thinking back to the USJ, his body, almost dead. Not again. Ochako feels rage consume her as Black Whip goes out of control. Ochako feels a ring in her ear. She suddenly floats up in the air and grabs Stain, bringing him in the air with him. Damn you, Ochako yells as she shoots herself at him using a 50% smash that fractures her arm. Adrenaline makes the pain feel like nothing, and her mind was blank. She didn't even realize she unlocked a new quirk. Stain was being thrown around like he was nothing. Todoroki and Ida watched as he was dismantled by Ochako. Ochako threw him to the ground. He looked unconscious. She fell to her knees on top of Stain. Flashes of Izuku's dying face filled her mind and enraged her even more. Tears flooded her eyes as she constantly punched Stain in the face. "I hate you!" Ochako screams as she continues to punch him. Ida and Todoroki watch the girl break down, unable to move themselves to help her. Ochako continues to punch Stain until his face is fully swollen, but she still didn't feel satisfied. Ochako grabs Stain's blade out of his hand and points it at his neck. She hesitates for a second, but a last flash of Izuku's dead body pushes her over the edge. Ochako swings the blade down but is stopped. "Don't do it!" Izuku holds the blade from killing Stain. Ochako looks behind her and sees Izuku. Deku, Ochako drops the blade. Stain was completely unconscious, almost dead. "Ochako, don't fall to his level, please," Izuku pleads while barely standing. "How I thought I lost you," Ochako says while Izuku collapses next to her. "I'm not quite sure." Izuku chuckles and coughs up blood. Izuku was barely conscious. He was pretty sure that the blade had pierced a vital organ, but for some reason, it felt healed. "Deku, what's happening to you?" Ochako asks. Izuku opens his eyes and feels as if all of his pain is vanishing. That ring in his ears, once again. Izuku feels his eye widen as he feels for the hole made by the blade. "The hole, it's gone." Izuku sits up. "I feel great," Izuku says as he stands up. Ida and Todoroki walk over to him. "I'm glad you're safe." Todoroki shows concern for the boy. Ida looks down. "This is all my fault." Ida starts crying and Ochako smacks him in the face. Izuku and Todoroki are bewildered. "You're right, it is your fault. You wanted revenge, didn't you? For what he did to your brother," Ochako says to Ida. The boy nods. "Well, it almost got us killed. I understand why you did that. Please, though, don't be so rash," Ochako pleads with Ida just nodding again. "Why did you help me so fast? I really don't understand." Ida questions Ochako, who just scoffs. "Fighting when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero," Ochako says with a laugh being heard from a few feet away. On the ground laid Stain. He was laughing. "You have the spirit of a real hero, yet you did this. You're a very confusing one. As for Deku, you are a real hero," Stain exclaims before passing out again. The four were silent. "So Deku, how did you heal like that?" Ochako looks back to Izuku. "I think I awakened a new quirk," he says, making the three's eyes widen. "Uraraka, you got that ringing in your ears when you first awakened Black Whip, right? Well, I got the same thing when I awakened my explosions. And just now when my wounds were healed," he continues while Ochako nods. "Maybe having two quirks isn't so special after all," Todoroki mutters to himself. "Speaking of, I felt that ringing when I fought Stain," Ochako says before suddenly floating. "It's the seventh," Ochako thinks to herself before looking at Izuku. "So you have a third?" Todoroki looking at her in astonishment. Before she can respond, a huge crash is heard and the four are quickly reminded the state that the city is in. "We gotta go, let's split up and take out Nomu," Ochako calls out to the others. They all nod and each of them start to run into the flames. "What new quirk did you get?" Izuku runs alongside Ochako. "I can float." "It's the seventh." Ochako grabs Izuku with Black Whip and flings him at a Nomu in front of them. Izuku uses his explosions to blow the Nomu's head off. "Holy shit," Ochako says, surprising Izuku. Ochako didn't swear much. Izuku looks at the Nomu's body and it falls to the ground. He feels a small pit in his stomach. He didn't know what the Nomu were. He assumed they were just mindless monsters, but what if? There wasn't time to think as another Nomu landed next to Izuku. Izuku turns to the Nomu as it throws its fists at him. Ochako uses Black Whip and stops its fists. "Deku, get him!" Ochako struggled to hold the Nomu back from Izuku. Izuku put his hands out and hesitated. What if it's not a monster? Izuku charges up a huge explosion. He shakes his head. "It's suffering, I have to put it out of its misery." Izuku blows the Nomu up completely. Izuku looks back at Ochako, who can tell he's a bit distraught. Deku, they're monsters, even if they were once human. They're not anymore. Ochako grabbed Izuku with Black Whip as a group of Nomu were about to tackle him. Izuku didn't break eye contact with Ochako. Deku, focus on saving the people who are alive. Ochako pulls Izuku toward her, and Izuku blushes. Wake up, damn it! Ochako bashes their heads together, and Izuku snaps out of his small trance. I'm sorry. Izuku starts using explosions to fly. Ochako rubbed her forehead and released him from Black Whip. Izuku struggles to keep himself in the air and starts to use explosions from his hands as well, finally balancing himself out. Deku, I get what you're thinking, but these things are gonna murder innocent people. Ochako looks at Izuku, and Izuku nods. Alright. Izuku puts on a smile, and the two go back to attacking Nomu. Ochako put herself back on the ground and suddenly felt a pain in her head. Something was telling her to move. Ochako looked to the left and saw a Nomu jumping at her. She jumped backward and punches the Nomu straight down. What the hell, Ochako thought to herself. Uraraka. Ochako looked over to Izuku, who was being punched in the stomach. Ochako snapped back to reality and started floating while grabbing the Nomu who was on Izuku with Black Whip and smashing it into the floor. Thanks. Izuku held his stomach but was quickly regenerated back to health. Yeah, this is definitely a regeneration quirk, but it takes a bit to activate. Izuku jumps up toward Ochako over her shoulder and explodes a Nomu who was behind her. I guess that sense of yours is flawed. Izuku yells at her with a grin. The personalities from his quirks must have been mixing. The regeneration was more of a mellow personality whilst his explosions were explosive. Izuku could tell Ochako was acting weird and deduced that it was in fact a new quirk. He could only tell it was some sort of sense because of her inhuman reactions to the Nomu. Listen, I know that we trained with our eyes closed, but no amount of training could react to that. Izuku laughs as he blows up another Nomu with little effort. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know which users it is. Ochako yells to him as she floats up and clashes two Nomu's heads together using Black Whip. Izuku is about to be hit by a Nomu before it gets kicked away, flying into a building. You seem to talk about it very lightly. Gran Torino looks up at Ochako, who awkwardly laughs. I guess, she says, floating down to the ground. Nana's quirk Torino smiles to himself. We're getting things under control. The hero killer Stain has been captured after being found unconscious. I have a feeling you two had something to do with that. Torino side-eyes Izuku, who nods. I got stabbed through my stomach. Izuku smiles and points to himself. Torino just stares at him. And you're fine? The older man asks. I have some sort of new quirk. I can heal now. Izuku jumps up and down a bit while adjusting his shoulders. I feel good as new. He shadow boxes a bit with explosions coming out of his fists as he does so. Torino sighs. You're something else, kid, he tells Izuku. By now the Nomu had all been taken care of. Are we all good now? Ochako breathed heavily as she looked around the city and saw heroes evacuating people. We should be okay. I'll help the other heroes. You guys are no longer needed, so don't use your quirks. Torino points at the two and they nod. Can I go shopping? Ochako pulls out a debit card. Izuku stares at her. Dude, the city we're in is in shambles. Where the hell are we gonna shop? He smirks at her. I mean, we can figure that out, let's go. Ochako grabbed Izuku's hand. See you later, Torino. Ochako waved to the man. He waved back at the two before going back to evacuating. He sighed before looking back at the two running down the street laughing. He smiled a bit. Those kids are gonna be the death of me. Chapter 17. You are not allowed to take credit for taking out Stain. Ochako, Izuku, Todoroki and Ida all sat in a room with the mayor of the city they were in across from them. It had been a week since the Stain incident. Okay. Izuku shrugs. Why not? We took him out, shouldn't we get paid our dues? Ochako questions with Todoroki nodding in agreement. Just because we don't have hero licenses didn't mean we were gonna sit by and watch people die. Todoroki adds. Well, it still is illegal. the mayor told the four. According to the stories in the paper, it'll say Endeavor was the one who defeated him. The mayor turns on a screen showing the newspaper with Endeavor on the front page. Todoroki grits his teeth. Why should he get credit for it? Who cares if we used our quirks illegally? Just say you gave us a slap on the wrist. Todoroki gets up and raises his voice. If you don't calm down, I'll give you more than a slap on the wrist. The mayor growled at the boy, startling him. Listen, I don't know about us getting credit for Stain, but can Deku at least get credit for the train? All of those people could have died, and he stopped it along with the Nomu attacking it all on his own. Ochako speaks up. That situation, we have little choice. The amount of people who saw him, on top of the fact that his explosions made it unbelievable to give Gran Torino the credit, gives us no choice but to give him credit. The mayor looks down while putting his hands behind his back. Todoroki pipes down and sits. I think it's stupid to give someone who wasn't there credit when Midoriya almost died. He looks down to his hands. If he hadn't awakened a new quirk, he'd be dead right now. Todoroki looks back up. Todoroki, it's fine, I'm fine really. Izuku walks over to Todoroki and pats his shoulder. That's not the point though. Todoroki clenches his fists. Ida sat in the corner of the room on a chair. He hadn't said a word. Todoroki looks at him and slowly nods. Well, besides all that, I'd like to thank you all for your help out there. The mayor bowed down, and Todoroki rolled his eyes. Could have said that beforehand? Todoroki mumbles to himself. The rest of them just nod. Ida was still quiet but stood up. Ida? Ochako looked over at the boy. I'm so sorry. Ida bowed down with tears in his eyes. The mayor is surprised but accepts the apology. Ida glares up at him, surprising the mayor. I'm not apologizing to you. Ida growls, taking all of them by surprise. Shoto, Ochako, Deku. Ida calls all of them by their hero names. I put you all in danger because of my own selfish desire for revenge. Ida bowed back down. I sincerely apologize, and I swear nothing of the sort will ever happen again. He finishes. Shoto, Deku, and Ochako all exchanges looks at each other. Listen man, I get it. Wanting to get revenge makes sense. Seeing someone hurt another person you love, it hurts. Ochako talks to Ida. Flashes off all for one flow through her mind. She remembers visiting her dad in the hospital back when he had won against All for One, but All for One lived, and he was in prison. Ever since she saw her father with that big scar on his stomach, that not even Recovery Girl could heal. She also wanted revenge, she just never had the power to do it. Ochako closes her eyes and smiles. It's not worth it, you wouldn't feel better if you killed Stain. Ochako hesitated a bit, she genuinely did want revenge on All for One. This is way different, Ochako thinks to herself. The four of them left the building and all went their separate ways. Ochako and Izuku decided they'd hang out later in the day. A dark room with the only light being a small TV. Shigaraki itched his neck while looking at a video of the sports festival. That's the girl, the one who ruined my Nomu. Shigaraki looks at Ochako as she stands on the podium after winning it all. Master, I'll kill All Might if it's the last thing I do. Shigaraki smiles as All Might appears on the screen. A knock is heard and lights come on. Master, people have come to see you. Shigaraki looks back at Kurojiri and nods. Let him in. Shigaraki stands up and walks to the stools at the bar. Kurojiri goes back to the door and opens it. Two people walk in, one tall man, in his 20s, and one girl in her late teens. These two want to join the league. Kurojiri tells Shigaraki. I heard Stain was affiliated with you. I agree with his philosophy of fake heroes. The black-haired man says with a grin. Stitches littered his face as it looked like he had been burned beyond recognition. She's the same. The man points at the girl. I want to meet Mr. Staney. The girl grins while giggling wildly. Names? Shigaraki looks at the two. I'm Himiko Toga. The girl giggles and licks a knife she had in her hand. Dabi. The man answers with a straight face. Quirks? Shigaraki continues. Blue flame. Dabi sparks up a fire in his hands with a smirk. Toga recoils a bit. I steal blood with my knives. She awkwardly grins. Shigaraki nods. You're in. He tells the two with an evil grin. Toga celebrates as Dabi sits on a stool near Shigaraki. So what's your real name? Shigaraki asks Dabi. Dabi laughs a bit and shakes his head. That's for me to know only. Dabi grabs a glass of something and drinks it quickly. Izuku felt his phone buzz in his pocket and quickly took it out. Hello? He answers the phone. Hey Deku, Ochako yells through the phone, startling Izuku. Hey Uraraka, what's up? Izuku laughs a bit as he sits on his bed. Come outside. Let's go somewhere and do something. Ochako insists to Izuku. Wanna get dinner? Izuku asks her. She goes silent for a minute. Yeah, sure, she said out of breath. You okay? Izuku asks her, noticing her panting. Yeah, I'm fine, I'm just gonna go change real quick if we're gonna go to dinner. Ochako laughs a bit. Good idea. Izuku laughs as well. Well, I'll see you in a few? Ochako asks Izuku. Yup, it's a date, Izuku quickly says without thinking. Yeah, it's a date, Ochako mutters while smiling. The two blush and hang up. Chapter 18. Ochako walks in her room and quickly gets undressed. Meanwhile, Izuku got dressed. He didn't want anything too fancy, so he just put on a black tee with a green button-up and nice black shorts. It had started to get hot out lately, so he didn't want to sweat too much. Why the hell did I say that, Izuku thought to himself as he pulled up his shorts. A date, huh? I better wear this. Ochako pulled a dress out from her closet and snickered. She put it on and texted Izuku to just meet her at a restaurant nearby. Izuku rushed to the restaurant and waited outside. He adjusted his collar before seeing a car pull up. The door opened and Ochako stood up. Izuku was stunned. It was a maroon-colored dress, she had black heels on, and she walked up to him. Hey Deku. She smiled a little awkwardly. Izuku just looked at her with his mouth slowly opening. You look beautiful, he mutters out before covering his mouth. Ochako giggles a little bit while blushing. Thank you, you don't look so bad yourself. Ochako giggles again. Izuku smiles a bit while looking to the door. Would you like to go in? Izuku opened up the door and put a hand out. Ochako closed her eyes and smiled. It would be my pleasure. Ochako grabs his hand and the two walk in. Once they sat down, the atmosphere was kind of awkward. Izuku didn't expect this outcome, and nor did Ochako. It was really sudden to make it a date, even though both of them wanted it. So, Ochako veered off while looking at Izuku. Izuku awkwardly smiled. This is a nice place, I like the scenery. Izuku looks over to a fish tank with a lot of different fish. Ochako nodded. We're making this a lot more awkward than we need to, aren't we? Izuku mutters, looking back to Ochako. She giggles and nods. I don't know, I want this to be a date, but I have a feeling that you said that as a joke or just accidentally. Ochako admits while playing with her dress. It was an accident, to be honest, but it's not like I don't want it to be a date. Izuku blushes a bit while Ochako's eyes widen. Ochako starts to giggle again, making Izuku embarrassed. It's not that funny, he says quietly while watching her laugh. Izuku slowly smiles. Hey Uraraka, after we eat, can we talk somewhere privately? Izuku asks Ochako, who stops laughing immediately. Sure. Everything okay? She asks him as a waiter walks up to the two. Izuku just nods. They order their drinks and food, and it goes back to a small silence. Why does it have to be private? Ochako whispers to Izuku. Does it have to do with my quirk? She whispers even quieter. Izuku smiles and shakes his head no. You'll see. He whispers back to her. Ochako blushes and smiles before nodding. The two get their food and Ochako quickly eats while Izuku takes his time. Why'd you eat so fast? Izuku asks as he swallows a bite of his katsudon. I want to hear what you have to tell me, duh. Ochako starts to drink out of her cup. Izuku chuckles a bit before continuing to eat. After he finishes, the two leave the restaurant. So when can you tell me? Ochako asks as they both walk down the street. I might wait actually. Izuku smirks while looking over to her. Deku, Ochako groans while punching his shoulder. I'm just messing with you. Izuku laughs while holding his shoulder. Just wait a little, okay? I'm still thinking. Izuku looks back to her, and she nods slowly. Fine, but you better tell me tonight, Ochako insists. Izuku shakes his head. Yeah, I'll think about it. He smirks before receiving another playful punch. Izuku continued to walk. His mind was racing though. He had decided he wanted to make things with Ochako official. He realized after the Hosu incident that either of them could die at any moment, and that if he didn't miraculously awaken a quirk like the one he did while against Stain, he would have probably been dead. He had his doubts though. What if Ochako wouldn't want that anymore? What if the stress was too much? What if his clear personality changes during his quirk's usage was a turn-off for her? Izuku looked over to her and saw her walking with a smile. He felt his heart flutter a bit, and he almost tripped on the sidewalk. Deku? Ochako questioned as he regained his balance. Sorry, guess I lost my footing, Izuku says, making Ochako burst into laughter. Izuku watched her laugh and began to smile before laughing with her. He laughed not only at him only tripping but at the whole situation. He knew she liked him, yet he was still nervous. It made him feel pathetic. The two eventually made it to the apartments, and they sat between them at a fountain. Tonight was great, Deku. Ochako smiles at him as they sit next to each other on a bench, and Ochako takes her heels off because they hurt her feet a bit after walking for so long. Izuku stared at the water in the fountain. A blush grew on his face. I think I'm ready, he says, making Ochako perk up. First though, I need to ask. Izuku fumbles his words a bit as he is completely covered in a blush. Do you still like me? Ochako stares at him before smiling and blushing. I do. Why? She questions him. Even with my personality? You've noticed how it kind of changes when I use my quirk? Well, quirks now. Izuku's heart was racing at this point. Ochako smiles and looks down. Deku, I felt my first little spark of feelings toward you before you even awakened your quirk. Your perseverance, how hard you trained to make it into you. Without a quirk, that's determination, and it's very admirable. It made me feel like I could also be a hero. Just the fact that you were willing to work that hard for your dream even with all the odds against you, that's attractive, Deku. Ochako sighs and stands up. Izuku looks at her with a tear in his eye. No matter how you act while you use your quirk, I know you well enough to know you have good intentions. You're a good person with a big heart. Not to mention big muscles. Ochako laughs a bit while flexing her arms. I confessed to you that day for a reason. I had a small feeling that I would fall for you the day we met again. I just didn't expect it to be so fast, so when I realized I did, I just threw it out there. That's just the type of person I am. Ochako sits back down next to him, putting her hands to her sides on the bench. When you told me that you wanted to learn to love yourself, that made me sad, but also happy at the same time. The fact that you're self-aware enough, and that even though we aren't together you cared about not hurting me. Ochako looks up to the stars. So I decided I'll wait for you, Deku, because I care about you. Ochako looks back to him to see him blushing. I love you, Izuku. She smiles as she starts to cry a bit. Izuku fully bursts into tears but starts laughing as well. Ochako blinks a few times. Deku? She watches as he stands up and wipes his eye dry of tears. This was supposed to be my confession, not yours. He laughs as he wipes his eye again as tears keep flowing. Ochako's eyes widen. Uraraka, I want to be with you. These past few months have been amazing, and I know I said I wanted to love myself first, and I think I really do, and after all these things have happened to us. I want to be with you now. Our line of work is gonna be life-threatening every day. After things with Stain, I realized I could die at any time, same for you. That's why when I jumped in front of Stain and all of that happened, I realized I need to be with you. Izuku pauses while Ochako is also fully crying now. I want to be with you now so I don't lose any precious time that we have in our lives. I can't lose time with you. Ochako stands up and hugs Izuku. I also want to be with you, Deku. Ochako smiles while tears flow down her face. Izuku smiles and hugs her back. A silence forms between them as they stand there hugging. After a few minutes, they back up off of each other. Did that really just happen? Ochako giggles a bit while they both wipe tears off of their faces. Izuku nods. Yeah, I'm happy I was able to say it, he says before holding out his hands. Ochako takes them. So Ochako. Izuku uses her first name, surprising her. Would you like to go out with me and be my girlfriend? He finishes with a grin. Ochako giggles. I would love to. Ochako replies with a silence falling between them again. The two stare at each other. Hey, Izuku murmurs with Ochako smiling. What's up? She asks him. Can I kiss you? Izuku stumbles over his words a bit and blushes. Ochako blushes too but keeps a smile on his face. Yes, you may. She closes her eyes. Izuku blushes harder and slowly leans down to her. He puckers his lips and plants a kiss straight on her lips. Ochako opens her eyes and looks at Izuku, who had turned around and was scratching the back of his neck. Gee, great weather we're having, wouldn't you say? Izuku stutters out. Ochako giggles. Come here, you didn't do that right. She spins around Izuku and makes him tilt his head a bit. There you go, she says before pulling him down into a kiss. She backs up and giggles while Izuku touches his lips with a face almost matching the maroon coloring of Ochako's dress. Ochako stops laughing and looks at him again. Yeah, the weather's great. Chapter 19. Your final exams for the first term are starting today. You will be taking a written exam and then there will be the practical. The written test is right after lunch. You've known about this for a few weeks now, so don't be unprepared. Aizawa announces before the bell goes off, signifying the end of the class. Lunch was next. It had been a few weeks since Ochako and Izuku got together, and it was great for the two. Their parents didn't know, not because they didn't want to tell them but because they just never brought it up. That would change soon. The two had studied hard for the written exams but weren't sure what to expect with the practical. Izuku and Ochako went and sat down at their table for lunch after Izuku had gotten his from the cafeteria. So you think you're gonna pass the written exams? Ochako pulls out a bento box and opens it. I know I'll be fine. I was always average at school, but since I went to America I've had to use my brain a lot more, and that just carried back to here. Izuku examined his tray and started to eat. What about you? Izuku swallows his food and says while Ochako looks at her bento box. Yeah, I'll be fine. I am still a bit nervous though. She nervously smiles. Don't worry about it, you're smarter than me so you'll be fine. Izuku chews on his food while talking. Ochako raises her eyebrows. Izuku smiles, trying not to laugh. Sorry, I know, eat with my mouth closed, he says after he finishes chewing. But for real though, you'll be okay. Izuku wipes his face with a napkin. Ochako smiles at him. We'll both do great, Ochako says, reinvigorated by Izuku's words. Izuku smiles back before taking a bite of his food. Once the two eat, they take their final exams. They both passed with flying colors. The practicals were also that day, night. To give the students a challenge, they decided to hold the exams at 1 in the morning. Really late, so they'd all be tired. The consensus was that if they fought in bad conditions, they'd learn to adapt in hard situations. They'd be fighting their teachers. Teams were selected based on the relationships between students. At least that's what they had been told. Izuku and Ochako ended up being partners anyway. At first the two thought there was a mistake. That was until they saw who they'd face. Almight. We're going against him. The two yelled in unison as they read the whiteboard in front of them. Aizawa chuckles a bit, which is very out of character for him. Yes, you will be. It would have been myself, but since you both have multiple quirks, I could only erase one at a time, Aizawa states while the rest of the students look at their partners. Almost everyone passed except for Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Sato. The final fight was up to bat, Ochako and Izuku versus All Might. The two were put into a mock city and told they would either escape through the only exit, or defeat All Might. Tests begin, a voice boomed through the city. Izuku sighed. Alright, well, let's go, I guess. Izuku started walking into the city. I'll watch high ground. If we scout him out and sneak attack, we'll have a better chance of winning, Ochako says before using Black Whip to catapult herself on top of one of the buildings. Izuku nods to her and starts to walk down the straightaway in the middle of the city. It was completely dark besides a few street lights. On the other side of the city stood All Might. Never thought I'd be fighting young Midoriya, let alone my own daughter. All Might cranks back his arm. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna hold back. Detroit Smash, he yells while punching toward the mock city. Izuku hears a huge boom and becomes tense as he prepares himself to be hit. What he didn't expect was the gust of wind that completely knocked him on the ground and destroys the surrounding part of the city. He falls onto his back and one of the buildings comes crumbling down. Izuku's eye widens as he quickly shoots an explosion out of his hands, breaking up the debris so it wouldn't crush him. It came from the other side and was still that powerful. Izuku slowly became anxious. He never thought he'd fight his idol. The strength made him nervous just thinking about it. Deku, Ochako yelled out, bringing him out of his small trance. Before Izuku could react, All Might appeared in front of him with his huge smile on his face. Ochako desperately shot Black Whip onto her dad and tried to pull him back toward herself. That's not strong enough for me. All Might grit his teeth and pushes through Black Whip. Those Nomu might have been taken by Black Whip, but unlike them I have a conscience. All Might yells while turning back toward Ochako and latching onto Black Whip before ripping her back down toward him. Ochako flew toward him and her eyes widened. All Might punches Ochako in the stomach, sending her straight into the floor below him. In this match I'm the villain. All Might smiles. So don't expect me to go easy on you. All Might finishes before feeling an explosion in the back of his head. All Might turns his head to see Izuku with a malicious-looking grin on his face. Meanwhile, Ochako lay on the ground dazed. Why didn't danger sense go off, she thought to herself before looking up and seeing Izuku about to square up with All Might. Ochako stumbles to her feet. Dad's not even full power, and he's still so strong, she thinks to herself before charging one for all to 25% full cowling. She sees Izuku glance at her, and she smiles at him before turning and running toward the exit. All Ochako could think of was the countless villains that were destroyed by her father. She felt that she couldn't beat him no matter how powerful she was. Izuku had similar ideas, but since he started using explosions, his outlook changed. How much stronger he was just made Izuku want to fight more. Izuku jumped at All Might with a huge explosion in his hands but was quickly smashed into the ground. Ochako watched this and hesitated. Seeing him get destroyed made her want to help, but she also wanted to win. Ochako felt her heart beating fast and instincts kicked in. She boosted her 1 for all percentage to 35, giving her a slight soreness but not enough to stop her. She bolted to her father and tried to punch him in the back. He heard her coming and dodged, making Ochako punch Izuku, who had just stood up. Deku, Ochako yells, realizing what she just did. Izuku got sent back a good 15 feet before falling onto his back. He started breathing heavily but quickly got back up. He felt his stomach turn like he was gonna throw up. Yeah, you're really strong, Uraraka. Izuku forced a smile but ended up looking like a crazy person. All Might laughs and looks over to Ochako. See that, young Uraraka, you have gotten stronger. He grins before throwing a punch. Ochako barely dodges. Why won't danger sense activate? Is it because it's dad? She thinks to herself while using float to get a height advantage. Izuku stares at All Might. All Might, I've always been horrified of your power. Izuku felt his bruises being healed from regeneration. All Might just stared back at the boy. Things have changed, I envy your power, I know what it really is. Izuku smiles as sparks fly in his hands. All Might feels sweat drip down his face. I want to beat you. Izuku shoots himself at All Might. Ochako watches as Izuku flies at her father. She quickly stops using float and turns her back to her dad before pointing her finger out. She flicks 30% and flies into All Might's back. He is caught by surprise, but as he goes to turn around, Izuku punching him in the mouth. Blood falls out of All Might's mouth, and he looks down at his hand in surprise. These kids are something else. All Might smirks before turning back and elbowing Izuku in the ribs, and then backhanding Ochako. The two teens fly back away from All Might. Izuku smiles even more while Ochako becomes even more scared. Izuku puts his hand where All Might elbowed. I think you broke one or two. Izuku laughs a bit before regeneration kicks in. That really hurt. He completely flips personalities while tears threaten to leave his eye. All Might looks confused before being grabbed by Ochako, who was now angry. Calm down and control your output, Ochako told All Might before smashing his face into the ground using Black Whip. Izuku stood 20 feet away, dazed. The regeneration took a toll on his stamina, similar to Recovery Girl's quirk, just much less tolling. All Might looked up at his daughter and grinned. I'm not gonna hold back. All Might grabs Ochako's foot and trips her onto her back. She loses her grip on him and Black Whip retracts. Izuku snaps back and runs to All Might, who was still face down on the floor. Go to bed. Izuku smashed his fists into All Might's head and used an explosion to hopefully knock him unconscious. Smoke filled the area and Izuku shot himself back away from it. Once it cleared, All Might stood tall and Ochako lay next to him, breathing heavily. Izuku grit his teeth and used explosions to create more and more smoke. All Might was confused by this until he felt a huge blast hit his face. He blinked a few times before falling down on one knee. He heard even more explosions, but this time going away from him. He got up and started to run toward the exit of the mock city, unknowingly running right past Izuku, who grabbed Ochako and ran into an alleyway. Are you okay? Izuku put his hands on Ochako's face, made her look at him. I'll be fine, just tired. Ochako blinked a lot to try and snap herself back. Same, I'm overtired if anything. Izuku fell onto his butt and sighed. Not only is it this late, but my regeneration takes stamina. I'm on the brink of passing out. Izuku leaned his head on Ochako's shoulder, and she giggled. Wanna sneak out of here? We can go on the rooftops, and I'll use Black Whip to bring you with me. Ochako stood up and smiled at Izuku, who shook his head. We can beat him, but this time we gotta work together, before we split up, and I think that's why he destroyed us so easily. Izuku got up and stood next to her. If we work together, we can beat anyone. Izuku smirked as spark flew in his hands. Ochako smiles and shakes her head. Then let's do it then. Ochako grabs his hand. Izuku feels a blush form. The two were dating, yes, but they both still got butterflies from even the most simple things. Ochako latched Black Whip onto Izuku and used Float to bring both of them on top of that building. We might as well get a sneak attack, Ochako whispers while letting go of Izuku. Izuku nods. I have a plan. Ochako smirks. All Might looked around. He saw the exit to the city, but neither of Ochako and Izuku were out of it. He looks to his sides, but when he turns around he sees Izuku flying at him faster than Izuku could ever go on his own. Die! Izuku screams before using an explosion to shoot himself closer to the ground, dodging the punch All Might threw. He punches All Might's knee and he falls onto the other. Damn! All Might grunts as Izuku rolls to the side. All Might looks to where Izuku flew in from and saw Ochako with a huge grin on her face, also flying at him. Stay down, All Might! Ochako yelled before using a 50% smash on his cheek, sending him onto the ground a few feet away. All Might blinked a bunch. That was great! Ochako looked over to Izuku, who had a grin on his face. Let's get out of here, Izuku told her, resisting the urge to fight All Might. The two ran out and passed the exams. Once they saw they passed, they both fell onto the ground, absolutely exhausted. They lay next to each other as All Might walks up to the two of them. You guys are strong, to say the least. He smiled at the two. The two of them looked at each other while still laying on the ground and laughed. We did it! Ochako celebrated half-heartedly. She was usually asleep by this time, so the fact that they won was a miracle in her eyes. Ochako rolled over, putting her arm over Izuku's chest and ruffling his hair as she laid staring at the ground. I'm so tired. she groaned while All Might coughed. Ochako rolled off Izuku with a huge blush on her face. All Might had both of his hands out helping each of them up. Good fight, you two. He side-eyes Izuku and Izuku nervously laughs. All Might turned away and smiled. Is that what I think it is, he thinks to himself while cheerfully walking back to the school. He knew Ochako liked Izuku, but now his suspicions of the two being together were skyrocketing. That was embarrassing, Izuku muttered while looking over at Ochako, who was still painted red with a blush. Ochako just nods a bit. Should we tell him? Ochako asks Izuku while they both start to walk to the school. It's your dad, so it's up to you, Izuku mumbles. Maybe I really don't know. He knows I like you, so I would think that he'd be fine with it. Ochako sighs. He knows you like me? Izuku blabbers, surprised at the revelation. Ochako giggles. The night I initially confessed to you, he had watched. I berated him for it the next day, though. Ochako tells him as they get closer to the school. Tomorrow morning let's meet up, I want to talk to you about it more. Izuku whispers to her. We have phones, Deku. Ochako side-eyes him, and he just chuckles. I'd rather talk in person. Izuku smirks at her. This was oddly flirty for Izuku. He quickly covers his mouth with a blush. Sorry, Izuku mumbles with Ochako barely able to make out what he said. What are you saying sorry for? Ochako asks, confused at his sudden embarrassment. He was overselling what he had said. It was nowhere as flirty as he really thought. Oh, nothing. Izuku looked away while rubbing the back of his neck. I guess his regeneration is active. Ochako smiles to herself before punching Izuku on the shoulder. Come on, it's late, let's go home. The rest of the class had gone home. It was around 2 in the morning now, so the two were way overtired. All Might, on the other hand, took a nap in the middle of the day, so he'd be at full capacity at this time, but now his sleep schedule was kind of messed up. He sat in his car in the front of the school waiting for the two. Both Ochako and Izuku walked to the front and saw All Might's car. Guess I still have a ride home. Izuku chuckles a bit and Ochako rolls her eyes. Don't act like he wouldn't have driven you home, Deku. You know him better than that. Izuku just nods. The two get in the car, Ochako in the front and Izuku in the back. Well, we're off now. All Might tells the two before starting to drive off. So Dad, you said you didn't hold back, right? Ochako smirks at her father. All Might rolls his eyes. Yes, I didn't hold back. Ochako giggles. I'm stronger than you, haha. Ochako makes fun of her father. Izuku sat in the back awkwardly as the two in the front bickered. If I still had one for all, I would have messed you up, girl. Well, if you still had one for all, then I wouldn't even have it, so duh. Izuku just starts laughing and the two in the front stop bickering and Ochako looks back. What's so funny? Ochako glares at him. Izuku gets nervous. Nothing, Izuku shuts his mouth. Ochako looks back at All Might and starts laughing. I'm just messing with you, Deku. Young Midoriya, you don't have to be so quiet. You're part of the family, there's nothing to worry about. All Might laughs as well as he turns onto the road where their apartments are. The two teens go silent at the mention of them being family. All Might sighs. You guys are so awkward sometimes. Ochako looks at her father. I know you guys are together. The silence continues. All Might looks in the rearview mirror and sees Izuku with a huge blush on his face. So when did you find out? Ochako mumbles, also very embarrassed. I mean, you got way more comfortable around each other when before you guys got together it was more tension since you liked each other. You're not as sneaky as you both think. That didn't answer the question, Ochako thinks to herself while rolling her eyes a bit. All Might laughs. Like I said, you aren't sneaky, but I did find out that you guys were together a week or two ago. Not find out exactly, but I had the feeling. That little stunt earlier just confirmed it for me. Izuku and Ochako sigh. Yeah, I'm way too tired, so I don't know, it just happened. Ochako leans her head on the car window as they pull up to their apartment complex. Alright, I'm tired too, let's get out of here. All Might shuts off the car and opens his door. teenagers and being so awkward, he thinks to himself as the two get out of the car. Well, I guess I'll be off now. Izuku tries to walk away, but Ochako grabs his shoulder with Black Whip. She turns him around and he nervously smiles. Yes? Ochako walks up to him, and so does All Might. I want to discuss what we're gonna do now, since Dad knows and all. Ochako walks next to Izuku and grabs his hand. Dad, you know that I have had feelings for Deku, so please let us. All Might interrupts her with a booming laugh. Oh, Ochako, you're so oblivious, you definitely got it from me, not your mother. All Might continues to laugh. Ochako just stares at him. If I had a problem with you two, it would have been known long before I stopped the car, All Might tells them. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, thank All Might, he mutters. You're welcome, All Might booms, startling Izuku. All Might shakes his head. Remember what I told you, Ochako, I trust your judgment. I also know that young Midoriya here is a good kid. I trust him as well. All Might looks to Izuku, who smiles at him. Thank you, sir. Izuku bows down. All Might chops his head and Izuku looks back up at him, cringing a bit. Ow. Yeah, don't call me sir, makes me feel old. All Might says before turning around and walking toward the apartment. I'm going to bed, goodbye you two. And with that there were two. Ochako giggles as her father goes inside. Man, that was stressful. Izuku plops his head onto Ochako's shoulder. I bet. Ochako snorts while patting his head. I guess we don't need to meet up and talk about it tomorrow. Izuku chuckles while picking his head up off of her shoulder. Maybe we should anyways, why not? Ochako smiles at him. Yeah, now we don't even need a reason to meet. Ochako shakes her head yes and grabs Izuku's cheek playfully. I get to see this face whenever I want, Ochako says in a baby voice while squeezing his cheek. Izuku laughs. Yeah, he says while calming down. Ochako takes out her phone. Oh wow, it's 3 in the morning. Ochako shows her phone to Izuku, who just sighs. I guess we should call it a night. Ochako puts her phone back in her pocket. Izuku laughs. I could have called it a night 3 hours ago, I'm about to pass out. Ochako shakes her head with a smile. Good night then. Ochako hesitates and turns away. You forget something? Izuku says, making her turn back to him. He holds up her phone and she smacks her pockets. How'd you get that? I just put it in my pockets. Izuku chuckles. Come here. Ochako smirks and uses Black Whip to grab the phone. I don't see a need. Her smirk turns into a sarcastic grin. Izuku rolls his eyes and walks up to her. He pulls her into a hug. This is all I wanted. Ochako blushes and hugs him back. You didn't have to try and trick me into it. Izuku smiles. I know, gotta work on being upfront with these types of things. The two break the hug and smile at each other. I'll see you tomorrow, Deku. Ochako smiles and waves as she walks away, running up the stairs to her apartment. Yeah, see you. Izuku smiles and goes to his apartment. Man, I'm so grateful for how far I've come. Chapter 20. Status on the Quirk? A tall man stood next to a very short old man. The Quirk is starting to go out of control. It seems as if the closer to death the boy is, the more his quirk reaches its potential. The doctor replies while pushing up his glasses. And when was the last the boy checked in with you? The tall man asks while sitting at a desk. It's been a few days. He recently got a regeneration quirk. The kid's persistent too. He asks me why I diagnosed him as Quirkless when he was young, yet this is all happening. Do you question my methods of work? The tall man stands back up and walks to the shorter Dr. Garaki. He leans over and smiles at the doctor, his faceless grin even freaking out the doctor. No, of course I don't. The man panics. I would never betray you. The man laughs. Good, now figure out the real reason his quirk is awakening, even if you have to capture him to do it. At the same time, the class stood in the mall. Alright, now that everyone is here, go get things you'll need for the summer camp. Mina yelled to the class. Mina set up a meeting time for the class so they could all get things and bond as a class. Almost instantly everyone split into groups. Shoto and Ida stood together. I need to get some clothes and I also need. Hey, do you guys know any good clothing shops here? I've never been here and I don't really know what to look at. Izuku asked the duo with an awkward smile. Yeah, you can come with us, but we want to eat first. You want to eat with us? Ida asked Izuku with a big grin on his face. Sure, Ochako wanna come with us? Izuku slips up calling her by her first name in front of the two boys. He quickly covers his mouth and Ida laughs. Sure, I'll join you guys. Let me just run to the bathroom quick. I'll meet you all at the food district. Ochako points over to the bathrooms and the three boys nod. See you there. Izuku waves as Ochako waves back and runs to the bathroom. So, first names, huh? Shoto says, being out of character. Izuku chuckles. It was an honest mistake. I've been to her house and had to call her by her first name to not confuse the family. Izuku lies straight through his teeth. The two nod and they all walk to the food court. Ochako walks out of the bathroom and starts to walk around. Maybe it would have been good to know where the food court is, Ochako thinks to herself while sitting down and pulling out her phone. Excuse me, can I sit here? A man with a hood on asks. Ochako nods and moves over. Sorry if I was in your way, she says with a smile before it quickly fades. She recognized that voice. She felt a hand slowly clutch the back of her neck. Don't scream, don't make a scene, or I'll kill everyone in here, the man says to her. Shigaraki, Ochako quietly says with the man slowly laughing. I'm so glad you recognized me. Shigaraki smiled an ugly smile. Sweat dripped down Ochako's face. Now, Ochako, I want to ask you a question. Shigaraki tightens his grip on her neck. What's the difference between a person like me and one like Stain? Shigaraki growled at her. Tears formed in Ochako's eyes as she slowly started to struggle to breathe. Stain killed with conviction, even if I don't agree with his reasons. He didn't do it just to satisfy some weird fetish. Ochako growls back. Shigaraki's grip tightens more. Ochako. Izuku stares at the two, immediately recognizing Shigaraki. Oh hey Deku, I'm such a big fan. Shigaraki lets go of Ochako's neck and stands up with his hands in the air. Izuku doesn't answer and clutches his fists ready to fight. Ochako shakes her head no. Oh Deku, don't get any ideas. Shigaraki got closer and grabbed his shirt, bringing him closer. I could kill everyone here if you take a shot on me. Shigaraki smiles in his face. Thanks for meeting me, guys. I'm such a big fan of both of you. Shigaraki let go of Izuku and started to walk away. Izuku walked over and sat next to Ochako, hugging her while she started to fully cry. We have to tell the heroes. Ochako bawled her eyes out. I know, call him. Izuku says, referring to All Might. Ochako nods. I'm gonna tell them we have to go. Come on, let's go. I'm not leaving you alone again. Izuku puts his hand out and Ochako takes it. Later in the night, Ochako and Izuku stood with the cops. They explained the situation and All Might and Inko were there as well. My baby, Inko cried while holding on to Izuku. Mom, I'm okay. I promise. Izuku says, patting her back but still staring at Ochako, who was still shaken up. All Might stood with her, patting her shoulder in his small form. Go comfort Ochako, sweetie. Inko pushes herself off of Izuku. Huh? Why? Izuku questions. Because she's your girlfriend. Inko wipes tears off of her eyes. Izuku blushes. You knew? Izuku backs up embarrassed. Of course I do. Who do you think hangs up the phone when you guys fall asleep on call? That little heart next to her name on your phone gives it away. Inko giggles and Izuku continues to blush. Maybe that wasn't the most discreet contact name, he thinks to himself before smiling to his mom. He turns to Ochako and starts to walk toward her. Hey Mr. Uraraka, can me and Ochako take a walk? Izuku says to the man. He chuckles. Yes you can, young Midoriya. He replies, patting Ochako on the shoulder. Ochako looks at Izuku and forces a smile. She really was horrified that she was so easily taken off guard. She even questioned her danger sense since it never activated. Izuku holds out his hand, completely ignoring the crowd of people around them. She takes his hand. Ochako smiles for real this time, at ease from his touch. They walk to the side. "What's up?" Ochako asked quietly. Izuku put a hand on her cheek and she blushed. "You're okay." Izuku smiled. "See, you're physically all okay." He pinches her cheek and she laughs a bit while starting to cry. Izuku pulls her into a hug and lets her cry. "You're gonna be alright, I promise. I won't let him hurt you," Izuku tells her while stroking her hair. Ochako shakes her head. "You don't get it, Deku. I don't want you to have to protect me." Izuku backed up and stared at her. "I want to be able to protect others. I want to be a hero and be the best one at it, yet I can't even protect myself." Ochako clenches her fists so hard her palms almost started bleeding. "I've watched you protect so many people, and so many times you've almost died the USJ against Stain. Both times you've barely clung on to life." Izuku looks down. "Today was another time. If Shigaraki started a fight, I would have been useless. It would have been you against the world again. You're stronger than me, and it frustrates me so much. I'm tired of being the damsel in distress when I'm. Ochako stops talking and falls to her knees crying. He knew she was angry at herself. Especially since she was All Might's successor, she had very high expectations of herself. Izuku looked over to All Might and saw him staring at her with a frown. Everyone was staring. Ochako stared at the ground, trying to hold in her crying. "You aren't weak, Ochako. I hope you know that." Izuku puts his hand on her head. "It was my choice to protect you when I did. Even if I hadn't done what I did, you would be alive. I just have an extra eye with me." Izuku laughs, trying to lighten the mood. Ochako sighs and stands up. "You just don't get it, Deku." Ochako turns back and walks to All Might. "Can you bring me home, Dad? I need to lay down." She wipes tears off of her face. All Might nodded and the two left. The next morning, Izuku and his class sat on a bus. They were on their way to the summer camp. Izuku and Ochako hadn't talked since last night, and she didn't sit next to him. Izuku was spacing out, watching out the window of the bus. Bakugo was next to him. "What's wrong with you, nerd?" Bakugo quietly asked while not even looking at him. Izuku looks over too. Suddenly the bus comes to a stop, almost sending Izuku into the seat in front of him. Ochako glances over as Aizawa gets up from his seat. "Alright class, we're here." He gets up and walks outside. The class closely following. They're on a mountain above a huge forest. "Whoa, this is steep." Mina yelps and clings onto the bus. "Welcome to your summer camp." A woman walks out from behind the bus with two other women and one man. "Who the hell are you?" Bakugo snarls, a bit freaked out from the forest's sudden appearance. "Well, feisty little child." One of the women speaks while ducking down and throwing out her paws. "We are." The other three get in position. "The wild hussy-cats," she announces as the class just watches silently. "Tough crowd," a blonde woman mutters. "I am Mandalay, the leader of the group." A woman with brunette hair, now identified as Mandalay, tells the group. "And I'm Pixie Bob." The blonde barges in with a huge grin. Mandalay rolls her eyes. "I'm Ragdoll." A woman walks up next to the two. She had emerald hair similar to Izuku's, which Ochako noticed immediately. "I'm Tiger." The man tells them all with a scary grin. A shiver collectively travels down the spines of all of the students. "He's big," Izuku mumbles. The whole class nods in agreement. "Well, now that we're all introduced, welcome to your camp." Pixie Bob throws her hands in the air. The students just look around at the cliff they're on. "This doesn't seem like much of a camp." Kaminari frowns and puts his hands to his side. "Well, it will once you really get there." Mandalay laughs a bit. Pixie Bob puts her hands on the ground. "Hope you guys can run fast," she says before the ground under all of them starts to shift. They all get sent off the cliff. Ochako uses Black Whip to keep everyone from crashing onto the ground, and she looks back up the mountain. "What the hell was that?" She yelled up the mountain while putting everyone down. The ground shifted back to what it was and the Hussycats peeked over the edge. "This is your first challenge. Get to the campsite in the next 2 hours," the four yelled. The whole class felt a crash behind them and looked back at the trees. Beasts started to form out of them. "What the hell?" Bakugo started using explosions to block an attack. After a grueling 5 hours, they finally made it to the camp. Ochako was carrying almost the whole class using Black Whip as they had exhausted their quirks. "You guys only took 5 hours, I'm impressed." Mandalay greeted the class. Izuku grunted while him, Todoroki, and Bakugo all walked behind Ochako. "I thought you said I'd take 2 hours, damn it!" Bakugo and Izuku yell in unison. Pixie Bob laughs. "That was how long it would take us for. Didn't account for you guys though." She smirks at Bakugo, who stomps his foot on the ground. Izuku just sighs and drops his head. Izuku shook his head. He looked up and saw a small boy standing next to Mandalay. As if Ochako read his mind, she immediately spoke. "Whose kid is that?" "He's none of ours, he's my cousin's kid," she tells the group. Izuku decides to walk up to the boy. "Hey kid, what's your name?" Izuku asks him with a smile while holding out his hand for a handshake. The kid cranks back his arm and Izuku's heart drops as he can feel what's coming. He couldn't react in time and he was on the floor. The whole class's eyes widened. Ida quickly went to Izuku's side. "Hey kid, a punch to a man's package is a big no-no," he scolds the child. "A fallen brother, may he rest in peace," Kaminari and Kirishima say while saluting Izuku. "Ow," Izuku mumbled while holding his package. The kid walked away and turned back. "Like hell I'll be friends with a wannabe hero," he said before running into the building. "Damn," Bakugo muttered as the class just stood in silence. "Sorry about him, he has a past with heroes and he's not very fond of them." Mandalay bows down while apologizing to Izuku. "It's fine." Izuku barely mutters, still in pain. Ochako cringes at his pain, but doesn't move. Ouch. Chapter 21. Ochako walked with an extra bowl of curry, following footsteps. She found herself in a secluded place. "Ah, there you are." Ochako smiled and walked up to Kota. It was later in the night, and she had noticed Kota never ate his food. "What the hell are you doing here?" Kota growled at her as she walked up to him and put her hand with the bowl of curry in front of her. "You want to eat?" Ochako ignored his attitude. Kota shook his head no and turned away. Ochako frowned. She looked away and at the moon. "I heard what happened to your parents. I'm very sorry to hear about it," Ochako tells him. He gets even angrier. "But kid, it happens. You shouldn't hate heroes just because something unfortunate happened whilst you parents were being heroes. My aunt, she fought someone really strong. She died in the process, and the villain got away," Ochako says, referring to the seventh. Ochako never met Nana for obvious reasons, but All Might talked about her when Ochako was young. "So instead of hating the hero, I hate the villain. One of the reasons I want to be a hero is so I can avenge the fallen and save others in the process." Ochako looks back at Kota, whose expression softened. Even though his expression softened, he didn't eat. So Ochako left. She hated seeing a boy like that because at one point she was the same. When she was 6 and All for One almost killed All Might. He won, but Ochako knew he was never the same afterward. Until she had won for all, hopes for being a hero dwindled as the years went on, and she remained quirkless. As Ochako neared the camp, she smelled smoke. Suddenly danger sense went wild. A piercing pain shot through Ochako's head and she fell to her knees. Izuocha, who was nearby, saw this and ran to her. "Uraraka, what's the problem?" he urgently asked while helping her up. Someone's attacking," Ochako spits out, making Izuocha go wide-eyed. Ochako pointed to the forest, and blue flames shot into the air. Izuocha ran back to where the students were and warned them. Ochako, on the other hand, struggled to stay on her feet. Suddenly she got a tingle in the back of her head. "Kota." Izuku stood up and yawned. "What's going on?" he asked the others as they all started to leave the building. "The forest is under attack," Bakugo hit Izuku on the shoulder. Huh! Izuku shot back to reality and started to walk with the others. Outside, flames started to overtake the entire forest. Midoriya, let's go. We need to figure out what's going on. Todoroki grabbed Izuku by the shoulder, and he nodded, following Todoroki into the forest. For eyes, let's go. Bakugo told Ida, and the two ran in another direction. Koto was in the air, being held up by a blonde-haired man. I'm looking for a kid. Izuku Midoriya, you got any clue where he is? The man yelled in Kota's face with a sadistic grin. Kota cried and clawed at the man's hands. Get your hands off me! Kota ripped at his shirt. The man laughs and cranks his arms back. Fine, I guess if you don't know where he is, I'll just kill you first. A flash of pink happens in front of the man's eyes. He said, Get your hands off of him. Ochako punches the man using 40% of one for all. The man drops Kota and gets sent back a few feet into a wall. The man wipes blood off of his mouth and grins. You drew blood. The man starts laughing and muscles grow out of his body. Muscular, I thought he was in prison, Ochako thinks to herself while covering her arms with black whip. Fight me, I'm gonna kill you, but at least give me some fun before I do. Muscular cracks his knuckles and starts to run at Ochako. One for all, 50%. Ochako feels her arms strain, but black whip protects them. She jumps at Muscular and punches him in the face again, but also receives a punch in the gut. The two get sent to other sides of the cliffside they're on, and Ochako falls onto her back, coughing up a bit of blood. She closes her eyes. I gotta be stronger. Ochako uses float to stand back up. She takes Black Whip off of her arms. You have a weird power, kid. I've heard about you from the boss. Muscular laughs. Multiple quirks, right, that's gotta be it. He continues to laugh while more muscles burst out of him. If I'm not strong enough with just Dad's strength, then I'll never be strong. Ochako activates 100% of one for all and jumps at Muscular. I won't be the damsel in distress. Muscular tries to block the punch with his muscles, but Ochako goes straight through them, making blood spew everywhere. Some from him and some from her. Her arms shattered and she held in a scream. Muscular's muscles ripped, but immediately he started to make more, trapped Ochako's arm in them. Ochako tried to pull her arm out, but Muscular's grip was too tight. Ochako's eyes widened as she struggled. Can't get out, huh? Muscular smirks and headbutts Ochako. She screams in pain and feels a bruise starting to form on her forehead and a black eye as well. Damn you! Ochako growls before cranking her other arm back and punching Muscular in the face with 100%. Ochako finally rips her arm out of Muscular's grip and jumps backwards. She glared at Muscular as the man starts to see blood drip down Ochako's head. He starts to chuckle. Ochako wiped blood off of her forehead and rips her sleeves off of her shirt and wraps them around her head like a bandana. I won't lose to you! Izuku and Shoto ran through the forest trying to find the source of the blue fire. Suddenly someone threw something at Izuku. He barely dodged and the little ball-like item captured a tree. Well, I guess I missed, a voice told the two. They both looked to the right and saw someone with a mask on, along with another person who had scars all over his body. The source of the fire. The scarred man smiled. Shoto and Izuku Midoriya, perfect timing. The man talked to the two. Who are you? Shoto growled while getting into a defensive stance. Izuku did the same. Let's leave introductions for later. For now, Izuku Midoriya, you're coming with us. The man smiles while shooting flames at Izuku. Shoto blocks them using his ice and grunts. I'm gonna have fun with you. Dabi shoots more flames at them. Izuku catches fire and rips his shirt off. He uses an explosion to shoot himself at Dabi, but before he can connect, the man in the mask punches him down onto the ground. Damn it! Izuku shoots an explosion out of his back and gets back onto his feet. He exchanges punches with the man. And who the hell are you? Izuku punches him in the face, and he smirks behind his mask. Call me Mr. Compress. The man laughs and kicks Izuku in the back of his leg, making him fall onto one knee. When he does, Compress immediately punches Izuku in the jaw, knocking him back on the floor. Izuku tries to shoot himself back up onto his feet, but Compress stomps on his back, keeping him down. Izuku looks over to Todoroki, who was now fighting Dabi hand to hand. Todoroki, Izuku yelled out while holding his hand out to him. Compress smirked and pressed down on Izuku's back. You're useless, I wonder why the boss picked you of all people. Izuku feels a tick in the back of his head, and suddenly flames burst out of his side. Compress jumps back in horror as the blue flames spread on Izuku's body. What the hell? Compress falls onto his butt. Shoto and Dabi's eyes both dart over to Izuku, who is now standing up with his hands in front of him. DKU? Shoto yells while Dabi just watches in awe. I get why the boss wanted that kid. Dabi smirked and turned to Shoto, who was screaming at Deku. What the hell is happening to you? Shoto yelled while running to Izuku. Izuku smirked and shot his flames at Shoto. Shoto's eyes widened as he dodged. The flames instead hit Dabi. Nice dodge, Todoroki. Izuku laughed as he charged at Dabi with his flames. Shoto watched as Izuku's whole body was engulfed in flames. Izuku was in pain so bad he was numb. His hair was burning off as the seconds went by. Izuku overwhelmed Dabi as they fought hand to hand. Izuku's fire was as hot, if not hotter, than Dabi's. Shoto watched as Izuku's aura became cold. Izuku suddenly became more aware of his pain and felt his body becoming cold. Ice suddenly shot out from his left side, instantly cooling down his body. Ice? Dabi and Shoto yelled at the same time. Shoto heard a clank before turning around to see Compress. Oh no, Izuku thought as he saw Shoto disappear. Damn it. Ochako maneuvered her way around Muscular and punched him in the back of the head with 100% of One for All. She wrapped Black Whip around his neck and pulled. I'm done holding back, Ochako said while letting One for All's power to completely take over. You little brat, I'm gonna kill you. Muscular grabbed Ochako by the neck and flung her over his head and onto the ground. A small crater showed up under her, and she bounced up, blood spewed out of her mouth. While still in the air, Muscular slammed his fists into her stomach. Ochako felt the air leave her body as he knocked the wind out of her. She gasped, trying to breathe. She glared at Muscular, who just stared down at her. He chuckled and put his hands in the air ready to smash down on her, killing her. He started to slam down, but before he could, he felt water hit his face. Ochako opened her eyes and looked over to see Koda with tears in his eyes. Get your hands off of her! Koda screamed at Muscular. Muscular chuckled and wiped the water off of his face. Don't worry, little boy, after I killed this brat, you're next. Muscular laughs before a pink smoke fills the area. Confused, Muscular looks around. The hell is this? He asks while spinning. I won't let you lay a hand on Koda. Ochako appeared behind Muscular and punched him in the back. She heard a snap as Muscular screamed in pain. Ochako jumped in front of him, clearing the smoke in the process. One for All, 1,000,000%. Delaware, she cranked her arm back. Detroit, she smirks. Smash. Ochako punches Muscular in the face and gets flung into the side of the mountain they were on. He was completely unconscious, and Ochako stood with a broken arm and bruised eye. Her shirt looking more like a crop top after all of the damage. She breathed heavily and looked over to Kota, who was crying his eyes out. Ochako looked into the sky and saw more smoke from the flames in the forest. I still need. Ochako starts to walk toward the edge where Kota is. I need to help the others. Ninth, you need to rest, you'll die if you keep going at this rate, she heard a voice in her head. It was Nana. I need to save the others. Ochako kept walking. Kota, stay here, I'll be back for you. Ochako mumbled before starting to run to the camp. I won't let the others die. Chapter 22. Ochako ran through the forest half conscious, and in the distance she saw a figure surrounded by ice. Todoroki? Ochako thought to herself while speeding up using One for All. Shoto, are you Oka? Ochako paused as she noticed that it wasn't Shoto. Deku. Her eyes widened as the boy looked over to her. Ochako, he said in a strangely monotone voice as burns on his body started to heal. Flames from Dabi flew at Ochako, but Izuku jumped in front of her, blocking the flames with his back. "What happened to you?" Izuku asked while gritting his teeth in pain. "I could ask the same, couldn't I?" Ochako questioned as Izuku covered his back in ice. Izuku's eye twitched. Izuku turns and shoots an explosion at Dabi that hits him and sends him into a tree. He turns back to Ochako and smiles a crazed smile. "Let's kill them." Izuku turns and laughs like a maniac as he shoots blue flames at Dabi, who dodges. Izuku uses eyes to cool himself off, and he turns to Ochako. "You should stay back, I got this," he says in a monotone voice. If you want." He stutters as the regeneration starts back up. He's awakening so many quirks, what's going on? Ochako thinks to herself, while Izuku smirks. Suddenly Black Whip shoots out of Izuku's wrists and holds onto Dabi. He pulls back, flings himself at Dabi. He deactivates Black Whip and activates his explosions. He screams before slamming Dabi into a tree. Dabi's scars open up and blood starts streaming down his face. Dabi laughs and uses his fire to get Izuku off. Izuku turns and sees Compress throw a small ball at Ochako. He looks to Ochako to see her staring back at him. No, he thinks to himself before shooting at Ochako and getting hit by the small ball instead. Dabi chuckles as Izuku is taken into Compress's quirk. Subject captured. Compress chuckles as Shoto is let out of Compress's quirk. He lay unconscious on the ground. Ochako's voice cracks as she runs at Compress, getting cut off by Dabi, who shoot flames at her. "Where do you think you're going, little girl?" Dabi smirks as he shoots more flames at her. Bakugo flew in and kicked Dabi onto his back. Ida jumped in close behind and ran over to Todoroki. "Todoroki, are you okay?" Ida yelled to the boy who was just waking up. "Guys, help Deku, he got trapped in that guy's quirk." Ochako yells with Bakugo immediately looking over. Bakugo dashes at Compress, and Compress barely dodged the incoming kick. "Get us out of here," Compress yelled with portals quickly appearing behind him. Dabi laughed psychotically. "Don't worry, I'll be back to haunt you," Dabi yelled as stitches continued to fall off of his face, making him look more and more like a walking skeleton. The four watched in horror as Izuku popped out of Compress's quirk, and Dabi wrapped his hand around his neck. "Don't try anything, kid, you're coming with us," Dabi growled while tightening his grip. Deku and Ochako got up and ran toward him, using One for All to speed up. "Please, not again," Ochako begged as the portal started to close. Izuku gently smiled. "I'll be okay, I promise." The portal closed. Ochako fell to her knees. "No." Izuku woke up and looked around. He was in a bar-looking establishment. "You're finally awake," a voice says. Izuku looks to the right and sees Kurogyuri sitting at the bar. Izuku stands up and attempts to use a quirk, but to no avail. "What the hell?" Izuku thought to himself. "Why won't they work?" "Your quirk has been nullified," a man says. Izuku's face darts to a TV with a faceless man standing on the other side. "Who the hell are you, and what do you mean nullified?" Izuku gets into a judo stance. "Izuku Midoriya, now 16 years old. 5'7" as of a few weeks ago. You weigh 143 pounds. And you were born quirkless. At least that's what the records say." The man sinisterly smiles. "But you found out that that's not true. Now you're unlocking many quirks rapidly, isn't that right?" He continues. How do you know all of that?" Izuku stutters as his stance falters. "Izuku Midoriya, do you recognize the name Dr. Ijiko?" The man's smile widens as Izuku's eye does as well. "My childhood doctor, how do you know of him?" "It's simple, I'm the only reason he's alive, and he works for me." The man closes his fists. "Who the hell are you?" Izuku repeats his question from earlier. "Before that, let me ask you a question. Would you like your quirks back?" the man asked Izuku. Izuku hesitated. "I mean, I wouldn't mind if I had them." All for One smiled. "Then I have a proposition. If you work for me, I will grant you your powers back. I'll even help you get a replacement eye, Not even I got one of those BU, if not, you'll be quirkless forever. All for One's grin frightened Izuku. He grit his teeth and stared at All for One. I refuse. All for One's smile dissipated. Fine, oh, and before you go, because I know you want to. I am All for One. He smiled and Izuku felt a pit in his stomach form. This is who Ochako is destined to fight, he thought to himself. And I stole your quirks, nullifying them isn't possible. All for One told the boy before the TV screen went black. You're free to go, kid. Kurojairi told Izuku while walking over to the door, opening it for him. Izuku hesitated before dashing out of the building. He was in the middle of a city. He felt his pants and felt his phone. It actually survived, Izuku thought to himself, while dialing Ochako's number. Ochako was laying down in her bed. The camp trip was cancelled and all of the students were moved into dorms. Tears streamed down her face. She wanted so bad to just go and find Izuku herself, but she had no clue where he was. She failed again, she couldn't save him. It tormented her. She wondered what despicable things were being done to Izuku. As if on cue, her phone rings and she picks it up. Hello? Ochako says without looking at who called. Ochako, are you okay? Izuku yells through the phone, making her jump. Izuku? Ochako yells out his first name, the first time she really called him by it. Yes, I'm okay, are you? You were really banged up last night. Izuku looked around as people crowded the city. Izuku, you're alive! Ochako cried through the phone. I'm on my way to the apartments, meet me outside? Izuku asks while walking as fast as he can. Izuku, I'm not there, go to UA. I'll explain when you're here. Ochako tells him. Alright, I'll see you then. Izuku goes to hang up. Wait, Ochako stops him. He puts the phone back up to his ear. What's up? He asks as he rounds a corner nearing UA. I love you, Izuku. Ochako blushes at her words but smiles. She hears Izuku's phone hit the ground. Izuku was frozen. He picked his phone up and saw that it died before he could respond. Oh, he hung up! Ochako mumbled to herself while getting up. Izuku sprinted to UA. Outside, he found Ochako standing at the front door. They locked eyes and Izuku ran up to her, tackling her into a hug. I love you too, Izuku says while holding Ochako close to him. Ochako's tears that were previously sad were now happy. I'm so happy you're safe, I was so scared, Ochako said as they kept hugging. I was only gone one night, so I should be fine. Izuku smiled. Ochako backed up, sweat dripped down her face. Izuku, you were gone for a month. Chapter 23. Are you serious? Izuku was baffled. Today is August 15th. A month and 4 days since you were captured. And a month to the day after your birthday, she continued with a frown. And no way I was asleep for a month. Izuku was spacing out. Here, I have to show you where the class is staying now. Ochako grabbed Izuku's hand and started to walk. Wait, what do you mean? Is the class staying together? Izuku questioned Ochako, who nodded. There's a dormitory now, they made it after the mall incident, but you never got to see it. Ochako frowns as they turn a corner and see the dorm building. Whoa. Welcome to Heights Alliance, Ochako tells him as he walks in front of her. How did they build this all so shortly? Izuku asks, confused. Money talks. Ochako tries to joke. Izuku smiles and turns back to her. Oh, by the way, have you talked to Inko yet? Ochako asks out of nowhere. Honestly, I called you first, so no. Ochako smacks him on the head. You idiot, that's your mother who's been worried sick, call her now. She scolds him. Yes, ma'am, Izuku says before looking at his phone. Oh yeah, my phone died in the middle of our call, so I can't really do it right now. Izuku frowns while putting his phone back in his pocket. Here you go. Ochako pushes her phone against Izuku's chest. On her phone showed Inko's contact information. Izuku pressed the call button and sighed. The phone was almost instantly picked up. Hi Ochako, I'm sorry I can't talk right now, Mom, it's me. Inko stopped talking. I thought I lost you after the failed rescue mission. I thought you were gone. Inko was bawling her eyes out but trying to keep her composure. If you're busy, I don't wanna. Oh, hush, don't be dumb. You're my baby who's been missing for a while now. I need to see you. Where are you? I'm back at Udata, Mom, at the dorms. Izuku tells her. Izuku, you're not going back there. Are you out of your mind? You just disappeared because of them. Inko raised her voice, making Izuku look down. I know, Mom, I know. He accepted it this time. First he lost his eye, and the multiple times after where he was hurt more than Inko could handle. This was the final straw. I'm on my way. Stay at the dorms, I'll meet you there. I love you, Izuku. Izuku smiled. Love you too, Mom. The phone hung up. Well, Ochako says while Izuku hands her the phone. She's on her way. Somehow she knows the dorms are here. Izuku face-palmed. She's been here a few times, me and her are friends. Also, she wanted to see Bakugo and talk to him. Ochako started walking toward the dorms. You guys are friends? Izuku asked, surprised at the statement. Yeah, whenever you're in the hospital we talk. It's been a thing since the USJ. Ochako smiles as she walks up to the door. Well, get ready to say hi to the others. Ochako opens the door. I am back, she yells with everyone quickly crowding around the door. Midoriya. Half of the class shouted in awe. Hi guys, Izuku smiles awkwardly. After a little while of interrogation from majority of the class, Izuku heard footsteps from the stairs. He looked back to see Todoroki, Bakugo and Ida. Hey guys, Izuku smiled at the trio. Deku, Bakugo muttered while walking up to the boy. Todoroki and Ida stood close behind. You're alive, I'm very relieved, Ida said, adjusting his glasses as tears threatened to leave his eyes. Todoroki smiles softly. Bakugo walks up to Izuku and puts his hand up in the air. Izuku looks up at it confused. Suddenly Bakugo smacks Izuku on the head. You really made us worry, you damn nerd! Bakugo screams, reminding Izuku of the older version of Bakugo, but instead of hitting him with violent intent he hit him in a brotherly way. Izuku laughs a bit before a knock on the dorm's door disrupts them all. Everyone looks at the door and Ochako nudges Izuku to go and answer it. Izuku gets up and jogs to the door, opening it. There stood Inko with All Might next to her. Inko ran and hugged Izuku. All Might smiled at the boy. Welcome back, young Midoriya. It's good to be back. Izuku smiled but looked at Inko, knowing she didn't want him at UA. About being back, Izuku, I will let you stay at UA. Not because I want you to, but because you being at home with me won't be safe. Inko started crying. You can continue to train your quirks here so you can become a hero, Inko says, making Izuku go silent. Mom, I don't have a quirk anymore, Izuku said, making the room go silent. Wait, what? Ochako got up and walked to the three in the doorway. What do you mean you don't have a quirk? You had like 5 in the forest, what happened? Ochako questions the boy. Izuku gives her a look and suddenly the reality sets in for Ochako and All Might. All for one, the two think simultaneously. Well then I'm not sure. Inko looks back at All Might. He should stay here, remember even before his quirk awakening he was a student of class 1A. All Might grins. Inko sighs. Fine, you can stay here, but you have to visit me sometimes, okay? Inko puts her hands on Izuku's shoulders. Izuku smiles and nods. Alright Izuku, I will call or text you soon. I love you. Inko smiles and Izuku hugs her. I love you too, Mom. I'll talk to you soon. He smiles and Inko leaves. Well, young Midoriya, would you mind coming to talk with me? There's some things I'd like to discuss. All Might questions the boy while looking to Ochako, who nods. Yes, sure, of course. Izuku smiles at the two. He got the notion that they knew about All for One's involvement. The three left, which confused the whole class since Ochako was never audibly invited. Once All Might found a secluded area, the three started to talk. So it's him. All Might's mood becomes one of despair. Izuku nods and looks to Ochako. He told me that he knows about my quirk. That my old Dr. Izuku is really working for him. I don't know why he told me that, but he did. Izuku told the two. He told me he stole my quirk, but he didn't refer to multiple. Even so, when I try and activate any of them, nothing happens. Izuku says while holding out his hands and trying to spark explosions, nothing happening in the process. Do you know why he let you go? All Might asked while putting his hand on his chin. I don't, but it freaks me out. I woke up this morning and after he interrogated me and asked me to join him, then after I rejected he let me go. Izuku scratches his arm. Ochako sighs. We need to get you out of UA, she says, making Izuku confused. Wait, why? Izuku questions. Deku, you were just let free by the most dangerous villain on the planet. Do you really think he just let you get off with nothing gained from his end? Ochako told Izuku, with All Might also nodding. She's got a point. It's not like All for One to just let you go. All Might frowned. Strip, Ochako demanded, Izuku pointing at him. What? Izuku yelled, along with All Might stumbling back into a wall. Ochako, what the hell? The two scolded her in unison. To check if he put anything on you, Ochako growled while smacking the two in the head. That makes sense, Izuku mumbled while rubbing his head. Izuku pulled his shirt off, slightly embarrassed. Oh my god! Ochako covered her mouth with her hands. What? Izuku asked, feeling his chest. He felt a huge scar. Well, I don't remember getting that. He sees the rest of his scar-ridden body. Or those what the F? He paused, hearing Ochako cry a bit. All Might frowned. They clearly didn't leave you without hurting you. Izuku felt around his body. I never woke up, they did this all while I was unconscious. Izuku felt a shiver up his spine as Ochako touched his back. Was this some sort of statement? What was the point? Ochako was speechless. That overwhelming sense of dread. Once again. She couldn't protect him. There's also burn marks. All Might looks at Izuku's arms. Oh, those are from me. I awakened 2 new quirks before I was captured, actually also unlocked a third. Izuku looks at Ochako, whose eyes widen. You unlocked Black Whip. Ochako remembered the night. And Todoroki's quirk along with that villain with the fire quirk. Izuku looked at all of his scars. Some of the burns are healed. I'm assuming before All for One took my regeneration it had been trying to heal me. Izuku frowned. He was back to being quirkless. Deku, Ochako looked him in the eye. Yeah? Izuku watched as she plucked a hair out of her head. All Might's eyes widened. Ochako, what are you thinking? He told her. Deku, I want you to eat this, it'll transfer my power to you. Ochako told Izuku, leaving him baffled. Izuku's surprised look turned to a smile as he looked down at the hair. No way am I eating this. He chuckled while throwing it on the ground. Ochako, I don't want your power. It's not my power, it's yours. After all, you received it from your father. Izuku continues to smile while looking back to All Might. But don't you want revenge on All for One? Ochako questioned, confused by his refusal. Izuku laughed. Don't you? You told me yourself, you're destined to fight him. Plus, I want no part of him, he scared the life out of me through a TV screen. Izuku continued to laugh. Ochako frowned. Izuku stopped laughing and looked away. His expression became serious. If I want revenge on All for One, I'll get it myself. I don't want your power to do it. Izuku opened the door to the room they were in and left. That kid's something else, All Might said while Ochako just stood there. Yeah. A small silence took over the room before All Might spoke up. So are you gonna tell him he forgot his shirt here, or should I? Chapter 24. I guess he let the kid go, huh? Dabi spoke as he sat on a bar stool. The League sat in their hideout. Not the same one they held Izuku in, for obvious reasons. He got what he wanted done, that's all that matters. Shigaraki answered with his hands in his pockets while leaning on a wall. The kid's a weird one, he unlocked my quirk while we were fighting. Along with 2 others. Dabi sipped on a glass of red wine. His quirk, Master told me what it was. He tried to steal it from the boy, but he has an ability that makes it so his quirk can't be stolen. So instead, they nullified it again. Even though I wanted him dead, that didn't come to fruition because Master wanted to see if he would work with us. Shigaraki stands up straight. Shigaraki, he did tell us he put a chip on the boy. We will end up being able to use him once the time comes, Kurojiri says while pouring a drink. Once Kurojiri finished, he put the drink in front of a scaly man. Wouldn't it be overzealous to think the boy would work with us at all? Spinner says while taking a sip of his drink. Well, Master would have infiltrated his life when he was younger, but he was under the assumption that the boy would never get past the blocked quirk receptors. Once the USJ happened, he got an explosion quirk. From then till the forest attack, he got up to 5, Shigaraki says while itching his neck. This time, I'm hoping they used a better nullifier. Izuku sat in his new dorm room on his bed. He looked at his hand and once again tried to activate a quirk. To no avail. Damn it, Izuku put his hands on his face and fell back, laying down in the bed. I finally got a quirk. Well, quirks, and just like that it's all gone. He continues to stare at his hand as it points to the ceiling. A knock on the door snaps him back to reality. I'll come in. Izuku sits up. The door opens and Bakugo is there. Oh hey Kaken. Izuku smiled at the boy. Bakugo walked in and shut the door behind him. So you're quirkless again. Bakugo sits down in Izuku's desk chair. Yeah. Izuku looks down. What even was your quirk? No way, it was only a single quirk. Bakugo glances around his room. I agree, also I noticed a pattern, but it's not fully consistent. All of my quirks besides regeneration were the same or a variation of someone in close proximity to me, Izuku says with Bakugo nodding. First was the USJ with explosion when I was in your area. Then was regeneration during the attack on Hosu, which didn't have anyone with regeneration, but it still happened. Maybe the Nomu? Bakugo shoots. Now that I think about it, maybe. Izuku shrugs. And then at the forest camp I almost simultaneously got half hot half cold, an even stronger fire quirk from a villain, and then black whip from Ochako. Izuku finishes with Bakugo shaking his head. Geez man, went from no quirks to 5 in what? A few months. Bakugo stops shaking his head and scoffs. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, I guess so. A silence between the two starts. After a few seconds Bakugo gets up. Well, I'll leave now. Wait, can I ask you a question again? Izuku stops him in the door. He backs up and closes the door again. Shoot. Izuku sighs. Why are you being so nice? Like you're acting like nothing in middle school ever happened. I don't get it. Izuku became serious. Bakugo stares at him for a few seconds. I just grew up, I guess. Bakugo lied to him before turning around. See ya later, Deku, Bakugo said before walking out of the room and shutting the door. Izuku got an answer, but he wasn't satisfied. He shakes his head and stands up. They really did mess me up, he thinks to himself while taking off his shirt. He also takes off his pants and just looks at himself. He lost a good bit of muscle because while held captive he was starved and couldn't go to the gym. He felt his stomach growl. I am really hungry. He ate earlier in the day when he got back after All Might told him about him forgetting his shirt. Still, he was hungry. Suddenly his door opened. Hey Deku, me and a few of the others are gonna go out to eat, you wanna see? Ochako looked at Izuku, who was checking himself out in his underwear. She scanned his body before a small giggle slipped out. Ochako, please get out, Izuku said, embarrassed while putting his hands over his junk. Ochako just nodded and closed the door. Izuku quickly put clothes on. He walks over and opens the door to see Ochako with a sly grin on the other side. So, about going out to eat? You wanna go? She dazed, not losing the grin. Izuku blushes and looks down. Yeah, I guess. Ochako giggles again. Don't worry, Deku, you had underwear on, so I didn't really see anything I haven't before. Ochako pushes his shoulder a bit. I guess still it's awkward though. Izuku rubbed the part of the shoulder Ochako pushed. What? You want me to show you of me what I saw of you? Ochako grins and Izuku blushes and freezes. Well, you're out of luck, but someday, Deku, someday. Ochako teases while turning around and walking toward the staircases. Meet us downstairs in 15 minutes if you want to go. Ochako waved and walked up the stairs. Izuku sighed and turned back into his room. No need to tease me like that, Izuku thinks with a blush still plastered on his face. Ochako walked back to her room and started to strip down so she could change into better clothes. As she pulled her shirt up to take it off, she smiled to herself and went over to the door, making sure it was locked. Just in case he wanted revenge, she thinks out loud while shuffling with the lock. She quickly changes and looks in her mirror. She plays with her hair a bit before deciding to switch things up a bit, putting it into a ponytail. This'll be nice, she thinks to herself while holding a hair tie in her teeth and making sure the ponytail looks like she wants it too. She quickly ties it up and smiles at herself. She grabs her things and walks out, meeting with the other. You guys ready to go? Ochako asks while seeing Izuku walk down the stairs. She smiles at him. Yeah, we're all good. Momo looks to the others to confirm, and they all nod. Alright, we're out of here. Ochako beckons Izuku, making him hurry up. They all walk out of the dorms and Ochako smiles. Dinner time. Chapter 25. All for one stood in a skyscraper staring out of the window, overlooking a city. Kurojiri. All for one says, not looking back at the purple figure. Yes, sir? Kurojiri answers, looking at the man. There's a quirk I need access to. I know where it is, I just need you and Tamura to get it to me. All for one watched as rain poured down the window, and he put his hand up to the window. What is the quirk you desire? Kurojiri asks while walking up behind All for one. All for one grins. Rewind. Miles away, a man stood with a knife. Stay still, he ordered. Small cries came from the small girl in front of him. He sliced bits of skin off, and the girl screamed in pain. Please stop, the girl begged, but the man smacked her in the face. The girl was sent onto her side, and she held her face, still crying. The man put the skin in a baggie and into his pocket. You're done for now, he says before turning and leaving the room. He walked into a lab and pulled the baggie out of his pocket. Mr. Chisaki, a new batch should be ready soon, a woman told the man. Chisaki smiled. Good, business has been booming ever since All for One ordered a batch. Why, yes, sir. The woman walked out of the room. Chisaki continued to smile. If All for One has to buy from me, that means I can become the new ruler of the underworld, he thinks to himself as he grins wider. I can rid the world of quirks, he bursts into a laugh. It'll bring Yakuza back to its former glory. Alright, Deku, you gonna need help with this one? Bakugo asked Izuku as he readied himself. Nah, it's only one plate, I'll be fine. Izuku grabs the bar. He lifts it and brings it down to his chest before bringing it right back up. 1. Bakugo counts. The two were at the gym. Izuku had started going back since he had lost a lot of muscle in the month he was gone. 2. Bakugo counts again as Izuku starts to struggle. He grits his teeth and brings it down for a third before almost losing his grip. Bakugo quickly brings it back up and onto the rack, and Izuku sits up. Damn it, Izuku clenches his fists. Gotta take it slow, man. I know this used to be light work for you, but you've lost a lot of weight. If anything, you should bulk, Bakugo recommends while putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku just sighs. You're right. I know I am, and I also know that's the last thing you wanted to hear. Bakugo chuckles and Izuku smiles as well. Again, you're right. Izuku laughs. It's almost time for class, we better go back to the dorms. Bakugo starts putting the weights back. Yeah, we should. Izuku also puts weights back. The two walk back toward the dorms. I've heard they're gonna be announcing another round of internships. Bakugo started while the two were nearing the dorms. Really? Izuku was surprised. Remember, Deku, you were out for a month, and it's been almost 2 months since you woke up, Bakugo said. He was right, It was October now. Izuku was still out of it since he got back. His grades had slipped, and even though he was in the gym consistently, he felt as if he couldn't progress. The only thing keeping him from spiraling into a depression was Ochako. "Oh yeah," Izuku replied to Bakugo as they reached the dorms. "Well, I'm gonna go shower before school. See you later, Deku." Bakugo opened the door and waved to the boy without looking at him. Later, Kaken, Izuku stood in the entrance to the dorms. He sighed to himself. "I guess I'll shower as well." Izuku walks upstairs and to his room. He walked in his room and saw Ochako face down sleeping on his bed. He chuckles. "I guess she walked in earlier to wake me and couldn't stay awake herself." He thinks to himself as he goes to his dresser and grabs his uniform. He walks into his bathroom and closes the door, making sure to lock it. Ochako opens her eyes to see Izuku's dresser. She groans and sits up. "Where the hell am I?" She rubs her eyes before recognizing her surroundings. "How the hell did I get into Deku's room?" she asks herself out loud. She hears Izuku's shower and a small blush appears on her face. The two hadn't really advanced at all in their relationship. The first kiss they ever had, still being their only. There wasn't really a reason for it besides Izuku not knowing when to make a move and Ochako not wanting to make one first at all. Her own personal fantasies stopping her from doing so. Ochako had an imagination was one way to put it. Little did she know Izuku was the same. Ochako looked down at herself and noticed she was still in her pajamas. She got up and dashed out of the room and up to her own. She quickly got dressed into her uniform and sat on her bed. "I wonder if he's done, let's go check," she monologued. She went back down to his room and opened the door to see him looking in the mirror adjusting his tie. "Oh, good morning, Ochako." Izuku saw her in his reflection. "Good morning." Ochako smiled at him and walked in, closing the door behind her. "How are you feeling?" Ochako asked while walking up behind him and peeking over his shoulder. "Feeling alright. What about yourself?" Izuku finished messing with his tie and turned around to look at her. "I'm doing quite alright." Ochako smiled and giggled. "Why, you look good." Izuku smiles while looking her up and down. Ochako snorts. "This is the same uniform I wear to school every day, but thanks, you don't look too bad yourself." Ochako covers her mouth and continues to giggle. Izuku blushes, a bit embarrassed. "Speaking of, we should go, right?" Izuku looks at the time. Ochako nods. The two make their way to school, the only one in the class being Ida since he's early as usual. Once everyone showed up, Aizawa stood up from behind the podium. "Good morning, class," he said, making everyone shut up. "As a lot of you know, today we will be deciding our next internships. You can go to the same place you went before or you can go to a new place. It's up to you," Aizawa announces with the class getting hyped up. Izuku raises his hand and Aizawa looks at him. "What's your question?" he sighs. Since I don't have a quirk, can I train with you for the internships, Mr. Aizawa?" Izuku asks the man. Aizawa stares at him. "Yes, you can. You and one other student will be training with me." Aizawa accepts Izuku's proposal and Izuku smiles. "Thank you, sir." Izuku bows his head, almost hitting his desk. "Anyways, you have your options to choose from, and until you decide, I don't want to see your faces." Aizawa slumps onto the ground. "You're dismissed," he finishes before cuddling up into his sleeping bag. Suddenly All Might appears at the door. "Young Uraraka, may I have a word?" the man asks with a big grin. Ochako nods and gets up. All Might drags her to a closet and closes the door. "Don't you have an office that you can bring me in by now?" Ochako complains as she turns on the light. "They're working on it." All Might smiles awkwardly. Ochako sighs. "So what's up? What do you need to talk about?" Ochako asks with All Might sighing. "There's someone that wants to meet you for an internship," All Might tells her. "Who is it? And why don't you seem so psyched to tell me?" Ochako questions, concerned of who he's talking about. "It's Night-Eye," All Might says, making Ochako's eyes widen. "Uncle Sasaki?" Ochako almost yells. SHHHH. All Might puts a finger over his mouth. Ochako covers her mouth. Sorry, she whispers. But yes, Night Eye wants to see you and train you. All Might continues. He knows that I have it. Ochako looks at her father surprised. All Might nods. He saw you at the sports festival and recognized the power. All Might tells her. Well, why are you sad about him wanting to see me? Ochako asks. All Might shakes his head. He's not happy that you have the power. All Might says with Ochako immediately becoming confused. Why? She questions while becoming slightly angry. It's not because of who you are as a person, Ochako, it's just that you're my daughter. To him you're little Ochako. So seeing you become the vessel of one for all along with being my daughter, it makes him mad at me. All Might says. Ochako frowns. Did he have someone else in mind? Ochako asks, thinking of Izuku. Yeah, he did actually. Ochako's eyes widen. A kid named Mirio Togata, he's a third year. His quirk is permeation. To be honest, it fits perfectly with One for All's base power. But not the rest of One for All. Ochako cuts him off. The fifth told me that I was the last user of One for All, that the fact that I'm quirkless is why I won't die early, why I'll be able to complete it. Ochako says, defending herself. Listen, Ochako, he doesn't know that. Even if he did, the fact that you're my daughter still makes him wish you didn't have it. Only you can prove him wrong and show that you deserve it. All Might puts a hand on her shoulder and smiles. Ochako calms down and smiles as well. Then I'll have to do just that. Chapter 26. Ochako walked up to a building. She looked up at it. This is the place. She thinks to herself before someone walks up behind her. Hey, you must be the new kid. A tall blonde boy says, startling Ochako. Hi, yeah. Ochako smiles at the boy, confused. I'm Mirio Togata, I'm here for Night Eye's internship just like you. Mirio smiles and holds out his hand for a handshake. Ochako shakes his hand. I'm Izuku Uraraka. It's nice to meet you. Ochako smiles nervously. Nervous, huh? Mirio reads her like a book. Yeah, I haven't seen Night Eye in a long time. Ochako blurts out before covering her mouth. Oh, you've met him? Nice. Mirio doesn't even think of the connotation and assumes they met as fan and hero. Ochako just nervously laughs. Yup, really cool. She puts a thumbs up. Alright, well, let's go in. Mirio turns around and goes into the building with Ochako following close behind. The two entered an elevator and Mirio just stood there with a smile. So, I've heard you had multiple quirks? He starts a conversation. Ochako stiffens up. I do, yeah, I have 5. Ochako spits out. What are they? Mirio asks attentively. Well, I have a power-enhancing quirk, one called Black Whip, Float, Smoke Screen, and Danger Sense. Ochako listed her currently unlocked quirks. Mirio puts his hand on his chin. Interesting combination. Any idea why you have more than one quirk? It's very abnormal. Mirio questions her. Nope, it's a mystery. Ochako lies to his face. Over the past months, she's becoming very in tune with One for All and the past users. The One for All realm being a common place she visits. The only 2 quirks she hadn't unlocked were the seconds and thirds. The 2 had almost come around but were still hesitant to put their faith in Ochako. Weird, pretty awesome though. Mirio's confused look turns to another smile. Ochako chuckles and nods, also smiling. The elevator stopped and opened. The 2 were met with a blue lady on a machine that looked like it was for torture. The lady was laughing hysterically. What the hell? Ochako muttered. Night Eye looked over. Ah, it's you too. Welcome, he said before looking back to the machine and pressing a button on the remote, turning it off. Tickle torture, Ochako blurted out. Night Eye smirked. I like you already, you're funny, Night Eye said as the blue girl got out of the machine. Izuku Midoriya, it's been a long time. Night Eye holds out his hand for a handshake. Ochako ignores his hand and jumps into him, tackling him into a hug. Uncle Sasaki, Ochako smiled and held the man. The blue girl and Mirio looked at her like she was crazy. Who is this Night Eye? The blue girl asked, confused. This is my niece. Not really, she's just a close friend of mine's daughter. Night Eye replied as Ochako backed off. Ochako, please call me Night Eye while we're in a professional setting. Night Eye asks while fixing his glasses. I will, sorry. She apologizes with a smile. I guess you guys go way back, huh? Mirio said while walking closer to the two. Yeah, I just haven't seen him since I was like 8, so it's been a long time. Ochako smiles at Mirio and then looks at the blue girl. What's your name? Ochako asks her. I'm Bubble Girl, you can call me Iwata though. Bubble Girl smiles and waves. Why can she call you by your name but not me? Mirio looks over to Bubble Girl, who just chuckles. Because she's close with Night Eye, and if she's close with Night Eye, she's close with me. Bubble Girl points at herself with a prideful grin. Okay, now that you're here, come with me to my office. I want to discuss the plans for this internship. Night Eye tells Ochako before walking away. Ochako looks at the other two and they nod. Ochako quickly follows Night Eye. Meanwhile, Izuku was in Udata following Aizawa down the hall toward Gym Gamma. How's that new eye? Aizawa asks Izuku. Mayhatsum had made a robotic eye with certain powers, nothing close to a powerful quirk, but he was able to see again, and his vision was enhanced with the eye being able to zoom in like a camera. Izuku received the robotic eye and had it implanted earlier that day. It's really nice being able to fully see again. I'll have to get used to the zoom feature though. Izuku chuckles and starts to zoom in and out with his eye. The way he did it was using brain link technology. A small chip was inserted in his brain and connected to the eye. This let his thoughts and voice control whether he zoomed in or not. Good to hear, Aizawa said while the two kept walking. Sir, where is the other student? Izuku asked as the two neared the gym. He's there waiting for us. He's from General Studies and wants to join the hero course. Aizawa doesn't even look at Izuku. Izuku raises an eyebrow. The two walk in the gym, and Izuku sees the boy he'll be working with. Oh, it's him, Izuku thinks to himself while walking over to the boy and staring him in the eyes. Good morning, here's the first day of training for you guys. But first introduce each other, Aizawa says while the two boys look at each other. Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A, Quirkless. Izuku holds out his hand for a handshake. The boy takes his hand and shakes it. Hitoshi Shinso, my quirk is brainwashing. The two put their hands down. Have you two met before? Aizawa asks as the two look over to him. Not formally, but I've seen him around, specifically at the sports festival, Shinso says to Aizawa. Izuku scoffs. Same for me. Well, you two better get along, let's get to work, Aizawa says while gripping his scarf. Ochako and Night Eye enter his office and Ochako looks around the room to see a lot of All Might posters. Whoa, Ochako says in awe with Night Eye glancing over and smiling. Yeah, before I worked with your father I was a fanboy, Night Eye admits while walking over and sitting in a chair. Just like Deku, Ochako thinks to herself while looking around the room. Some of these are really rare, how'd you get your hands on these? Ochako got closer to one of the posters that she could tell was a 1/1 poster because of her father's signature. Well, I did work for him, so I got connections. Night Eye smiled. On to more important things though, Night Eye said, becoming serious. Ochako turned to him. Like? She asked, also in a serious tone. As I assume you know, I know about your quirk, and I also believe you shouldn't have been the one to inherit it. Night Eye fixes his glasses. I do know that, and I disagree. I know I'm worthy of this power. Ochako challenges the man's beliefs. Night Eye stands up and grabs a stamp from his desk. You know my quirk, correct? Night Eye asks the girl. Ochako nods. Foresight, you can see anyone's future, Ochako answers. Night Eye smiles and makes eye contact with Ochako. You've activated both requirements of my quirk. The first being physical contact, and the second, eye contact. Night Eye tells her, making sweat drip down her forehead. So, the hero Ochako, I say, prove to me that you're worthy. Chapter 27. Izuku ran at Shinso and threw a punch. Shinso caught it and twisted Izuku's arm, making him cringe. Izuku rolled over, realigning his arm and in turn twisting Shinso's, a move he learned while training wrestling. Shinso looked at him surprised before Izuku headbutt him, sending him to the ground. "That's the match," Izuocha said while standing up. Izuku walked over and put his hand out to Shinso. Shinso grit his teeth and begrudgingly let Izuku help him up. The two had been sparring back and forth for a few hours and Shinso hadn't won once. "That's it for the day. Tomorrow I'll have you guys spar me. You're dismissed," Izuocha told the two before walking out of the room. Izuku looked over at Shinso. He hadn't forgotten what he said to Ochako during their match, so he had a small grudge against the boy, but he was the type to forgive, so that's what he did. "Good matches, Shinso." Shinso scoffs. "How do you do it? How do you get so good at close combat when you had an explosion quirk? It doesn't make sense. Why would you train something you didn't need?" Shinso growls. Izuku just stared at him. "Listen, we can be teammates, or we can be friends. The third option is we can be enemies. If you want to talk bad about me or ask stupid questions you can, but don't expect me to be all nice about it," Izuku said calmly before putting his hands in his pockets and walking to the door. "Pick what you want this to be. I'm willing to forgive you for what you said at the sports festival, but I never forget." Izuku walks out and closes the door behind him. Shinso stays still before punching the ground. "Damn it." Ochako stood across from Night Eye. "Use your quirk and steal this from me." Night Eye holds up a stamp. "Seriously?" Ochako questions, underrating Night Eye. Night Eye smirks. "Just try and catch me," he says. Ochako activates One for All full cowling at 20% to try and keep the damage to the room minimal. She jumps at Night Eye with her hand out, and he easily dodges. Ochako turns back as she is about to hit a wall and springboards herself off of it back at Night Eye. Night Eye once again dodges with ease. "Like I said, Ochako, my quirk makes you obsolete as an opponent," Night Eye tells her while fixing his glasses again. "If you can't beat me, what makes you think you can be a hero?" Night Eye was becoming cruel and Ochako didn't like it. She didn't respond and decided she didn't care for the building's well-being, activating One for All to 45%. She jumped at Night Eye and this time Night Eye was caught and scratched slightly before getting away. "I see you're pumping up the power a bit." Night Eye smiled. Ochako landed on the wall and then almost went straight through it. Ochako looked back to where she landed. "Wait," Ochako thought to herself while looking at the wall. She jumped off the wall and switched her output to 50%. Ochako barely grazed Night Eye again before using Black Whip to cushion her landing, stopping herself from breaking the wall. She smiled to herself before looking back at Night Eye, who had a small pool of blood pouring out of a cut on his cheek. "I guess you got me, but you didn't get the stamp." Night Eye puts the stamp up. "You still haven't won." Night Eye finishes while putting the stamp back in his hand, cupping it. "Come and get it, Ochako," Night Eye said while Ochako grit her teeth. Ochako decides to go full blast. Smoke fills the room and Ochako goes back and forth, wall to wall, stirring it up. Night Eye looked back and forth, dodging her strikes. Suddenly Ochako stops and flicks One for All toward Night Eye, clearing the smoke. "Damn it," Ochako mumbles with Night Eye putting the stamp on a table. "You're good, but you're not good enough. While I understand why All Might did what he did, I still don't think he should have transferred One for All to his daughter," Night Eye said while shooing the smoke away through a window. "He didn't have a choice, he had to transfer to someone quirkless or the next person would have died." Ochako growls with Night Eye just staring at her. "Your little friend Izuku Midoriya would have been perfect then," Night Eye says before walking out of the room. Ochako's eyes widen and she grits her teeth, punching down on a desk. "Damn it." Night Eye walks back and with Mirio looks at the wall Ochako almost broke through. "Whoa, what happened?" Mirio asks, walking up to the wall and poking it. "Ochako jumped at it using her quirk and accidentally broke it," Night Eye says while looking over to Ochako. Ochako was embarrassed until Mirio looked back over to her. Oh wow, so your quirk really is super strong, Mirio says while smiling at her. Ochako looks at Night Eye, and he smiles before turning back around. Alright, well, today you guys will go on patrol. Lemillion, I trust that you won't let Ochako get hurt, and that you won't fight any real villains, only do good for those who need it. Night Eye tells the two. Yes sir, of course. Mirio smiles and puts a thumb up before looking at Ochako and nodding at her to also answer him. Oh yes sir. Ochako answers, getting the hint. Good, now get your hero costumes on and get out of here. Night Eye tells them before walking away. Ochako sighs. He's hard on us, but he only wants the best. Don't worry, he'll lighten up, especially if you've known him for so long. Mirio smiles at Ochako, who nods. If only you knew. Ochako continues to nod before they both go their separate ways to get in their hero costumes. Alright, ready? Mirio asks while Ochako walks out of the elevator. Yup, let's go. Ochako smiled at him, and the two walked out of the building.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.